Yo! What is going on, all my GBA type people? My name is Dan, and I'm the coach of your St. Louis Rampardos. We are bringing you the GBA Season 5 live draft right here on Twitch.tv. If you guys are hyped in the Twitch chat right now, I need you guys to turn up and just show your love for GBA Season 5 because I am super hyped, and I hope you guys are as well. And of course, if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, be sure to show your love on that like button down below to support the GBA. Now, I am not alone, guys. We're going to be breaking down every single pick of Season 5 GBA Draft, and I just want to emphasize that you should not, bounce after the first round because every round is just as important as the next, as we don't have a tier structure that you're forced to pick a certain tier in a certain round. So you can pick whatever tier you want, but we'll get into the rules here in a little bit. Joining me as my co-host for this stream today is the Season 4 champion, coach of the Real Maril, and the Beanie champion himself. His name is Mega Mogwai.
Damn, that is a nice intro. What's up, Internet? Mega Mogwai here, and I hope you are pumped because I am. I'm about to get sniped, but I don't care. I'm pumped. How's it going?
The sniping is going to be real, the competition is going to be real, and GBA Season 5 is going to be taken to all new levels on YouTube and Twitch.tv, and it is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So I hope you guys are excited. Feel free to use the command in the chat, !tweet, to tweet out the stream, and feel free to share this stream with all your friends, and we really appreciate any and all support. Thank you guys for coming out. We're going to jump pretty much right into the rules here really quickly, myself and Miguel, before we talk to Mr. Old Man Tup about his first pick overall in the draft. So I'll do a little bit of covering some of the rules here, and then Miguel can kind of help me out as well.
Okay.
So basically what we're doing, guys, is we took the standard Smogon tiers, and GBA, we have our own tiering system to make that very clear. We have tier 1 through 5, we have the mega tier, and then we have free points as well. So basically the way it works is everyone is going to be able to draft their Pokemon in a snake format. So the person who picks first won't pick again until every team has already picked twice, and then they'll pick again. So you'll see the draft order ticking below me. So it goes Old Man Tup, and then you got Crimson Seabad, etc., etc., etc. Hayden is the last pick. He will go again, and then it'll trickle back that way. So you can see the draft ticker below me. Basically the way it's going to work is anyone can pick whatever Pokemon they want in whatever tier they have. You do have to fill every single tier though. So every team needs to draft something from tier 1, tier 2, 2 Pokemon from tier 3, tier 4. Yeah, you need 2 Pokemon in tier 3. You need to fill tier 4 and tier 5. You also need to pick 1 Mega Pokemon. Now, while I'm thinking about it, I might as well emphasize here as well that Mega Pokemon are separate from their non-Mega counterparts. So someone can draft Mega Scizor and someone else can draft Scizor, and they are entirely different Pokemon. And the reason for that is because you have to Mega Evolve on the first turn that you send a Pokemon out if you're attacking in the GBA. So that's just something to make very clear. Now,
and to emphasize too that the Megas are also tiered as well separately. They also have their own tiers. So you can go for a lower tier Mega if you want more points to spend on the free options, as Dan is going to explain now pretty much, right?
Yeah, so basically, like Miguel just said, drafting a higher tier Mega, like a Scizor, for example, Mega Scizor, that's going to fall into tier 1 Megas, so that's going to be the full amount of points that you can spend on your Mega Pokemon. But if you were to, say, grab Mega Audino, then you actually get a couple extra points added onto your free point total. Now, the free point total means you can draft any Pokemon from any tier as long as you don't go over 400 total points. So the way this works, guys, just to kind of recap really quickly, and you'll kind of see as things go along, tier 1 Pokemon cost 180 points. So if you draft a tier 1 Pokemon, that fills your tier 1 slot. If you draft a free Pokemon and it's tier 1, that's going to take 180 of your 400 points. You'll be left with 220 points at that point to draft your last 3 Pokemon that are in your free category. So you kind of have to be strategic about it. You can't just draft 3 tier 1 Pokemon because then you're not going to have enough free points to fill out your entire roster. So you'll see how the strategy breaks out throughout the draft and how important using these points wisely and strategically, kind of spending your points throughout the draft to get the Pokemon you need that are going to benefit your team the most is incredibly important. So if there's anything else you want to add, Miguel, feel free to jump in there to try to clarify.
Man, you covered it pretty well. Pretty well. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting because you can take a lot. There's very different ways that you can draft with this format. You can take a lower cost Mega and emphasize more on tier 1s. You can also take a higher cost Mega and really distribute your points as you see fit. Like the fact that you have to take 2 tier 3s is also very interesting because there's a lot of Pokemon in that pool. And yeah, I'm ready to get sniped. How about you?
I am so ready to get sniped. And just to kind of really quickly recap one more time, because a lot of people seem to be a little bit confused here. Basically, guys, you don't have to worry about your points as you're drafting your Tier 1 Pokemon, your Tier 2 Pokemon, your 2 Tier 3s, your Tier 4, your Tier 5, and your Mega. It's you have 400 free points to get your last 4 Pokemon. And the only way to get more points or less points is by franchising a Pokemon, which we'll talk about here. I'll let Miguel talk about really quick. Or if you get a lower Mega tier Pokemon. So hopefully that makes sense. You shouldn't have to worry too much about the points, guys. We have that on control on our end. Just know that someone can't just draft Scizor, Keldeo, and Clefable, because they're not going to have enough points on their team to do that. That's basically our goal with the GBA draft format, is to diversify the Pokemon, to use Pokemon that you otherwise wouldn't see, some of the lower tier Pokemon, and make it a very dynamic draft system. So you might not see something like Mega Heracross go until the last round of the draft if that's what the person's strategy is. So it's going to be really interesting to see how things play out here. So if you want to talk a little bit about the franchising really quick, Miguel, before we jump into things.
Just so you guys understand, the franchise tag, it's actually very simple. If there are 4 coaches who franchise tagged a Pokemon, they were City Penguin and the New York Mantis. They franchised Milotic. Mulvone franchised the MVP, Weavile. And then
Sableye was MVP. It was.
Yeah, it was.
I'm just saying.
Sure.
The kill leader.
Yeah. And also we have Magnitude franchise tag Mega Gardevoir, and a new coming coach, well, returning, properly said, Nick of the Boston Red Sox franchise tag Manaphy. So these 4 coaches actually lost 40 points, which they will be taken away out of the 400 points that they have to invest into the free picks. So now instead of 400, they have 360. So yeah, they get a Pokemon earlier than everybody else, but they have to pay for it as well. So we'll see how that turns out when it comes to their draft and such. It's going to be exciting for sure.
Correct. And just to point out one more time, because I'm trying to keep up with the chat here a little bit, you do have to fill out all your points. So everyone has to draft 11 Pokemon, and it does have to fit into that point total. So hopefully there's no confusion. If you're watching the draft live right now on Twitch, you can type the word !draft in the chat. Just keep in mind the command only works once every minute, and you could view the big board of images of Pokemon that are available to draft. It's not including all the lower tier Pokemon, so tier 5 Pokemon are probably excluded, and there's some unevolved Pokemon that aren't excluded that might get drafted as well, but that'll give you the general idea of what Pokemon are available for drafting and what Pokemon, what tiers each Pokemon falls into. And just keep in mind, this isn't standard Smogon tiers. We have manually adjusted the tiers to fit the GBA in this format, the competitive counter team format. So you'll find that Pokemon like Sharpedo, Mega Sharpedo, otherwise a pretty good Pokemon, is actually, I believe, in our tier 3 Mega program, because you have to Mega Evolve on the first turn, so you're not going to be able to benefit from that speed boost on the first turn. So that's just something to keep in mind. We've also adjusted some other Pokemon. Landorus I is available to be drafted. Greninja can also be drafted as Torrent Greninja. So there's things like that that are going to make the GBA draft even more unique and specialized to this format that are a little bit separate from what you would see in a standard Smogon type format.
Yep. Because it's a different format. It's Pokemon function differently. A lot of Pokemon who are not really considered as good in standard play are actually very, very good in this kind of format. So we have adapted it to, fit what we think, is right in that sense. So yeah.
That's it. So, I want to see if this chat is incredibly hyped up right now for us to kick things off.
Boy.
If my friend Old Man Tup is ready to talk to us about his first round pick, he is going to be the first pick overall in GBA Season 5 draft. Old Man Tup, are you around, my friend?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
We got Old Man Tup here, and we are going to jump right into the draft, guys. I want to see a ton of hype in the chat right now, and I want to see Old Man Tup. Let's hear it, Old Man Tup. What are you thinking, man? Tell us what you're thinking. You don't have to tell us what you're picking just yet, but tell us what you're thinking before we jump into this.
Okay, I had a lot of time to think about this, and my thoughts were there's 31 picks after my first, so I really have to pick something that can be a staple core to part of my team. So I went over the list, and I analyzed, and I went looking through to see what I could find that filled the most check marks for things that my team needed to be successful. And as I went over it, I found some things. The Volt Turn is very popular in this league and just a momentum builder for your opponent. So I wanted something might be able to slow that down a bit. As in any competitive format, Stealth Rocks are a huge bonus. So you need to be able to set them and remove them. And I like being able to remove my rocks.
Oh, God.
On my side,
I think I know where this is going.
Without removing the rocks that I've already set. So I wanted a spinner and not...
Don't do it, Tub.
He's going to do it.
A defogger. I also wanted an electric immunity, a good ground type, because having a good ground type is so crucial in this league. And who doesn't like the steel type with the popularity and power of fairies in this league? So, with the first overall pick in the GBA Season 5, the Pittsburgh Pirates are going to pick Excadrill.
Oh, damn it.
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, kicking off Season 5 of the GBA with the first pick overall. Old Man Tup is going to pick Guacamole. Excadrill.
Guacamole.
So, Miguel, what do you think? You've used Guacamole before, and thank you, Tup, for that was beautiful and great pick, man. I definitely agree. Curious to hear Miguel's thoughts here.
Very simple. I mean, Excadrill was on my list, definitely. Excadrill is the best spinner in the game. At the same time, it has a phenomenal typing, and it's a Pokemon that is actually better, in my opinion, in the League format than it is in Standard Play. And it's pretty damn good in Standard Play. But in the League format, the thing that people don't know about Excadrill is that they think it's frail. They don't realize that you can make this thing into an incredible...
Customize your EVs.
Because he has such a high HP stat, you can really, really do so many different things with it. It's an excellent spinner. Mold Breaker Stealth Rocks do not care about Magic Bounce. An insanely high attack stat. It can be a Sand Sweeper. It's just a phenomenal Pokemon, and I'm not surprised. I was kind of hoping, but I'm not surprised it got taken away in the first round, the first pick, honestly.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Old Man Tup starts to try to build out this sand team as he goes, because Excadrill is very, very good on its own, right? Like you said, it covers a lot of different things. Stealth Rocks, it covers a lot of different things. We actually just got our second pick in here as well, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Tup is going to be actually building the sand team out. But the second pick overall for the GBA Season 5 draft is going to be Latios, and Crimson Seabat is going to pick that, and you guys are going to see here that the drafts are going to be auto-playing as we get the information in, so that's just going to keep things seamless for us and we can streamline this. But Crimson, I don't know if you're here, if you want to jump on and explain your thoughts really quickly. If not, me and Miguel could take it.
What is going on, GBA fans? There were a lot of options. There were a lot of options here. There's, 700 plus Pokemon, and I only had to worry about one Pokemon being drafted before me. Same thought process along with Tup. He wanted a spinner. He wanted something. He wanted a ground immunity. He wanted this, that, and the other. I wanted a more offensive presence. I wanted something that I could run specially offensive. I wanted something I could run physically offensive. I wanted something fast. I wanted something that can take a hit. I want something that can defog. I want something that can do everything. And yeah, Latios is okay, but I wanted the blue one. I wanted Latios.
I wanted the blue one.
You wanted the power. You wanted that 100.
This thing is power. Not to mention, I think people sleep on the fact that in the GBA type format, you could do a lot of different creative things. And Latios does have a usable 90 base attack stat with things like Sucker Punch. So it's not exactly, Oh, we got our next pick coming in already. So we actually have Lit Nibs, and the Long Island Regirockers are going to grab the first Mega Evolution of the draft that was not franchised. Mega Slowbro. I did not see this coming either. Miguel, tell me your thoughts about Mega Slowbro.
Well, I'm kind of on the fence here because I don't know. This Pokemon is definitely a very big threat because, of course, you can't crit it, and it has an insane defense stat. On top of that, you can really set up, and unless your opponent, if you have rest and sleep talk, this thing can literally sweep an entire team. So,
I mean, this thing is amazing. Not to mention, while you can't really take advantage of the Regenerator once you Mega Evolve, you can send it in, take a hit, and switch out immediately and not attack and still benefit from the Regenerator that Slowbro otherwise does. And just to point out again, Slowbro can still be drafted. Just because Mega Slowbro is drafted, we consider Megas and their non-Mega forms to be separate Pokemon entirely. So Slowbro can still be drafted. And I think that's a great pickup by Nips. It's going to be interesting to see how he builds his team out.
Very interesting.
One of the things about Slowbro is it wasn't even drafted last season, so it's so interesting to see it taken third overall. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but it's an interesting Pokemon to build your team around. And again, the fact that it cannot be crit makes it incredibly valuable. Having reliable recovery, Scald Burns. I mean, this thing does a lot of different stuff.
A very good move pool. Fire Blast, Ice Beam, and
We just got a huge pick coming in. The Milwaukee Sawsbucks, who have franchise tagged Mega Gardevoir, which will sacrifice 40 points of their free point total, so he only has 360 points to use for his free 4 Pokemon, is going to pick the Fire Steel Pokemon Heatran right here, right now. So I'm starting to see the makings of a Fairy Steel Dragon core that maybe Steve's trying to put together here.
I mean, this is not a surprise. Heatran always tends to get picked on the first round every single season. It's a phenomenal Pokemon that can be both a very reliable wall and also a Scarfer, offensive. Like, yeah, it's an incredible special attack stat. So, and a very, very good move pool. Its quad weakness to ground can be exploited in this format, but Heatran has proved itself to be very reliable, throughout the seasons of the GBA. So I'm not surprised that it got picked so early. And it's very interesting that Steve actually went for it. Alongside Mega Gardevoir, it's already looking like a scary team.
Yeah, just those two Pokemon alone, the fact that Mega Gardevoir hits so hard, he's got two big special attackers. It's going to be interesting to see whether he tries to pick up a flying-type dragon later on, or maybe something that can levitate to kind of counteract the low defense stat on Gardevoir. But here comes the next pick from the San Francisco Giants, is going to pick up Latias.
The Twins are gone.
The Twins are gone. And I can tell you, me personally, sitting here, Miguel, my pick's coming up, and I'm sitting here hoping I can get the Latias. I wanted Latias as my number one pick, and here it is. It's gone.
Snipe City, man. Snipe City.
It's going to be brutal, and you're going to see a lot of snipes happening in this draft.
This is a phenomenal pick.
Oh my god, you guys need to see the GBA draft right now because people are going. It's hilarious to watch this going on right now with Latias coming in here, probably the best defogger in the game.
I knew the Lottie Twins were not going to reach me. I was 100% convinced. It's just Excadrill. I had hope, but the Lottie Twins are just so good. He already has hazard removal. He has one of the best defoggers in the game, and a Pokemon with an insane move pool that can set up. It can be defensive. It can be fully speedy, offensive. It's just a phenomenal pick. Phenomenal.
Doesn't it get Healing Wish too?
Yes, it does. That's what differentiates it.
That's such a good move. Yeah,
Latias does not get Healing Wish.
It gets Memento. Latios gets Memento. Latias gets Healing Wish, which is phenomenal, especially if Geo's able to pick up a really good Mega that, if it gets a second life, is going to be amazing. So we should get this next draft pick coming in here very, very soon. And I'm really excited to see who the Loudreds are going to pick. They've already franchised Weavile, and he is going to go right back to his Season 4 roots and pick up Mega
He didn't wait for
Manectric.
that one. He did not wait for this one, man.
Wow.
He didn't leave it up to chance. He's like, this is mine.
So
this is my Mega.
Already, Mulvone is starting to kind of look back to what he did in Season 4,
Very
having
offensive.
Weavile and Mega Manectric, two ginormous offensive threats, especially having such good pivoting with the Volt switching from Mega Manectric, also intimidating. It has that Lightning Rod before you Mega Evolve. I do think this is a first-round pick, 100%, and I do think that had Mulvone not picked it now, it probably would have gotten picked later on. Fast Pokemon are crucial in the GBA type format, and Mega Manectric boasts an incredible, I believe, 135 base speed stat, if I'm not mistaken. It's very fast.
Yeah, no, the thing is, like, emphasis on the fact that looking at Movo's roster right now, he only has 2 Pokemon. He has 2 of the fastest Pokemon in the game already.
Yeah, Weavile's base 125, and I think Manectric is 135.
It's ridiculous. He's already going for speed. I know the kind of player Movo is, and I'm pretty sure he's liking his hyper offense. We'll see though. We'll see. He may pick some bulk later on, but he's already got some speed and some power. It's gonna be a threat.
Exactly. And just another thing to note, if you see an asterisk on a Pokemon's name, there's only 4 Pokemon. Those are franchise tags. But one of the fan favorites, the New York Mankeys, are coming through with their first pick overall, Mega Venusaur.
That core.
Mega Venusaur and Milotic put together. If you don't know, Mega Venusaur has 2 weaknesses when it Mega Evolves. Flying type and Psychic type. Milotic adds so much bulk between the two of them, so Shady will take a 40-point deduction in his free point total, but grabbing one of the, I personally think, probably top 2 Megas in the draft format, Mega Venusaur, I'm very impressed with Shady's lineup right now.
Wow, I can totally understand it now, but I did not see it coming. Like, I just didn't think about it, but
I can tell you, I just had every pick I wanted sniped, and that is brutal. So we'll see what John's going to pick here shortly, but we see Shady's team starting to come together very nicely here.
Two
really big threats.
Come on, John.
Yeah, me and Miguel have back-to-back picks, so it's gonna be funny.
Don't snipe me there,
I'm gonna snipe Miguel. It's gonna be all the whole time. It's gonna be fun. We have the New Orleans Pelipper's John Pokemon. If you guys don't know, he's put together so much of the GBA. Him and Magnitude, along with a lot of other players in the GBA. So shout-outs to them. And I just want to give a shout-out to Ezek, who put together this beautiful template for us to work with for the draft. And here comes John's pick, Mega Scissor. They traded. They did trade, that's right. So Shady had Mega Scissor last season, and John had Mega Venusaur, and they swapped their picks, and John's going to kick off his season with probably one of the top 3 or 4 Megas, in my opinion. This thing's amazing.
I mean, this is in standard play. This is the Mega that I use the most. So Mega Scissor is phenomenal. It's one of the best physically defensive pivots out there. It's amazing. It has a phenomenal typing, and you may think like, well, yeah, it's quad weak to fire, but that is so easy to patch up, with a team. Like, you can turn that weakness, like John, likes to say, into a strong point, basically. So I'm not surprised about this pick. John has talked to me about it in the past, and it's a phenomenal Pokemon. It's really
I don't know,
good.
Miguel. I don't know if you're ready for my pick to come through. It should be loading up here very shortly. It's about to be Snipe City, Miguel, because I know you want this Pokemon, and I'm super hyped. So I hope all my Rampardos fans out there are about to get turned up for my next pick, because it may not be Mega Scizor, it may not be Mega Venusaur, and it may not be the Laddies. I was forced to go something a little bit different, but I'm very excited for my next pick, and it should be rolling up here shortly. I'm waiting for the slide to load, but you're going to see kind of what I'm building my team around, and there it is. I took your Konnichiwa, man. I did it. I had to. So I saw Miguel take Victini last season and do a lot of work with it, and Mega Metagross is banned, and I felt that my team needed a Pokemon that could hit incredibly hard from both physically offensive and specially offensive, and I know Victini doesn't get head smashed, but I feel that Victini can head smash our way to victory here, having one of the strongest attacks in the game. Coming off that 100 base attack stat. You know Victini better than anyone. What do you think?
I mean, this Pokemon is amazing. You slap a choice band on it, and there are very few switches in the entirety of the game. And it can be also be a very reliable Scarfer. It can be a mixed. I used it a lot with Expert Belt too. It's just very unpredictable, very scary. You can be physically defensive as well. Those 100 base stats all over it's a really good Pokemon. Like, I picked it first last season for a reason, and I kind of hate you right now, Dan.
Why don't you tell me about your pick real quick, since it's coming up? I'm sure you submitted it already, but let's hear it.
I did it. Yes, I got it. I did it against Snipe. Let's go, boy. Okay, should load out. I put it before. It should load now. Come on.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what you're going to pick as your first pick.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Did you have anything that you were juggling? There it is. Oh, my God.
Yeah, boy.
Mega Altaria.
Altaria. Now, the reason I got Mega Altaria is I was actually on the fence between two Megas, and I ultimately decided to go with this one. The reason I went with Mega Altaria is because its typing is just amazing, and it's a Pokemon that can do several things very, very well. It can be a Dragon Dance Sweeper. It can also be a defensive Mon Cleric. It can do a lot of different
physically
things.
And offensive. Physically and specially offensive.
I need Pokemons that can actually do a lot of different things, and they can do said things well. Altaria is a top tier threat in OU, and its success and its viability, and as reliable as it is, it doesn't change with the draft format. It's a phenomenal Pokemon, and I'm so pumped I got it.
That was such a good pick, man. This thing would have gotten picked if you didn't grab it now.
Yeah,
this thing is gone. There's no doubt about it in my mind. I believe who's our next pick coming up here after you? That was a wonderful pick.
Gubs.
So Gubs. Yeah, so now we're going to jump into the franchise, the new teams. We have 4 new teams joining us. We have 16 teams in the draft, so we're going to jump into those expansion teams here, which did have the chance to franchise a non-drafted Pokemon if they wanted to. So Gubs is going to be kicking things off here in just a second. We're going to see what he drafted, and looks like he's going to go for Thundurus Therian form.
Oh, that is a very, very interesting first pick. This thing has proven itself to be a very, very big threat, not only in the GBA, but in the GBA D League as well. This monster has a very, very high special attack stat. It is a clear example of a Pokemon that is actually a lot better in the draft format than it is in standard play. In the draft format, this thing has an insane move pool. It can double dance. It learns Nasty Plot and Agility. It hits really hard. You can Scarf it. You can Specs it. It is immune to electric, so I'm not surprised he picked this. It's a very powerful Pokemon.
No, for sure. Definitely amazing. I think you mentioned boasts, 145 base special attack stat, the ability to Volt Switch, and so on and so forth. I'm actually going to add someone to the call here to discuss, because they're coming up in 2 picks. We have Lars, the coach of the Borussia Don fans. If he's around, Lars, if you want to jump on the call here, because I know your pick's coming up very soon, and I'll let you explain your pick once it comes up if you're here, Lars.
Of course I'm here. All the guys and girls.
All right, so we got Lars here. And guys, in the chat, feel free to type in your favorite team, and you can get their Twitter names if you want to go follow someone's Twitter. We have all the information, all the commands are in the chat, so feel free to check them out. But we have our next pick rolling up here shortly, and I'm waiting for it to come through. It looks like it's... Wow. So the Boston Red Sox, led by Superblaw, a former GBA player, has returned back to the GBA, is going to pick up the defensive tank that is Skarmory. What do you think about that, Lars?
Well, it's with Manatee together, he already got his offensive up. He's starting to build his defensive, and Skarmory is, like, with Roost, has a control, decent fast even. The counter sturdy is always a problem for things that can actually get it down with physical attack only, of course.
Not to mention the ability to do 2 different entry hazards, spikes, stealth rocks, the ability to remove those entry hazards, and it actually is a decently offensive threat with that Brave Bird. But Lars, since you're up next, I believe, you want to talk a little about your thought process coming into your next pick?
Yeah, of course. Like, first of all, goddammit, Miguel, that was my pick. But okay, I was very late in the draft, so I was bound to get sniped. And I wanted power for the first pick, so Mega Altaria was one choice. Manatee was another, but that was gone real quick. So why not go with it's basically the most powerful mon in the tier.
I'm waiting for it to show up here. Don't spoil, because I want to see the excitement too. Oh man,
It's powerful.
It's pure power.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. It's not banned in OU for no reason.
Oh
I
my
had to pick
goodness.
it. Someone had to pick it up.
So guys, Landorus Eye, like I said before and mentioned a few times, the GBA has a specific draft tiering system, and Landorus Eye is not banned in the GBA. It is allowed in the GBA, and it looks like Lars, L Scissor, is going to pick this thing up. And you mentioned you think this is the most powerful Pokemon in the tier, and I don't think you're wrong. It's got Sheer Force, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. With a Life Orb, it's
basically
free choice specs.
What is it? 101 base speed, so it's going to outpace those base 100s as well. Is that correct?
Right.
Wow.
Very sneaky stuff, Rocket Dude.
This thing is insane.
I feel most like the Rock Polish set. That's a terrifying set. Like, it's really, really powerful. This thing is a monster, and I'm not surprised. Like, I knew this thing was going to go away in round 1. Like, it may have a 4 times weakness to ice, but that's very easy to, prepare for. And
you could run Yachi on it. You could throw an AV up there to kind of counteract those HP ices. Lars, in the future of your draft, you draft a bulky water or something that could take those ice hits. I'm sure you'll be just fine, and I think this Landorus Eye is going to put in a lot of work. It's going to be interesting to see. I think this is the first season. We didn't allow Landorus Eye last season, if I'm not mistaken, or it went undrafted, so it's going to be joining us here, and we're going to see how it goes. But oh my God! So another expansion team, Sceptile MC, and the San Francisco Arcanines is going to pick up regular Scissor, not Mega Scissor, and he is going to have the ability to throw a Choice Band, a Choice Scarf, and do whatever he wants. Fist, Steel Plate or whatever it's called. I mean, he's got a lot of options, and I don't know too much about Scissor. Maybe you do, Miguel, but this thing's a threat.
It's a threat. I really think George picked this because he was very successful in the D League with Mega Scizor, so he went with Scizor. I think I understand this pick. It's a very, very good Pokemon. It has priority. It can actually clear hazards away. It's a very powerful setup sweeper, very good pivot. And like I said, Scizor maybe 4 times weak to ice, but that is its only weakness. It has very good bulk. And it's just very, very powerful. Very powerful. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised he got taken. It's a very interesting pick, but it's a very, very
we talk a lot about. You'll hear us talk a lot about momentum and Volt Turn combos, using U-Turn and Volt Switch to gain momentum in this format, and it's even more important in this format than any other because you know what 11 Pokemon your opponent has going into the match, and you see that, and you prepare for it, and you know different areas that you're going to be able to gain momentum to send in your nukes, send in your big Pokemon, your offensive hitters. But we're going to fly right into the Atlanta Hawluchas, another return back to the GBA, and he is going to pick the Defogging Fairy Monster. And
Tier 2.
Tier 2, yes. So very good value for this pick. Grabbing his Tier 2 Pokemon, it is going to be Togekiss. And we're going to also talk a little bit about, and you'll hear, that their fairy types are few and far between in this draft format, only being, limited to things like Sylveon and Togekiss and Clefable. You got Florges as well for one of the lower tier mons, but a strong fairy type, in my opinion, is so pivotal to this draft type format.
Yeah, this Pokemon it's very bulky, but it can also be a very devastating Scarfer. It has a lot of utility. It can be a setup sweeper. It can be defensive. It can be cleric. It can be hazards control. It has a phenomenal typing, unique, in Flying Fairy, and I'm not surprised it went this quick. I think Fizz is going to do some nasty stuff with Togekiss, and I'm not looking forward to facing it.
I don't want to face this air slashing shenanigans. I don't.
I'll get flinched every time.
It's scary. It's scary, and we do, like Miguel emphasized, this is a Tier 2 pick, so
exactly.
I think that's one of the better Tier 2 Pokemon.
It's a very, very interesting, you don't have to go with your Tier 1. You may see something,
Speaking of Fairy-type Pokemon, as I mentioned, Hayden, welcome to the GBA, my friend Hayden. If you guys don't know, Hayden is one of the newest teams and the newest addition to the GBA, the Sacramento Sea Kings, picking up probably the best Fairy type in the draft. Aside from maybe Mega Gardevoir, it is Clefable.
this Pokemon is the best fairy in the game, and that is I mean, it could be paired up with Mega Altaria for that title, but considering it's a Mega, this Pokemon is amazing. Like I hate it personally. I despise this Pokemon with like every inch of my body, but for the right reasons. It's very good. It's very annoying to face. It learns Thunder Wave. It has an amazing coverage. You can actually pack a Life Orb on this thing and put it in Focus Blast, Fire Blast, etc. And all right, here we got all the picks, by the way. But I'll talk a little bit about
we just swapped over so we can talk a little bit about round one, kind of as a summary here, while some of the other players are able to kind of catch up and start to prepare for round two. As Hayden does have back-to-back picks, as the way the format works, it's a snake format, so Hayden's actually going to be our next pick again. So he gets what's called the wheel pick. But we see kind of an overview here of all the picks, and if anyone else wants to hop in here, whether it's Crimson or Geo, I know Geo's here, Old Man Tub. If anyone wants to hop in here and just kind of give us your thoughts as well on round one as a whole here, since we got that out of the way.
Yeah, I'll talk. Yeah, sorry.
So we got Crimson.
All right, I guess I'll kick things off because there are a lot of speculation as far as why things went drafted so early, as opposed to, if you're familiar with watching other leagues and how drafts unfold, there are a lot of thought processes involved here with all the different coaches. I mean, you've got people like, obviously, A-Drive and Miguel both play, completely different than how people like myself or how Gym Leader Geo play. So we all have different things in mind when we want to draft. That's why when you see something like threats like Excadrill and Latios drafted first and second overall, followed by something like Mega Slowbro drafted third overall, in my opinion, that's not a very offensive threat, but that thing will sit in front of a lot of teams.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see how the different coaches are evaluating their drafts overall, even after the first round.
I want to grab Geo's thoughts since Gym Leader Geo is here as well, and he's another one of our coaches. Geo, who do you think, aside from yourself, of course, who do you think got the best pick overall in the first round, the best steal?
I think early round one picks are so important for setting the pace for what your team's going to build, and so I'm really curious to see some of the later picks. But right now, the pickup of Heatran when you have Mega Gardevoir is a huge one. Having the power of that, the early picks, the pre-picks with the, franchise tags. Mm-hmm. And franchise tagging a monster like Mega Gardevoir, who's so strong in this format. And then getting someone who really shores up well with that in Heatran. That's a really powerful first pick. I really like the Victini pick also. I think Victini's so good in this format, so props on you.
Thank you, Gio. It looks like we actually got a couple of our picks in from round two, so if you guys are ready to jump into it, and I want to see this chat get hyped again for round two as Hayden.
Emphasis on Clefable, though. Like, I really wanted to emphasize, like, it also learns Stealth Rocks. Like, that Pokemon is going to do so much. I personally think, like, if I were to say, I think that's one of the best pickups in this first round, Clefable. I'm not surprised Hayden picked it as well because I've seen him use it quite frequently, actually. So
drafting Pokemon that you're familiar with is always a good way to start.
You don't just have to go for power. You have to go with a Pokemon that you are going to feel comfortable using as well.
Yeah. So everyone ready to rock? Round two, baby?
Let's go.
All right, so we're going to jump into round two here. Hayden has our first pick in round two of the GBA Season 5 draft. Adding on to his team of Clefable, he is going to pick up... It looks like he went for Paul! Slowbro. Man. Now, if you watch Hayden on YouTube, and I do, I'm a big fan of his, he loves to use Paul the Slowbro, and I'm not surprised here that he drafts regular Slowbro as Mega Slowbro's already taken. He's going to draft Slowbro as his Tier 2 pick, which to me is incredible value for a Tier 2 Pokemon. Bulky Waters are always valuable, and grabbing it as a Tier 2 to go with Clefable starts Hayden off with probably the best defensive core or the best defensive pair that we've seen so far since this draft has kicked off.
This is already really scary. Like, Clefable and Slowbro together, like, please, no.
How do you beat that? You don't. Slowbro is able to take on those Steel-type Pokemon that Clefable would otherwise be a little bit worried about. It handles Heatran very well. It handles Pokemon like that, while Clefable can pretty much take on most offensive threats just in general, and fighting types just can't even touch Hayden's team so far as we see Hayden put this together.
Yeah, I think Hayden's team does not believe in exercise, really. They're very... Very big.
But they both have reliable recovery, which is also a very good point to kind of emphasize on.
Yeah.
So
Oh, man.
I really like
Wow.
that pick, and I'm curious to see how things
is
play out in round 2. And one thing to emphasize here as well is every round is just as important as the previous because there's no force to pick a Pokemon in a certain round. As Fizzy Stardust is going to come through here with the Dragon-type Pokemon Garchomp, and we see another one of these Fairy Dragon Steel cores start to get formed, just as you see a Fire Water Grass core. Those are very common themes in competitive Pokemon, and Garchomp comes through. Another Ice Weakness, but what are your thoughts on Garchomp, Miguel?
Emphasis on the fact that you guys can see it's a free pickup because a lot of people may be confused at first, but Garchomp, we tiered it as tier 2, not tier 1. So that is his second tier 2 pick, just in case anybody gets confused as to why it's there. So he's already picked up a tier 2 and one of his free picks, one of his point picks, basically.
That is correct. So now, just to kind of summarize, Fizz is going to use up some of those 400 points. So I believe Tier 2 costs 120 points.
120, yes.
So he's going to be down to 280 points for his last 3 picks. So if he wanted to pick his, because he already picked a Tier 2, he filled the Tier 2 slot. He started going for his free slot because he felt that he would rather have Garchomp and his Tier 1 Pokemon. He's not really focused on that right now, it seems like, from Fizz. He feels like his Tier 1 Pokemon he's aiming for can wait another round. That's his thought process, it looks like. So, good pick on that. I really like Garchomp. Obviously, that 102 base speed makes it just edge above the competition. That's a fast Pokemon. Hits from both ends of the spectrum. And speaking of those dragon types, we have the free pick, also a Tier 1 pick. So you see here that now the draft should hopefully start to make a little bit more sense. Tier 1 pick is Goodra, so that's going to go into his free slot here. He's going to use up 180 points of those free 400 points and pick up the defensive, specially defensive monster. Not to mention can be offensive and specially offensive Goodra.
Goodra is, I'm actually not surprised at all by this pick because, again, George used this in the D-League Season 2, and he had great success with this Pokemon. I know John, aka Pokemon, the coach of the New Orleans Peppers, also really likes this Pokemon because Goodra is a lot better in this format than it is in standard play. The reason Goodra is so good in this format is because it can take a lot of different kind of hits and it has an exceptional move pool. This thing learns Power Whip. This thing learns so many different moves. And has 2 very interesting abilities as well.
Sludge Wave. It gets Sludge Wave.
Yeah, exactly. Like fairies, what's a fairy? This thing has its move pool is insane and its bulk is ridiculous. So I'm not surprised at all that George picked this. I knew I had in mind that he wanted this Pokemon, but I'm surprised he took it so early. But hey,
good point too in the chat here. We got a Fire Resist to kind of complement Scissor.
Yeah,
a lot of people seem to be confused about the tiering, but again, we've adjusted the tiers specific to the competitive draft league format, and what we had a council of people adjust every single Pokemon to what we thought was fair. And speaking of a tier 1 threat, probably one of the biggest threats in the league, Azumarill, another one of those fairy-type Pokemon that are so rare. Azumarill comes in to cover that Landorus Eye Ice Weakness and also provide equivalent to 150 base attack stat because of huge power. This thing is an absolute monster.
The Dom fans are looking so scary already. Wow, these 2 picks are very powerful. In case anybody wonders, this is a tier 1 pick as well, so he wasted 180 points for this thing. So he cannot... unless he picks a lower cost Mega, he can't afford another tier 1. So that's very interesting. He's going for the top 5 right off the bat. And Landorus Incarnate and Azumarill together, that's spooky.
a hard-hitting set of Pokemon right there.
Spooky. Yeah, and priority, phenomenal typing. It's great. It's great.
We shouldn't underestimate its bulk, too. 180 across the board from its HP to its defense stats. It's got priority through Aqua Jet, Superpower, Play Rough, Aqua Jet, Ice Punch. I mean, this thing covers the board in terms of, different offensive, options here. This thing's a beast. But we're going to see Super Blah and the Boston Red Sox draft the unspeakable Pokemon, the Moonduck Cresselia, which is going to counteract and counterpart nicely with Skarmory. You see the bulk starting to form with Nick's draft and playstyle. The bulk is coming, and Cresselia is one of those Pokemon that everyone seems to hate. Miguel, why does everyone hate Cresselia?
In case anybody's confused, in the GBA, we have the unspoken rule of don't draft Cresselia.
Yeah, we don't draft. Last season, it went undrafted, not because it's good. Or because it's not good, because it's too good that we took it out.
A lot of people have there are issues with this Pokemon due to its excessive weight, and
Nick doesn't care about the rules. The unspoken rules. Dang, so Cresselia and Skarmory, not to mention Manaphy, which has base 100 stats across the board. I'm scared, man. And it gets Lunar Dance too, which doesn't that get Manaphy in for free, basically?
Yes.
That's scary, man. This
Very,
thing is
very,
scary.
Very good observation. I didn't think about that. Damn.
Yeah, so
Wow.
you basically might have to face Manaphy twice in the same match just because Cresselia can bring it back. He's got hazards. He could wear things down with Toxic with the Moon Duck. This thing does get fairy coverage. It's got a Moon Blast. It's got, Psychic type moves. And we're going to see the Arizona Deoxys also go for bulk and pick Gliscor.
Gliscor is a phenomenal pick. Even though it's quad weak to ice, it has a very interesting stats distribution that allows it to go specially defensive and actually take it really, really well. It has access to reliable recovery, has access to taunt, source dance, agility, baton pass, stealth rocks, and of course, we all know it for its incredible ability in toxic heal. So we do see a glaring ice weakness right there in his team, but these are only the two first Pokemon. Like
Gubs is a very smart player. I look for him to kind of alleviate some of that ice weakness. But Miguel, you're coming up next. I'm sure you submitted your pick already, but why don't you give us some of your thoughts to kind of go alongside your Mega Altaria?
I'm ready. Get away. Not gonna spoil it, but it's.
Oh man,
I got it.
It's gonna be interesting to see how Gubs tries to patch up that ice weakness that he has now. He's gonna really want to grab one of those bulky waters, maybe a Blastoise, maybe something like that can kind of tank those ice hits, so he has a reliable way to handle them. Thunderous obviously.
Are you ready, Dan?
Can Volt Switch out. I don't even want to know what you're gonna pick, Miguel.
The best Pokemon in this format.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
I can't even imagine. What did he pick?
The plan is coming through. Come on.
Oh god, what is it?
He wants to come out.
Oh my god, dude, the Snipe City is back.
You took my konnichiwa.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
So I'll talk a little. Yeah, why don't you talk a little bit about it, and then I'll try to jump on it since I have experience with Mew.
All right, cool. The reason I picked Mew is because it can literally do anything. So I think that is a very valuable trait in this format. This Pokemon can set up rocks, can defog hazards away. It can actually be a setup sweeper. It can be a scarfer. You can choice band it. There's so many things it can do. It can be physical special. Its move pool is literally...
It's everything.
Most fast. Yeah, it's everything. It's everything that can be learned via TM and such. And it's... I really, really wanted this Pokemon. And I was very, very nervous because I thought it wasn't going to get back to me. Because I needed Mega Altaria more. I'm very happy about this pick. Yeah.
Don't taunt me on this, Miguel. But the thing about Mew is like you mentioned, it's very, very versatile. And kind of a little tip from one friend to another here: you don't want to get caught up with Mew as a defensive Pokemon because that's what it does the best. But it can do so many things. And I found that last season, it was hard to use Mew to its full potential because you always want to fall into that defensive Will-O-Wisping, defogging, soft-boiled role. But it can do so many things, including the move Taunt. But we're gonna jump into my pick here coming up next, and I'm going to grab the Fairy-type monster that is Sylveon. And, I love the evolutions, I really do, and Fairy types come few and far between, and I really was eyeing Clefable, and that was my pick that I wanted. I wanted Clefable so badly, but obviously Hayden was able to pick that up before me. Yeah. So I went for what I thought was the next best pick for a Fairy type.
Without a doubt.
So Sylveon boasts impressive, I believe, base 110 special attack, 130 special defense, and it's got a lot of different things it could do in terms of being a cleric. It can hit pretty hard with Pixelate Hyper Voices. It's also got the ability, to baton pass out, which is something I really like. So I kind of have a little baton pass U-turn core going on here, and I think it starts to build out what I'm looking forward to trying to build as a defensive core. Again, Fairy types are few and far between,
exactly.
So I had to grab Sylveon now because it wasn't going to be there when
that's kind of why I went with Mega Altaria. It's very important to get your Fairy, and the fact that you got this Pokemon is really, really good. And like you said, the pool of fairies is very shallow. Like, there's not much there. And this Pokemon has the very good trait that, something that it does better than Clefable, is that not only can it be a very good cleric, it can also be a devastating choice specs user. So, talking about
fairies, like I said, guys, the Fairy types... The Fairy types were going to come through, and they were going to be picked and prioritized. And here we see our first Tier 2 Fairy aside from Togekiss is Florges, which is a specially defensive monster. And just before I forget about it, we are closing in on 4,000 viewers, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. If you want to tweet out the stream, ~ tweet in the chat to tweet it out, and feel free to share it on social media to get some more hype for GBA Season 5, as I know you guys are turned up. But let me know what you think about Florges, which is an amazing pick in itself.
Florges, I have a lot of experience with this Pokemon because it was in my roster. It was my Flabébé, and it did very good things for me in Season 4. It's actually a very, very good Pokemon. It's very similar to Sylveon, and it is a little bit inferior, but it's still very good. It does what it needs to do. It can actually be a very decent offensive set. It can be but what it does best is being a cleric and, having access to reliable recovery, being able to pass off pretty big wishes, and overall that monstrous special defense stat, which is just
correct.
crazy.
Usually you run it physically defensive because
Exactly.
the special defense
You don't
stat
need to
is
invest
so
in
high.
that.
Yeah, and we again this Fairy Dragon Steel core, guys. I hate to keep
Mega
putting it
Scissor
out.
and Florges. Mega
but
Scissor and Florges.
That's impressive. And here we have Shady Penguin and the New York Mankeys adding on to his Milotic and his Mega Venusaur and going with that Psychic and Flying Resist that I was talking about to kind of help out Mega Venusaur. He's going to go for the star lucky Pokemon that is Jirachi.
I think a lot of people won't realize how good of a core this is. I've laddered and know you, and I've faced Mega Venusaur and Jirachi cores. They are very, very hard to take down. Those two complement each other perfectly. It is a very, very good pick. He already has a Pokemon that can be a stealth blocker, a Pokemon that you can just slap a Choice Scarf and Iron Head everything. It's just Jirachi, in my opinion, is one of the best Pokemon in this format, and I think Shady has a nasty core.
That's
going
scary.
on.
It's got the ability to U-turn, like you mentioned.
Nasty.
Can be specially offensive or physically offensive. It also has the ability to be defensive, and it's got that base 100 across the board, as we see those, those legendaries like Mew and Manaphy and so on and so forth have. Jirachi's a problem with that Serene Grace ability, and it's very, very scary. And again, it does cover those two weaknesses that Mega Venusaur has. So I'm starting to see Shady's team come into full fruition here, and it's scary for his first few picks.
Add Milotic on top of that. Oh my.
Which was franchise tag. So, guys, if you see an asterisk, there's 4 teams that have franchise tag. And there it is. Oh, my God.
People were
Molvone.
asking. Oh, he got the core.
Molvone. Wow.
He got the Intimidate core. Oh, wow.
That's
He wasn't able to do that last season.
That's scary.
Oh, damn.
So Molvone is reconstructing his Season 4 team until he just dropped this bombshell on us, as I just saw it come through a little bit ago. This Landorus T, one of the top tier Pokemon in this draft in general, and you'll see he already franchised Weavile, so he's going to use Landorus T, and that's very interesting because his free point total is actually minimized. He has 400 points to start with. Franchising Weavile brings him down to 360. He's going to spend 180 points on Landorus, so now that puts him down to, I believe, 180 points left or something like that for 3 Pokemon. Yeah. So his last 3 free picks, he only has 180 points.
It's probably going to be a
to
tier
spend
3 and 2 tier 5s, for example. That would work.
So tier 5s are 40 points, tier 3 or tier
Molvone
4s are
invests
60 points.
very hard. Yeah, Molvone invested very hard into the higher tier Pokemon, as we can see here. He's really throwing out his money.
Yeah,
to get these
and you'll
guys.
see here, some people's strategy is to invest in the biggest threats they can right away. Others think about more the long term, and they say, hey, you know what? I think this Pokemon is going to sit there until the end. I'm going to not grab them now. I want to have a more, generally spaced out team. Miguel, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Miguel. Motto, Miguel's favorite Pokemon from last season, the defensive monster that is Hippowdon.
Gio!
Amazing Pokemon in this format, and it just got picked by Gym Leader Gio and the San Francisco Giants. I don't know if Gio's here and wants to hop on and talk about this pick real quick.
Oh, Gio.
Got you, Miguel.
He's here. What do you got, Gio?
Got you, buddy.
I hate you. I hate you.
Let's call it an homage to your team last season. Yo, Hippowdon is so good in this format, guys. I mean, this is a monster who's been one of the top defensive threats for so long. You can kind of blame John here, though. I had my eye on Florges until that Snipe City right now, guys.
Yeah,
This thing is
City.
This thing is a phenomenal physical wall, having the ability to use Slack Off. It's got hazards. You don't have to run Sandstorm on it. You don't have to have the Sand Stream ability. You can also run its other ability. I'm not sure what it is, like Sand Rush or something. Sandforce. So you have other options with this thing.
Yeah,
I'm curious to
you
see
do.
whether Gio's going to build out this Sand team here. You don't have to spoil anything, Gio, but
My plans.
I'm going to try to overcome my hatred for Gio and just emphasize on Hippowdon being one of the best walls, not only in standard play.
Oh
but in
God!
this-
Oh
Wow.
God!
So that core.
Steve, the Milwaukee Sawsbucks, just picked an amazing pick. Rotom Wash to go alongside Heatran and Mega Gardevoir.
That is insane core, dude.
And we've seen some scary teams starting to get formed here, but this is the scariest in my opinion, Miguel.
Yeah, it's man, Heatran and Rotom Wash fit so well together. I didn't even think about that. Wow.
Rotom Wash has the ability to levitate, which is going to counteract that ground weakness that Heatran is so afraid of. But what it also does is actually is able to sponge up some of those other hits. It provides a physical or especially defensive wall, a nice pivot.
A very
it can
nice
take
pivot.
on those water-type
Very nice
moves.
This Pokemon is so hard to switch into because it has electric, it has water, and it can burn you. And the combination of those three factors make it very, very difficult to pivot around. And it's just a nuisance. This Pokemon is a nuisance. It's very good at what it does. And it's been OU, forever for a reason. So
yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that can be predictable in some ways because it's always going to run the same 4 or 5 moves, but you never know whether it's especially offensive or defensive, or what it's really going to do. It's
exactly.
very dynamic.
It's one of those Pokemon that it doesn't matter.
Oh, God. Nips.
Are you serious?
I think I already see where Nips is headed here. Drafting the bulkiest wall in the format, in my opinion. Chansey, which I know all too well, forming my Chansey Mega Sableye core last season, which took me to the championship. Nips is going to pick up Chansey and Mega Slowbro now to start to build his defensive presence, and we see a lot of bulk. And one of the things here, Chansey's only weakness is fighting type, and we know that Mega Slowbro can sponge those hits without a problem, having a base 180 defense stat after it Mega Evolves, I believe.
That core is so he did have a plan. He did have a plan with that Mega Slowbro pick. Oh, God.
Now it starts to make sense. I was a little iffy about him going for it first overall or third overall, first in the first round, grabbing Mega Slowbro. I didn't think it would go. In fact, I think he could have waited a few rounds on that. But now I start to see his plan here with Chansey and Mega Slowbro forming a very impressive defensive core between the two of them because Chansey's weakness is covered by Mega Slowbro.
I mean, this is literally the Pokemon that I hate the most, so I'm not too happy to see it. And not paired with a Mega Slowbro. Like, it's not fun times, basically.
I just want to give it a quick shout out here to 4,000 plus viewers as our next pick comes in. I don't know if Crimson's here and wants to talk a little bit about his offensive monster that is Infernape.
Let's talk about Infernape. Let's talk about Infernape for a second. Infernape is one of my favorite Pokemon. This thing, now, we talked about how I picked Latios and how it was just so diverse in how it can be ran. Infernape's the exact same way, and it gets a completely different set of coverage moves, in my opinion. You've got Latios for certain threats. You've got Infernape for certain threats. I've got people drafting fire weaknesses already. I was like, you know what? Let's just pick up this monster right now before anybody else can get it.
Wow.
That's Detroit Steel Wings. No more Mega Beedrill first pick.
No more Mega Beedrill on the first pick.
He's come a long way with those 2 first picks. Damn.
Old man Tup, are you here? Let's get Tup on the phone real quick before this pick rolls up here, because I'm sure he submitted. Tup, are you still here? What do you got for me, Tup? Your pick's going to come up here soon. What are you thinking?
Why is nobody drafting bad?
I was looking, and I was thinking to myself, everyone is going to go after a bulky water type. So I need something that can handle bulky water types, because that was a big problem on my team last season. So I was looking down the tiers. What can I do that's going to have some reliable recovery? It can Sword Stance. It can Nasty Plot. It can Heal Bell. It's got so much use. It's one of those base 100 pixies, and I think it gets underappreciated. A strong grass type in this format is really, in my opinion, undervalued. So I was like, I want to start building part of my core. So I picked Celebi.
So Celebi, as you can see, comes up here, and actually Old Man Tup, we'll have him back here in a second, as he's going to actually have the wheel pick and come back. But we'll take a look at all of the drafts from round 2. And Miguel, why don't you let me know your thoughts on who you think got the best overall pick in round 2, kind of considering the cohesion that teams are starting to build here. And I think a good point you mentioned, there's no bad drafters this year. All the people, aside from Hayden, actually, have experience in this format, I believe. And Hayden is a tremendous battler in his own right, so he really has the idea. And it's very interesting to see how things are going down. Who do you think got the best pick?
Yeah, obviously I'm not gonna talk about me, but when it comes to I can't really respond to this question then, because I really like the vast majority of like a lot of people were really iffy on, is Hayden gonna draft bad? Is he gonna draft well? He got Clefable and Slowbro. That is an insane core. We got Movo 19. We got Movo with Mega Manectric and Landorus, the ever so famous Intimidate core right there, with a Weavile on top of that. So this guy is the offensive king right now. We got Shady Penguin with that Mega Venusaur Jirachi core, and throw in a melodic. Why not?
I've got to talk about the Milwaukee Sawsbucks, who had a really rough last season, weren't able to even finish out the season due to other things, and decided to make the return to the GBA. If you guys don't know, Steve, the Milwaukee Sawsbuck coach, actually started the GBA 5 seasons ago, and he's got an amazing team starting to come together here with the Mega Gardevoir, Heatran, and Rotom Wash to cover that Heatran's weaknesses, and I'm already really scared of that.
Everybody's drafting so well. Everybody.
It's
I
scary.
don't see anyone who I'm just questioning. No, everybody's doing a very good job, and I don't like that.
Yeah, it's very scary. Old Man Tup actually has the wheel pick here. So, Tup,
right.
if you want to give me some thoughts, you just picked Celebi after having Excadrill. And again, Tup is not going to be able to draft again for some, 30 picks now. So, Tup, this next pick is very, very crucial to go alongside your Excadrill and Celebi. Why don't you give us a little bit of thoughts on what you're kind of going for? And then if you want to unveil your third pick overall, I'll be glad to announce that as well.
Okay, so I was, again, looking down the tiers, trying to figure out what I could do that's really going to complement my team and the way I want to move forward overall in the draft. And like I said, I want to build a nice core with some reliable recovery. So I got Celebi. What's something that's going to pair up really good with Celebi and help out with Excadrill? And I wanted something that could be bulky, but could also run a little bit of offense if I needed to in a pinch. So I went with... actually was a mascot sniping with this one.
Uh-oh.
And I decided to go ahead and go with Arcanine.
Wow.
So, again, I hate to keep bringing this up, but we talk a lot about these Fairy Dragon Steel Cores. We also talk about Fire, Water, Grass, and the reason why is they cover each other's weaknesses very effectively.
Very good.
We're gonna see this next pick come in here, which I think is very interesting. Arcanine is amazing. It covers Celebi very well by having the Flash Fire ability. It can also be Intimidate. It can be physically defensive with Will-O-Wisp. It can be offensive, carrying things like Close Combat and Wild Charge, and obviously Flare Blitz. Arcanine's a really good pick. I don't know if I necessarily would have anticipated to come in the third round, but I definitely think it was a third, fourth round pick anyway, because it's one of the better value picks, a tier 3 value pick.
And it's another case of a Pokemon that I believe is better, again, in draft format than in standard play, because Arcanine can be a very decent offensive threat. It does have access to extreme speed. Extreme speed is a very, very, very beautiful thing, and you can never, be unhappy that you have extreme speed. And on top of that, it's just a phenomenal physical wall, too. It has outstanding synergy with Celebi on top of that. So, very good pick, Tup. Very good pick.
And to point out again, Tup is not going to have another pick for some 30 picks now.
Yeah.
So he really has to have the vision for long term, as his next picks will be back to back. So you can see him starting. I'm waiting to see if he tries to grab a bulky water here soon to really round out that core. Wow, that was the best segue I've ever had. Speaking of bulky waters, we have perhaps the bulkiest of bulky waters, Suicune.
Wow, we got Suicune here. That is a very, very interesting pick. I think it's a very strong tier 2. And even though Suicune is not the most versatile mon out there, it's very good at what it does.
Typically, you're going to see that Crocoon set, right? I mean, that's your standard Suicune. You're going to have your Calm Mind, your Scald, You do have the ability to throw Ice Beam on there if you need to.
On top of that, it can be a very good phaser. It can have. I've seen a lot of Suicunes with Rest, Sleep Talk, Scald, and Roar. So basically, nothing is setting up on you, which is also very nice. I think it's a very good pick. I think it's a very, very good Pokemon, and it really. Yeah, it's going to be a nuisance.
It starts to give the Steel Wings some bulk that Latios does give them, but it really gives them a dedicated, defensive presence, whether it be physically defensive or specially defensive. Yeah. Suicune rounds out, and I think is a very valuable tier 2 pick, and I don't think it would have made it back to Crimson if he didn't grab it now. So I definitely understand the pick, and I think that was a good pick.
Yeah. Yep. I
think we've got...
Let's see what.
Yeah,
Nips.
I'm really curious what Steve's gonna pick here. He's next up on the dock, I believe. No, Nips. I'm sorry. Nips is next. And wow.
Yes, I did not see this coming. Yes,
I never saw this. I definitely would not have anticipated for Alligator to go this early. Tier 2, obviously getting the Sheer Force released ability.
This thing's a threat, dude. This thing is a problem. And I'm surprised because he has a Mega Slowbro, so I wasn't expecting him to go for another Water type so soon. But in reality, if you think about it, this Pokemon is gonna go by very soon because it's really strong, and it's really scary, and it's just very good at what it does, either wall breaking or just straight up sweeping you. So, yeah, I like it.
This thing is impressive. It definitely is. And you can't really sleep on the fact that this thing can be specially offensive. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but Nidoqueen does it, right? Sheer Force, Life Orb, Nidoqueen doesn't have the highest special attack. It's not that far-fetched to run specially offensive Froggator in this format with Scald and things like that. It might even get, I think it gets
bulky
Ice
on the
Beam, maybe
physical
Focus Blast or something. I gotta look at my notes, but I'm pretty sure Froggator does have some viability as a specially offensive Pokemon, but obviously we know it as the Dragon Dance sweeper with priority, of course, Aqua Jet, Swords Dance, etc. But I'm really excited to see this next pick. Again, we talked about Steve's team really starting to come together. Rotom Wash, Mega Gardevoir, and Heatran now, and I'm really curious to see how he's going to tie that together because he's got this. Maybe we'll see him grab that Dragon type that we've been waiting for, and he's not going to grab the Dragon type, but he's going to grab a monster offensive threat, Conkeldurr, which is often seen as an Assault Vest user. So you can tell me a little bit about Conkeldurr if you want, Miguel.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to emphasize, didn't mean to interrupt, but I wanted to emphasize that it's a second tier 1 pick. All right, this is Conkeldurr. We have it as tier 1. And it's phenomenal. It's just great. It's one of the. It's like Dan said, is probably the best Assault Vest user. It has access to priority, stab priority, Drain Punch, which hits really, really hard. A lot harder than you would think. This thing outgoes a lot of things with Drain Punch.
And I think one of the things is you can't sleep on the fact that it has 3 viable abilities. Guts is the one you'll see most to allow it to be a status absorber for things like Will-O-Wisp, but it does have Sheer Force and Iron Fist, which boosts that Mach Punch and that Drain Punch, the Ice Punch, the Thunder Punch, the Poison Jab. It does so many things in Conkeldurr with that Assault Vest, has some insane bulk because of it, and this thing is a monster.
Yeah, but its best rate, its bulk is amazing, but the best rate this Pokemon has is this monstrous attack stat of 140.
140, 140 base
140.
attack stat. That's insane.
This is like a Dormanitan. Like, this thing hits really, really hard. So, yeah.
We're gonna see one of my personal favorites, and I think probably one of the 2 or 3 best tier 3 value picks. Vaporeon.
Gio, stop drafting such a core. Stop it.
Yeah, this is scary. Gio, if you're still here, you want to talk a little bit about Vaporeon?
Yeah, so Vaporeon. I'm feeling what you guys are talking about here when you're talking about the Fire Water Grass. In the format, it's really powerful. It brings you a lot of opportunities for safe switch-ins, and I really want to get on the bulky water train early. I don't want to see all of them go. We saw Suicune just go, to me it felt like it's important time for me to get in on the bulky water game. And Vaporeon, this thing is power. It's like a little mini melodic, It's like almost as bulky.
I like it more than Milotic, actually.
Yeah, I kind of do too. I like it.
I like it because of the water.
I like the Wish. I like the Water Absorb. I like the Baton Pass. Yep. I think the fact that it's got a 110, I think, base special attack. So you don't have to even invest in this thing for these Scalds to do a lot of damage. It's got Cleric abilities with Heal Bell. I have Vaporeon in another league, and I really enjoy using Vaporeon. I think it's phenomenal. And I think, honestly, for a tier 3 pick, I think you just stole the show there with a great pick. Yeah. But we're going to see Mulvone, who just continues to hit incredibly hard. I think I had an issue on this slide. I apologize. He does have Landorus T as well. But he's got a Zelf as his next pick in the 3rd round here, and a Zelf gives him another fast offensive Pokemon to go with Mega Manectric, Weavile, and I believe
he has so much speed. It's crazy.
Yeah, we could definitely see
Mulvone likes his speed. Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at 125, 115. Mega Manectric hits 135 after Mega Evolve, and I believe Landorus T has 91.
91, yes.
91. So we see quite a bit of speed here.
And he's going to scarf that Lando every now and then, so it's we can clearly see that Mulvone is drafting the fastest team as of right now. I'm curious to see what options he'll take for bulk, because he has to take bulk.
Yeah, he's going to have to get something. He's got a lot of momentum Pokemon. U-turn.
This thing is a monster, though.
He's going to need something to take those hits because his team is relatively frail right now. A really good, hard-hitting, ground type with a little bit of extra coverage might be pretty viable here. I know he's got a Levitator, but still.
People forget the fact that this Pokemon has 125 attack and special attack. That is
you can run Zenhead Explosion. You can run Dazzling Gleam. This thing has insane coverage. But we're going to see, the New York Yankees are going to pick up Rotom Heat as their next pick to go alongside Mega Venusaur, Milotic, and Jirachi.
This score is crazy, dude. This score is insane.
Is there another pick missing here? I'm not sure.
No.
I could be off. I think our slides might be a little messed up. But Rotom Heat's going to come through as a very good tier 3 value. Not quite as good as Rotom Wash, just because it does have that Stealth Rot weakness. So I'm going to be looking for Shady and the Mankeys to try to pick up some sort of hazard removal coming up very soon, because he's going to need that. Rotom Heat does not like to take Stealth Rocks damage. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Shady's going to pick up some sort of a spinner or a defogger. And that pool of Pokemon is very, very thin. So he's going to have to draft something pretty soon to try to make up for that.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think it fits his team perfectly, and he has experience using it before. He actually had Rotom Heat as well as Milotic in the previous season of the GBA, and he did very good things with Rotom Heat, because this Pokemon can be defensive or offensive as well. And I think there's no need for me to say that this Pokemon fits really well.
Yeah, there's your Fire, Water, Grass core. And just to point out, the asterisk next to the Pokemon, in this case Milotic, means that Shady has franchised Milotic from last season, paying a little bit extra salary cap space to grab that Pokemon. As John's going to come in with one of his favorite Pokemon, I know personally, in a tier 1 threat that is Raikou. Probably one of the best fast electric types.
Yes.
And Miguel, if you want to just talk a little bit about fast electric types in general really quickly, because my pick's coming up too, you know.
All right.
But fast electric types in the format. Go ahead.
I can see you get excited about it. Raikou is a fast electric type, and something that you guys might got to know is that in this format, fast electric types excel. They excel. They've been proven time and time again that they are amongst the best kind of Pokemon. They're always in the MVP race, and they always perform so well. The Thundurus, Raikou. I think Raikou is honestly one of the best. Right after Mega Manectric, it's the best fast electric type. It has a very solid 115 base speed stat, alongside a very good bulk as well.
It's got a good enough special defense to really benefit from the Assault Vest.
Recall mine too. Like, it can set up on you, so it's a phenomenal pick. And I know John loves this Pokemon. I'm not surprised in the slightest that he picked this. He loves using this mon. He finds it very reliable, and it's because it's a good mon. It's a very good pick.
Yeah, and he might not have franchised it because it does cost extra points to franchise a Pokemon. So in John's case, he figured I could probably grab Raikou without franchising it. I'll just wait a few rounds and I'll grab it, as opposed to wasting. But my pick's gonna come up here, and I'm gonna unveil my beautiful Steel Bug type Pokemon. It is Fortress. And I mentioned previously that some of these, rapid spinners and defoggers, they're few and far between in this format. And I felt that Fortress was going to give me that rapid spinner that I needed as a tier 3 really good pick. Having the ability to set up entry hazards with Toxic Spikes, Stealth Rocks, and also spin away. Obviously, I'm going to need to kind of counteract that fire weakness there. So I understand that people aren't a big fan of Fortress in general, but I think because the lack of spinners, it was needed.
Movo proved how good this Pokemon was. A lot of people were saying it was going to be bad, and Movo proved how reliable it was for him. It was very annoying to take down because you pair it with a very good core, and you got your spinner, you got your hazard setters, all in one. A very solid defensive wall too. So I think it's a very solid pick. And
I like it. I think it can run both physically defensive and special defensive.
I'm taking a snipe, baby.
Yeah, go ahead. What are you thinking? Have you been sniped yet?
I'm gonna draft the one Pokemon that I've always, every single season of any GBA type format, I have always drafted a team extremely weak to this Pokemon, and I'm tired of it. So I'm telling you, instead of it ruining my life.
Oh my God.
He's coming to me. Come to Papa Mamoswine. I pronounced that wrong. Mamoswine, that priority Ice Shard, Stealth Rock Setter, very good HP stat, very versatile too, and I think that 130 base power attack is monstrous. I love this Pokemon. I have so much trouble facing it, and I was like, you know what? I want me some of that Ice priority. I want, the Pokemon that pretty much destroys teams completely.
It has no switch-ins. It has no switch-ins.
It's
except
monstrous.
for Fortress. Fortress can switch in. That's the only switch-in. It's got thick, fat guys. This thing can be run. It can be run Assault Vest. It could run. I mean, this thing is amazing. Stealth Rocker. You could run it with. It's got Oblivious, so you can't be taunted if you want to run that as a lead. I honestly think that this is probably one of the best round 3 steals, no doubt in my mind. Mamoswine it could be a second rounder in my opinion.
Yeah, Mamoswine is, like I said, every time I faced it, it's made my life miserable. So now, time to make others miserable with it, basically. So, yeah, I'm very excited.
I can tell you I've had nightmares. As someone who plays in this format, you cannot prepare for Mamoswine. You can't. You just can't. This thing, no matter what, it's going to do work.
Wow.
Speaking of other offensive threats, whether it be specially offensive or physically offensive, we finally find a patch to that ice weakness. We got Lucario coming in from Gubs and the Arizona
taking a very
Deoxys.
offensive approach as of right now with this team. It's very interesting to see. And we got a Pokemon that has, like you said, it can be offensive on both sides, and it can set up on both sides as well. And it has access to a plethora of stab and useful non-stab priority as well. This thing can learn extreme speed.
Priority.
Yeah. Anything that learns extreme speed is good. Extreme speed is very good.
I think this is one of those Pokemon that in the Draft League format, sometimes people sleep on, but the fact that it can set up from both sides of the offensive spectrum is scary. It may be limited a little bit by the fact that it's got 90 base speed, but I believe it can even set up its speed stat. Doesn't it get agility, I think, or something like that? I could be wrong there.
But it could. I mean, this thing learns so many different moves.
It's got wide coverage. Steel and fighting is very interesting because you're going to resist Stealth Rocks coming in, which is a nice ability anytime if you don't have a reliable defogger or whatever it may be. Lucario is a really good pick and a very good value tier 3. I don't know if I would have necessarily drafted it third round, but I definitely like where Gubs is going.
Gubs is a man with a plan. He knows what he's doing.
I can see this thing being the top 10 of kills this season. I really could, especially with Gubs.
Yep. Oh, there's some offense. Speaking
of top 10 in kills, Nidoking and Nidoqueen are both gems in this format, in my opinion.
The Nidos are scary, man.
They are very scary, and talking about value in Tier 3, Tier 3, in my opinion, has the deepest pool of Pokemon, and it makes it really tough to pick out a Tier 3, but I do think Nidoking is incredibly valuable, giving you something that could take on those Volt Switchers, giving you a prime Fairy Killer, which can be offensive from both the physical side or the special side. Nidoking's amazing.
Nidoking is phenomenal. Nidoking has exceptional coverage. It can set up Stealth Rocks and Toxic Spikes. It actually has access to priority, which is something people forget about.
Sucker Punch, yeah. You can get Sucker Punch. It was an event.
And it hits pretty hard. That's a very respectable attack stat. And it's a pain. It's really, really, like, nothing can wall this thing. Especially, Nidoking, the Nidos are actually a lot better in this format because of, you know what you're facing. So if your opponent has a chance...
You got to take on Nidoqueen's Wrath last season in the championship. Yeah, so it's a scary Pokemon.
It destroyed me. Like, I literally had to come up with a Assault Vest Hippowdon to deal with it, and it didn't even work. So, yeah, it's very scary. And this Pokemon, on top of that, is just a threat overall. Oh, wow.
So Scissor, Lars, and the Borussia Donphan are going to pick up probably one of the fastest Pokemon in the draft with 130 base speed. It is Crobat. Lars, if you're here, you want to talk about Crobat? We might try to get Lars on for his next pick on the wheel. I don't know if he's necessarily here right now. He might have stepped out to look for some bats or something. Who knows? But Crobat is amazing. Obviously, having Defog, have the ability to be bulky bat. You could run Brave Bat.
And it's crazy speed.
With
and
choice
I personally love its typing. I love Poison Fly.
I do too, because you're going to be immune to those ground type moves because you're flying typing. You do take Stealth Rocks damage 25%, which you don't want out of a defogger. But I can tell you from using Crobat in the past, it's a lot better than I think people think. That speed stat makes it so usable because those speed EVs that you would otherwise, you don't max out your speed. You could creep and use a lot of those EVs in bulk, and then it just makes this thing even better. Things like Super Fang to take 50% off your opponent's health, Cross Poison to hit hard from that, and anything that has the move Brave Bird with a decent attack stat is going to do work.
I'm really liking Lars' draft. I think he's drafting very smart, and he has a lot of power, he has speed, he has priority, he has a lot of very big threats. Crobat is one of the best Pokemon from the UU tier, without a doubt.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Sceptile MC and the San Francisco Arcanines with the third pick overall to go alongside Scissor, and Gujar are going to pick up Gothitelle.
Gothitelle. I have experience using this Pokemon in the GBA D League, and it is very, very scary for your opponent to prepare for. You have to. It's a very smart pick by George because this Pokemon is going to be it's going to have a very big psychological effect.
And Shadow Tag is allowed, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
So Shadow Tag Gothitelle is allowed. So
and that's very scary because it's like your opponent has, I don't know, a Swampert. Choice Specs Energy Ball. You get rid of it.
Will he grab Mega Sableye and Gothitelle together?
This Pokemon is very scary because, and a lot of times he's not. I'm pretty sure he's the kind of player George is. He's not going to bring it a lot of times, but their opponents are going to prepare extensively for it. So I'm very I like this pick. It's a very strong pick, and it's kind of scary, not going to lie.
It's scary because you're trapping. So anyone who's preparing to take on Sceptile MC, you're gonna have to say, okay, he's got this Gothitelle. I have to make sure nothing on my team can be trapped by this thing because otherwise I lose. And if something does get trapped, what's my emergency button? What can come in on a Gothitelle and take it out, even if it gets all these boosts? If it gets a bunch of calm minds,
it could be Scarfed, it could be Specs, or you could be an evil person and run the rest.
Wow.
I said.
I think we just see our first tier 4 Pokemon grabbed.
Snipe City.
Now. We had a GBA tournament. Heliolisk was actually one of the stars in that tournament, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
And I never expected this thing to go this early, but Fizz knows what he's doing, and I'm not surprised.
Very smart, because I wanted this thing.
Heliolisk is a very good pick, and you have to remember, guys, because we can pick any tier as we go, you really have to think about the value and what's going to benefit your team. Fizz obviously jumping down to tier 4 here to grab Heliolisk, so he's going to get the first tier 4 pick overall because he chose that. I guess his tier 1 and some of his tier 3s he felt could wait for now, and that's what makes the GBA draft so awesome in my opinion and so diverse is the fact that we aren't forcing anyone to draft a certain tier each round. You can draft whatever tier you want as you go, so he's going to pick up Heliolisk here, and I think he's got the best bang for this buck so far, picking up 2 tier 2s and a tier 4.
This really hurts, Dan. Not going to lie. This really hurts.
I'm sorry. It's a good one, man. We talked about fast electric types.
It's what we talked about. Fast electric types. This Pokemon is also immune to one of the greatest moves in the game, which is Scald. And it's move pool, man. Grass Knot, Focus Blast,
it's immune to ghost types, Hyper Voice, Surf. It does get Surf. But we're going to see Hayden and the Sacramento Sea Kings rounding out the round 3 here, picking up Breloom to go with Clefable and Slowbro. And I don't know how much I like this pick. Miguel, what do you think Hayden was thinking when he just picked up
I'm not entirely sure. I think Hayden is going with a lot of Pokemon that he has quite a lot of experience using. And I know Breloom is one of the Pokemon in OU that he utilizes the most. So it's a good pick. It has Stab, Technician, Mach Punch, and it can Spore things and such. And yeah, not sure if I would have picked it this early, but it's definitely a very big threat, and you got to prepare for it because otherwise, it's gonna put things to sleep or sweep you.
Yeah, it's gonna be scary. It's always gonna put something to sleep with that Spore. It's got decent enough speed. It's got that priority at the Mach Punch, Technician boosted, as you said. All that stuff does so much. And the thing about Breloom is it can run a lot of different sets. You can run your Poison Heal sets. You can run your Technician sets. You can run, I think it even Bullet Seed, is a viable kind of option there. And here's our summary of our round 3 picks, and I really like a lot of the directions everyone went here. I personally think the best pickup, if I have to summarize this round, I would either go with Vaporeon or Mamoswine. Those 2 Pokemon I think are such valuable Pokemon that really anchor down a team. Those Pokemon are guys that you're going to bring every single week.
I also really, really like Nidoking and Crobat, I think, and Heliolisk. I think the Heliolisk pickup, even though it was very early, it was very smart because I was gonna aim for that guy soon. So, Fizz, I hate you. But that's nothing new, so it's fine.
All right, are we ready to jump back into round 4 here? Hayden's actually gonna have the wheel pick, so he's gonna be able to pick one more time.
I'm ready.
Hayden won't pick again for about 30 picks, but we'll see what Hayden's pick is gonna be. It looks like he went with Darmanitan.
Wow, I really was not expecting this. I think again, he's taking this route because he's very, very comfortable using this Pokemon. So you guys can understand, some picks may seem a little bit odd to you guys, but it's not always about grabbing the best Pokemon. It's about grabbing the Pokemon that you have most, the most experience with.
You want to be comfortable with the Pokemon, I can tell you.
Exactly. It's very important. We know he's used Darmanitan a lot. And,
using Pokemon you're not familiar with, it's going to take you a few weeks to kind of get adjusted and see how they gel with your team. So Hayden's going with Pokemon he's familiar with, his Darmanitan, his Breloom. It gives him a lot of offensive pressure. This thing's 140 attack. That is insane. Coming with Flare Blitz, I believe it gets Sheer Force as well. This thing hits incredibly hard, and I think it really brings some physically offensive pressure on Hayden's team.
Which is something he needed. It's a good pick in that sense. Like, he has the bulk, and now time to draft.
I'm a little bit worried about Hayden needing a Rapid Spin or a Defogger now. I definitely see that as being his next pick or one of his next picks coming up. As we're coming back now through round 4, the opposite way. You guys can see the draft order underneath. And thank you again for coming out today to watch this draft. Myself and Miguel Mega Mogwai, the Season 4 champion, are commentating. We're going to be bringing other people on for the draft show as we're going. And we have the drafts filtering in here. And honestly, I think the second best best rapid spinner in the game, has just been drafted, and that's going to be Starmie. So Fizz is going to pick up Starmie.
Oh, wow. I actually had this Pokemon in mind. Wasn't completely sure about going for it, but it's definitely one of the best Tier 1 pickups, in my opinion. It gives you a spinner. It gives you a Pokemon that is very fast and has exceptional coverage, a very respectable special attack stat. And did I say coverage? Because this thing has insane coverage. So
yeah,
and you pair with Togekiss, and he has his control. Completely.
Exactly. I think people sometimes sleep on Starmie's stats because it does have a low HP stat, right? And it's deceptively bulky, having recover and having some reliable recovery in general. But again, that speed stat, I think it's 115, paired with a pretty decent special attack stat and amazing coverage. Yeah. Not to mention being one of the more reliable rapid spinners in the game.
Starmie
and Excadrill. Yeah, this thing is very good. Very good. And for it to go all the way in the 4th round, I'm actually a little surprised about that because actually conversations with Tup prior to the stream, he was debating on Starmie as his first round pick and ended up going with Excadrill. That ground resistance I think was more valuable to him. But Fizzy Stardust here picking up Starmie. And again, guys, in the chat, you can always type in the team's names. So in this case, you could type !Hawluchas if you want to follow the Hawluchas on Twitter. And you can do that
here it is. And here it is. The second Nido already. I knew this was going to happen. It's like...
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this pick here by any means.
I see a little bit of sadness in your face, Dan.
Yeah, I definitely had Nidoqueen on my draft list of Pokemon. I don't know if I would have valued it in the 4th round, maybe like 5th for me, but Nidoqueen is definitely incredible. I look at it as being... It was pretty much the main offensive threat aside from Terrakion on my season championship team last season. Nidoqueen puts in a lot of work. I don't believe it's overrated, Sleeper, in the chat. I believe this thing is amazing.
It's
the coverage,
not overrated. This thing destroyed me in the finals. This thing is really... Its coverage is exceptional. And on top of that, this monster...
T-Spikes, Stealth Rock.
Yeah, this monster can take a lot of, like, one hits, you know? Like, it's very hard to OHKO this thing. It's very difficult to do it. And the fact that you can't OHKO it as easily... It's going to kill you back. It's going to hit you back harder than you're going to hit it. So it's...
Exactly. And I will say, one thing about Nidoqueen and Nidoking, they really need that life orb. But you can still run it as a Scarfer and catch some surprise kills because it does have a respectable speed stat. I believe it's 75 for Nidoqueen, 85 for Nidoking. But L Scissor's going to come in here and pick up Cobalion.
Such a good pick. Such a good pick.
Yeah, I really like Cobalion having a really good
one of
stealth
the
rock
best
weakness.
Tier 3s in my opinion, yeah.
And I think one thing a lot of people don't realize about Cobalion is it does actually get Volt Switch. So we see a Volt Turn combo with Crobat and Cobalion right now. And do you know a lot about Cobalion? I've seen it used a little bit.
I know a lot.
It's got a lot of potential.
I'm a big fan of this Pokemon. This Pokemon excels, in my opinion, in being a pivot. It's a phenomenal pivot. It has a very good typing, unlike Lucario, which dies when you flick it. This thing can actually take hits really well. It has a very high defense stat, and on top of that, it learns Taunt, Volt Switch, Stealth Rocks, Close Combat, Iron Head, Swords Dance, and it's very fast. It has 188 base speed. This Pokemon can be very bulky, but very fast as well. When you have a Pokemon that combines these two aspects, it's just... I'm very impressed by Lars' draft, basically. I think
it's interesting. I think on paper, someone who doesn't know competitive like this format might be like, what is he doing? It's kind of weird, Crobat, Cobalion, but
really good.
L Scissor knows what he's doing, guys. He's got a phenomenal team starting to work here.
I'm a very big fan. Yeah. It's actually becoming one of my favorite drafts, to be honest.
Momentum is so important, and Nick is going to show us how important momentum is. He's been going a lot of bulk, but now we're starting to see the offense come out of Super Bowl here.
Speed.
Picking up Mienshao, which is very, very scary.
Yeah. This Pokemon can be a very, very powerful late game cleaner with a Scarf, Reckless High Jump Kick. It also has access to Regenerator, which is a very good ability too. And like I said, it's very strong. It's very strong. It's very frail, but it doesn't plan on getting hit too much. You know, it tends to kill what's in front of it before it can touch it.
Yeah, high jump kick. It does have poison jab for coverage, I believe. U-turn, Stone Edge. I mean, this thing's got a lot of good coverage moves. Very interesting fake out for priority to break those sashes on turn 1. And again, that regenerator to get those health back if you're switching it back in and out.
I believe it's 125, right?
It's scary. Yeah, it's scary. Mienshao is not something I've used a lot, so I don't know too much about Mienshao, but I will say it's a very scary Pokemon. And we see
he has the bulk to back it up too, right?
Exactly. That gives him the momentum to really switch in those walls and hit those Pokemon hard and gain a lot of momentum. Especially if people are trying to make some predictions and stuff like that. U-turn and Volt Switch just give you so much momentum.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it fits the team well. It's still too fat for my taste, but
Yeah, so we've got the Arizona Deoxys coming up here, and actually they're going to pick another good rapid spinner, tier 3, very valuable Pokemon in Tentacruel, rocking an impressive base special defense stat, base 100 speed. A lot of people forget about Toxic Spikes as well. What do you think about Tentacruel?
First of all, I'm not surprised Gubs picks this because Gubs has a lot of experience with this Pokemon. He's used it a lot in laddering, and I know he likes Tentacruel a lot. It's actually a very good spinner. I had a lot of experience with this Pokemon because it wasn't my roster. It was my Kenny. So it wasn't my roster in Season 4, yeah.
So I think you're up next, Miguel. What are you thinking, man? You got a pretty interesting team start.
I didn't get sniped. My next pick, a lot of people are going to actually be a bit confused by it, and maybe I'll get some criticism, but I think it fits my team really, really well. I think it forms a very good core with Mega Altaria, and it's a Pokemon that I've used a lot in Standard Play. I know it's not as good in this format as it is in Standard Play, but it's still very, very good, and I'm excited to get it. I'm excited
to see what it's going to be.
Yeah, you'll see. It's a lot of people are gonna question it, but I have a plan, and this thing fits my plan really well, and I'm happy I got it. I didn't think I was gonna get sniped.
Wow.
Here we go. Ferrothorn, my second. It's a tier 2, by the way, if anybody's confused. This is not a tier 1 Pokemon. We have it as tier 2, and it's Ferrothorn. I really, even though Ferrothorn, like I said, is not as devastating as it is in Standard Play, it's because it has a quad wing hits fire, and it's very slow. This thing can tank HP fires really well, surprisingly well, and it can become a very big nuisance. And it forms a very, very solid, near perfect defensive core with Mega Altaria. I need some more hazards, setters, and
what that does, it actually takes some of the pressure off Mamoswine to being your stealth rocker.
Exactly.
Same with Mew. You're kind of by picking Ferrothorn, you're really opening up some of the doors for some of your other Pokemon, and that's what the GBA is all about. And I think team building's all about in this format is having enough options to work with. Some picks might not make sense now, guys, but keep in mind the coaches have ideas in their head of what they're seeing coming up, and I think you'll see with my next pick. It's funny that we have back-to-back picks here. With my next pick coming up, you'll kind of see some of my plans start to come into fruition as we've talked a lot about fast electric types. And there's not many left on the board. We saw Manectric go, or Mega Manectric go. We saw, Thundurus go. We saw, or one of the Thundurus goes. We've seen Heliolisk from a tier 4 value pick, and you're going to see my tier 3 pick here coming in is going to be Jolteon. So I'm actually going double evolutions here.
Very good pick.
Jolteon's amazing, guys. It's got that base 130 speed stat, as we mentioned with Crobat earlier. Pokemon like that just have so much speed are really hard for your opponent's team to come around because it gives you so much momentum by being able to Volt Switch on pretty much everything that doesn't have the ground typing or Volt Absorb. Not to mention Jolteon does have Volt Absorb, which I really like, being able to sponge some of those electric type moves that you otherwise would have a problem with. I really liked how this meshes with my team, and I think it's a great team to build around. It was an MVP a few seasons ago in the GBA as well, as we did mention. Electric types are so valuable.
Yeah, this Pokemon is another example of a Mon that is better in this format because it's a fast electric type. We know those things excels, and very few things outspeed this monster. So I think it's a very good pick there. Not gonna lie, you can slap a choice specs on this and just destroy lives.
Exactly.
While it is frail, it doesn't intend on getting hit too often. So it's a very good Mon. It's gonna gain you a lot of momentum, and I think it has. Yeah, it's gonna be good for you to have some speed. So I think it's a very solid pick. I like it.
I do too.
Jolteon is a favorite in this format, anyway.
I think as a tier 3 pick, it can be as good as some other tier 2 and tier 1 picks. But we're gonna see. We're starting to see our old team starting to get picked apart here.
Oh man, we actually bumped this dude up to tier 1. In case anybody's wondering, this Pokemon is tier 1. It was actually I believe it was tier 2 or tier 3 last season, but we all kind of realize how powerful this Pokemon is in this format. Another example of a Pokemon that just excels in the GBA. It can be physically defensive. It can be Scarfed. It can be a Life Orb Wall Breaker. It has reliable recovery. It has insane. Did I say insane coverage?
Oh my god. Amazing. Flash Cannon, Superpower, U-Turn, Draco Meteor, all across the board, Earth Power and Dark Pulse. I mean,
it's crazy. It's crazy. Like, it's the only Pokemon that counters this is Azumarill. That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
Its only drawback, in my opinion, is its base 95 speed or 98 speed stat, which does creep over those 95s, which is very crucial, but it's just a little bit short of that 100. So I found that I've always ran it as I kind of tend to lean towards scarfing Hydreigon, but as you mentioned, it has so many other options. You can even run Assault Vest if you wanted to sponge those fairy hits.
I ran a physically defensive to take hits from Choice Bandit Entei, and it worked beautifully. So
and there's your Fairy Dragon Steel Core.
Yeah,
and here comes Shady Penguin in the New York Mankeys grabbing another dragon here. I was wondering if Shady was actually thinking about trying to grab Hydreigon, but he's going to grab Zygarde, and I want to make this clear. If Zygarde's extra forms get released, Shady does not get them. I just want to throw that out here now.
Yeah, please. We don't need that.
So Zygarde's going to come in here. Shady already has quite a bit of ice resistance and immunities, essentially. Mega Venusaur sponges those. Rotom Heat doesn't care. Milotic and Jirachi don't care. Zygarde fits perfectly in this team, giving him a ground type that he otherwise does not have. And I really like it. Yeah, it gives him priority.
Did I mention I like Extreme Speed? I like Extreme Speed.
Miguel likes Extreme Speed. Guys, again, just to point out, the star next to Milotic means it was franchised, so he kept it from last season and did pay a little bit of extra points from his free point total to be able to draft, or to keep Milotic. So that's what the free points go. So this is another, I believe, what did we rank this? Tier 1 or Tier 2? I think it was a Tier 2 threat.
It's a Tier 2. And we can see in the chat the Zygarde cells right there. That's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. We actually have the emote, the little Larry emote. So any of my subscribers, let's get some hype with that Larry emote going for a little bit, just because it's kind of funny.
That's awesome.
So Shady Penguin's starting to really form his team together. It's scary. Zygarde can be a sub-coil set. It can be a Dragon Dance set. This thing is a lot scarier than I think people think. I think it's going to have a chance to shine. Now we're starting to see some bulk here.
There's the bulk.
There's the bulk and a very reliable defogger in Empoleon.
And the phenomenal synergy with Landorus Therian defensively. Phenomenal. Like, perfect synergy with Landorus Therian defensively.
Yep,
very
sponges
solid.
those ice moves. Landorus is obviously going to take on those ground type
Ice,
moves.
water, yeah, and Landorus is going to take fighting and ground. It's perfect. And he's immune to electric. It's just perfect synergy defensively. So a very solid pick by Bonbon. Very, very solid.
And people sleep a little bit and look at Empoleon as being a defensive Pokemon, but it does have the ability to be an agility type sweeper with Torrent, Scald. I've seen it with berries to reduce its special or boost its special attack. Pitaya maybe is the berry I'm thinking of. Empoleon can do a lot of different things, and Scald is very scary. Coming off especially Stab, again, the defog, a Stealth Rock setter, take some of the pressure off Landorus T to be his rock setter, and give Empoleon that responsibility. Azelf also. So again, you start to see this these teams starting to come into fruition and really start to build, and you start to see the ideas behind the coaches' draft picks. And again, as the tiers and the drafts continue to progress, you'll start to see more of what the coaches are looking for, because they may have an idea that we don't even know about, just like I'm sure myself and Miguel do. But another amazing Tier 3 pick coming in here. One of the scariest Pokemon. I almost like this Pokemon more than Breloom in terms of the Spore users, especially in Tier 3, Amoonguss.
It fits his team so well. Like, the Vaporeon Amoonguss Hippowdon core is disgusting.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether he's going to grab a fire type here to round that out. But Hippowdon, Vaporeon, Amoonguss, and Latias, that's insane. There is a lot of bulk.
Going for the bulk. Like, nothing here gets O-code by anything.
You can't. There's nothing on. I mean, you're only. I mean, even Hippowdon's living a super effective hit on either side. Vaporeon sponging those ice hits, those water hits.
Yes. What I like about this pick is that Amoonguss can be defensive on both ways, and that's what that's why I picked Ferrothorn. I like Pokemon that can be, you can mold, when it comes to walls, you can mold them. You can be like physically defensive, specially defensive. You can be mixed, and that's a very, very valuable trait in a wall, in my opinion, especially in this format. You can really adjust it, and Amoonguss is phenomenal. Amoonguss is a very good pick, one of the best pivots, in my opinion. It counters a lot of threats. And
it can be offensive too. Spore is really scary.
It can be
running Sludge Bomb and things like that. But we're going to see the Milwaukee Sawsbuck start to round out this team, and then we got that fire. We got a fire grass core, no water type yet. We're seeing it, but we've really started to put it together. Shaman, which I can tell you was on my list, and I just got sniped.
Yeah. This Pokemon is, if I wouldn't have gone for Ferrothorn, I would have gone for this. This Pokemon is amazing in this format. Like 100 base stats all around, physically defensive, especially defensive, scarfed, specs.
It gets Tailwind. I believe it does get Healing Wish. I could be wrong.
It gets Tailwind, Healing Wish, yes. And
Leech Seed, Sub-Seeding.
Like, its Seed Flare is very strong.
Seed Flare, Dazzling Gleam, Earth Power, Psychic. This thing,
Natural
people look
Cure.
at it.
Natural Cure.
They think of this thing and they look at it and they go, oh, Shaman, it's just like this, little grass hedgehog. But this thing is a very viable threat from both a defensive perspective and an offensive perspective as well. And I can tell you right now, I got to say, I think Steve has the best draft right now.
I disagree. I think I like Lars a lot, but Steve's draft is definitely amongst my favorites as well.
I'm sorry. He does have the fire water grass core. My bad. He's got the fairy steel dragon. No dragon yet. That's what I meant to say before. My bad. I'm getting attacked in the chat here. There's Nips. Giving a shout out to the king himself. We got Gengar coming through here. And now we're seeing...
I needed this for Hayden.
Oh, man. Gengar is scary, and for some reason didn't get drafted last season. Why do you think it didn't get drafted last season, and how do you feel it molds onto Nip's team right now?
This Pokemon is amazing. Like, I was very surprised that it wasn't drafted last season, but at the same time, you guys gotta understand that, we can only get so many tier 1s. Like, there's a lot of tier 1s that are just not gonna get picked, so it's gonna happen. And Gengar was one of those. I think this Pokemon is amazing. It's fast. It has an insane special attack stat. Very, very good coverage. Very powerful dual stabs. And a very rich move pool, too, with Taunt, Will-O-Wisp. You can go sub, disable.
Destiny Bond. I mean...
Destiny Bond. Fast
scary.
Destiny Bond.
One thing I don't see from Nip's team right now is really momentum gainers. Those U-turn or Volt Switchers. But it's going to be interesting to see whether he starts to add those in
He's got
from lower
7 more
tiers.
to go. We'll see.
He's got plenty of time, but I'm really liking he's got his defense down, and now he's starting to go branch out into the offense with Gengar and Gator. And it's starting to look pretty scary. I really like the Gengar pick. Again, another beautiful counterpart to Chansey to absorb those fighting type hits that otherwise Chansey would be a little bit scared of. Because that's really the only thing taking down a Chansey. But we're going to see, in my opinion, one of the better Pokemon in this format. Just because of its Brave Bird offensive presence. That is Staraptor.
I mean, this is a very scary wall breaker. Like, Staraptor with a choice band, pretty much, you do know that a 2-hit KO is physically defensive with Valorant, right? With choice band.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's 'cause that reckless ability makes it insane. 100 base speed.
Crazy.
This thing's amazing, and I think that was a great pickup from Crimson.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see Crimson try to build out some more bulk as he goes. But Staraptor's a great pick.
Yeah, I like the fact that, he has speed, he has some nice Vulcan Suicune, and now he got a very strong wall breaker. I think wall breakers are very important in this format. You want some Pokemon that can just nuke the opponent and make it easier in Crimson's case, Infernape and Latios to just step in and, clean up a little bit afterwards. So I really like this pick. I think it fits his team well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about Pokemon that can hit hard with Brave Bird. I think Staraptor's probably the hardest hitting Brave Bird user in the format. With Brave Bird Reckless, potential for a ban. I mean, coming off that base 125 attack stat, this thing is phenomenal. And I'm curious to see here as we round out round 4. Old Man Tup, I believe, is coming up next. Yeah, it is Old Man Tup, and he's going to pick up Machamp. So we all know Old Man Tup is all about Gen 1. Old Man Tup, if you're here, tell us about this Machamp pick, because I'm not sold yet. Sell me on it.
All right.
Is he here? I don't think Tup's actually with us, so maybe Miguel, you could sell me on Machamp, because I'm not too certain about this one.
This actually reminds me of the D-League. I drafted this Pokemon in the D-League. It didn't really perform like I wanted it to, but it's definitely a very, very solid pick. I think it's a little bit early in my opinion, but Tup has his plans, Tup has his ways. And as you can see, Tup is actually being very organized with his draft. He's being very meticulous, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, like he's being, he's not skipping. So Machamp is actually, I don't like the fact that it doesn't learn Mach Punch. I think that hurts it a lot. But Dynamic Punch could be really, really scary to switch into because it's just good. Very good coverage, very good attack, decent bulk. I think it's a good pick. Maybe a little bit early, but hey, Tup has his ways. So yeah,
we have a typo on the screen. I apologize, guys. Relax. It's okay. So we spelled Hydreigon wrong. Sorry, guys. We're trying to put these things together kind of on the fly, so bear with us if there's some minor typos. But we got round 4 summarized here. A lot of really good pickups. We start to see now that we're through 4 rounds and there's some franchise picks. You really start to see these teams, really get their cohesion put together. I personally like your Ferrothorn pick. I think round 4 is insane for that Pokemon. That's a staple Pokemon. And I really like the Starmie pick as well from Fizz.
Yeah, I personally think that it's easier for me to decide, which picks I like better. I think one of the best picks is honestly Jolteon and Starmie. I think those two are phenomenal, and Hydreigon as well. I really like Jolteon because I think it excels in the GPA. It's extremely fast, it's very hard, and it gains you so much momentum too. And it's very easy for Jolteon to clean up late game when, the walls have been taken down and such. I also like Starmie a lot because of exceptional coverage and the fact that it's one of the best spinners available. So I think Fizz gain a lot from drafting Starmie. And Hydreigon, personally, I have a lot of love for that Pokemon. I love wall breaking everything with it. And even Chansey, you just hit it with a superpower and be done with it. So, yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. I like those picks in particular a lot. But there's a lot of solid picks anyways.
Yeah, I'm actually, I think I agree with pretty much everything you just said. I think we just got Tup's pick in here shortly, so we can roll into round 5 and keep things rolling here for you guys. Because we still have plenty to go, and again, each round is just as exciting as the previous because we still have a lot of teams. I think the majority of teams haven't even picked their Mega Evolution yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how those Pokemon start to get picked as the rounds come up here. But Old Man Tup with the wheel pick, starting off round 5 with us, is going to be Jellicent. Wow, I just got sniped. I just got sniped.
You got sniped? Really?
Yeah, Jellicent, in my opinion, is probably one of the better value tier 4 picks, especially in this format. Having the Cursed Body ability, Water Absorb, so it sponges those hits. There's that Fire Grass, Water Core. Jellicent gives him a fighting immunity as well. Taunter, it's fast enough to taunt Pokemon. Will-O-Wisp, it's got great special bulk. I personally love Jellicent.
I think Tup does not like Keldeo.
Yeah,
with his draft. I really like I like Jellicent. I think it's a decent Pokemon. It's not one of my personal favorites by any means. I don't like it's good, but I think it's a little bit frail on the physical side, and it's a little bit passive too. But it's a decent pick. I think it provides him with exceptional synergy with Excadrill for one, and really it can be a very annoying Pokemon to deal with if you don't prepare for it, honestly. And you can also put a Colbur Berry if you're going to expect knockoffs.
Knockoffs, exactly, which Machamp does kind of absorb. So now I kind of get it. Right?
I like Tup's draft. I like Tup's draft.
It's hard to find Pokemon that are really good at taking Dark type moves, especially knockoff, and Machamp does that relatively well, and it can really sponge mostly any Dark type move. And Jellicent is going to really appreciate that. But I think this is an amazing pick here from Crimson Seabad, one of the best ground types, and amazing tier 3 Pokemon, Crocodile.
This Pokemon is really good. It can be a Scarf Pursuit Trapper. It can be Banded. It can be defensive with Stealth Rocks and Intimidate. You can when I mentioned previously, the Scarf set with Moxie. Very two good abilities, and it actually fits his team really well, I think. I like this pick a lot. Exceptional synergy with Latios too, except for the ice weakness, but very, very solid pick. He finally, Infernape can learn rocks too. I like it.
Scarfer. I like the Moxie Scarf set a lot. It does get Taunt as well.
Crimson has stepped up his game.
Yeah, it's firing off impressive knockoffs. It's got Earthquake, obviously, as its primary stab. I do like it as a lead as well. I think Crocodile's an amazing Pokemon, and it really helps out that Suicune from those Volt Switches, really works with Staraptor, and I just think Crocodile's an amazing tier 3 pickup, and I really got to give props to Crimson for turning around his draft, having a rough last season, really stepping it up, and it's curious to see whether he's going to grab Mega Beedrill now. I had to throw that in there.
It's very solid draft. I'm a fan of it.
Mega Beedrill's power, never doubt
it. says the man Crimson himself, as we see Nips and the Long Island Regirockies opting for some of that bulk, a Pokemon that only has one weakness, which is of course ground type, which pairs pretty nicely with some of the rest of his team, maybe Gengar as well. Toxic Spike user, great knockoff Pokemon. That's Drapion.
I think Drapion is a very good Pokemon, very good tier 4 pick. Wow, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think it fits Nip's team as well because he already has a Gengar. I think he's drafting a lot of similar Pokemon, like 2 water types, 2 poison types. I think he could diversify a little bit more, but then again, he has like a bunch more picks to go, so I think he's definitely going to, change things up. But it's a very solid Pokemon. Personally, I think it doesn't fit as well in this team, but hey.
I think it's a little early, in my opinion, go 5th round on Drapion.
Yeah,
I think some of those tier 3 Pokemon, there's a lot of valuable tier 3 Pokemon left. I think that's probably the direction I would have went if I was Nips, but maybe he has an idea up his sleeve that he really needed Drapion for. Unfortunately, I don't think Drapion gets Sucker Punch, which sends it to a little bit lower than otherwise would be, but it does get Pursuit. So just kind of a recap here, guys. My name is Dan. I'm the coach of the St. Louis Rampardos. I came in second place last season in the GBA. I'm joined primarily with my friend here, Miguel Mega Mogwai, who was our champion last season. We are your commentators for today, for anyone who's confused in the chat. And we're going to see Steve come through with that dragon type I've been waiting for. And he's going to pick up probably, I've talked a lot about this tier 3. Haxorus is scary, and that's the only way to put it.
I had this bad boy in Season 3, and I had an epic match against Fizz, and I won thanks to this Pokemon. This Pokemon can be a Scarfer, it can be a setup sweeper, it can be a wall breaker with Swords Dance. It has a monstrous 147 base attack stat. It's very, very scary. Very good coverage, and it can go with that Mold Breaker EQ, too. Which is very nice.
It's got 97 base speed, which puts it above a lot of other threats, and an impressive, I believe, 145 attack stat, 147, something like that. Its attack stat is through the roof. The scariest thing is your check to dragon types is a fairy type, but a poison jab coming from a Haxorus is going to take down pretty much anything. Florges, goodbye. I'll see you later. I mean, this thing is incredibly scary, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm glad I'm not in Steve's division.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to face him actually, and it's gonna be interesting because he's drafting some power, man. Like, damn,
that's to say the least.
He has bulk, he has proper speed, he has insane.
I was waiting for it. The mascot pick is here. I knew it was coming, and there's the Firewater Grass again. San Francisco Giants are picking their mascot, the first mascot pick, I think, and this thing is scary. I saw it in another league actually come in the top 3, I believe, for total kills, and this thing is impressive, guys. I mean, Sacred Fire coming off this attack stat is insane.
Yeah, and like I said, Mogwai likes his extreme speed, and this thing is pretty hard with extreme speed as well, as alongside a Sacred Fire. Very good Assault Vest user, very good Choice Band user, and finally some offensive presence for Geo. While Latias is pretty decent offensively, it's also quite bulky. He's not the biggest hard hitter, very basically. So I'm happy to see some, pure offensive power being drafted for Geo, and I gotta say, his draft is, in my opinion, vastly superior to his
rain team from last season.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better.
I really like Latias as his defogger to go alongside a Pokemon that's Stealth Rock.
I really like his draft.
I think that's amazing. I think, again, guys, as we start to see these teams start to build out, the GBA has really focused this season on grabbing the best players we could find to round out our 16 teams that we expanded from 12 last season. And I think you're going to see that everyone in this format, aside from Hayden, has a lot of experience in this format. And I think you're going to really see that in the draft as teams start to get put together. And we got some scary picks. And Mulvone is going to grab more speed by picking up Noivern.
He likes outspeeding things. Damn.
I don't know how I don't think you can even bother to try to outspeed Mulvone at this point. I think if you play Mulvone, just put everything in HP. Don't even try to outspeed him because you're not going to.
Either scarf everything or go max bulk, because this man does not want to get outsped. Oh my lord, his roster is crazy. Like Mega Man Nectric, Weave Out, Noivern, Jesus.
That's insane. I mean, Noivern has the ability to Boom Burst, which does hit through substitutes. Hits incredibly hard with an insane, I think, 140 base power. Not to mention Draco Meteor as well coming off that. U-Turn and Air Slash. I really like Noivern. I don't know if I would have grabbed it now in round 5. I think this is a Pokemon that would get forgotten about, and I would save till later, but I like the pick nevertheless.
I agree. I also really like the fact that it has the Frisk ability. I think Frisk is a very, very overlooked ability in this format, and it's really good. Like, you can lead with this Pokemon, and you know immediately what set your opponent is running, for example. So, I'm a very big fan of this pick. I really like it. I really like it indeed.
Wow, Shady Penguin's going to pick up a Rapid Spinner here to try to help out against that Rotom Heat rock weakness that I was mentioning in a couple rounds ago. Here's his Rapid Spinner. He goes into Tier 4 to grab Hitmon top.
I actually like this pick a lot. It provides us with Hazards Control, which is running slim. Like, I'm realizing right now, it's it's not fun, And he got a very solid. I think this Pokemon is very good. It can be very bulky. It can also be offensive. It has loads of priority, like a lot. And
Bullet Punch,
phenomenal.
Mach Punch.
Yeah, Mach Punch, Sucker Punch.
Intimidate is nice. Technician.
Yeah, phenomenal abilities too. Like, I think it's a very good pick. I think for tier 4, it's a top pick for sure.
I like
it.
I like it a lot. I think Shady's got a very. I think everyone has a threatening team. It's insane. I'm just like every time someone's draft comes up, I'm like, geez, this is a scary team. And then it just gets scary and scary as the draft continues. Hitmon Top's a great pickup, a great value pick in tier 4, and gives you a very reliable rapid spinner, especially in such a low tier. You start to run out of those Pokemon, especially at this point in the draft. We're down to the bare minimum of good defoggers and rapid spinners. Curious to see when things like Skuntank are going to get picked up, because those are towards the tail end of what you're going to get now.
Yeah.
Speaking of rapid spinners, there they go. Pokemon coming in.
There it is.
There's another one. He's going to go with Donphan. Yeah, Donphan gets that priority with Ice Shard, but you probably know Donphan a little bit better. This thing is a truck.
Yeah, this thing is very physically bulky, has decent coverage options, and on top of that, a very high attack stat. And it provides it with the opportunity of both setting up rocks and removing them, which is something John lacked up until now. So that's pretty good. We can clearly see that the hazard control, the rapid spinners, the foggers, they're all getting picked pretty swiftly. And that's nothing new. It's very common to see in a draft with GBA format for this to happen. So you're up there.
I'm up, and I can't believe this Pokemon's still sitting here. It wasn't even on my draft list, I'm going to be honest. This thing wasn't even on my radar, but the fact that it's still sitting here mid-round 5 in the 9th pick of round 5, I couldn't pass it up, and I think you're going to really start to see some of this offensive pressure that I really want on my team, that I think my team lacked last season. I think it's so important to have those Pokemon that really force your opponent to switch out, really force, to break those walls, and I think that my team lacked that last season, and I'm really excited to announce my pick, and there it is. It is the nice and shiny pony. I'm going with Keldeo, man.
Plan B. Oh my, no.
I had to go with Keldeo, guys. Keldeo is very impressive. First of all,
I got so sniped. Dude.
I'm sorry, man. It gives me a good water type. It gives me something that can Scald. Spamming Scald is nice. 108 base speed, which is absolutely phenomenal. It does have Sacred Sword as well. Secret Sword, I forget which one's which, but it's got those 2 moves. Icy Wind is pretty nice. And I think just from a value perspective, a tier 5 pick, or a round 5 pick, but I do want to just emphasize to anyone who's watching what this means because of how I've used my point total. I actually am not allowed to draft a tier 1 Mega.
I didn't expect you to take this Pokemon because you technically couldn't afford it, but now you have to take a lower tier Mega.
So now I have to take a low tier Mega, so that's going to limit my pool.
I got my plan B. I did not expect for Gengar and Keldeo to be taken away, but I was prepared for the worst, which is now. I'm going to get a Pokemon that is actually... it's going to do me well, and I've experienced using this Pokemon before. In the D-League, actually, it did phenomenally for me. I think it's a lot better in this format because it can be both defensive and offensive, and it's going to give me a little bit of more hazard control, which is not bad. You don't want me with the fogging all the time, so it should pop up anytime now.
Oh, man. Yeah. That's a good pick.
I got Zapdos. I got my boy Tweety. This Pokemon has very good synergy with Ferrothorn. And like I said, it can be offensive. You can Scarf it. You can Specs it. You can control hazards. And you can also be defensive with it. And I think it fit my team really well. I honestly want a Gengar or Keldeo, but I'm also happy with this. I think if it's what I needed. I'm a very big fan of the electric flying typing, so yeah, that's...
I like it. Again, it's taking some of that defog hazard removal pressure off of Mew and putting it onto a different Pokemon if you want it. Gets that nice Volt Switch ability, or the ability to use Volt Switch. You're not going to get Volt Absorb Zapdos, though. Isn't that like a hidden ability? Or no, they took that away, right? Lightning Rod, wasn't that the old hidden ability for Zapdos?
No, it only got pressure. But pressure's actually really good on this Pokemon because it can really...
Toxic Roost Stall, that alone.
Yeah, exactly. I like it because of its versatility. It can be offensive or defensive, and I love that about it. It was great in the D-League for me. It was phenomenal. The MVP for it, for sure. So, hey, he's back. And now I hope my next pick doesn't get sniped because
I know, right? Snipe City has been coming, and it's very tough. People ask how you plan for your draft, and you could basically what I do is I just make a list of all the Pokemon I want, and that's the best you can do because you're gonna get sniped. And here comes I never expected this Pokemon. This was undrafted last season. Zoroark actually coming through on Gub's team.
Yep. Very, very surprised actually. I did not see this coming. Like I said, I've mentioned before that Gub's team was offensive, and somebody told me. Well, he kind of insulted me a bit, which is fine. But he said Gliscor's defensive. Well, yeah, but Gliscor and Tentacruel are decently bulky, but they're not the bulkiest. Like they're not the most stable walls, especially in this format in which you can prepare for Gliscor. So that's what I mean by the fact that Gubs is drafting a very a bit frail of a team, but with a lot of power behind it. And Zoroark is a Pokemon that I'm actually going to be very interested to see what Gubs does with it, because this Pokemon can be. The mind games are going to be real. They're going to be crazy, and I've always wanted somebody to use this Pokemon in this format. So I think Gubs is the person to do it. I'm excited about it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I've never seen Zoroark in a draft format, but it's going to be pretty scary. Luckily, you get to see it on the preview screen, so at least you know it's brought to the match. You can kind of prepare for it in the moment, but this thing is scary, having the ability to be both physically offensive or specially offensive. But here comes the first Sticky Webber of the draft, actually getting picked by Superblaw. Galvantula is one of his free picks. Also, I think falls into tier 3, so that's why it falls into his free picks now. He's going to use up some of those points. A nice Volt Switcher with a good amount of speed and Sticky Web, which really complements Nidoking very well.
Yeah, Galvantula and Nidoking together are very scary. Also, Galvantula with Manaphy is terrifying. Terrifying. Like, that thing sits up a tail glow, and you're slower than it, you're gonna die. So, I'm kind of seeing what Nick is going with here, and I like his draft, actually. I didn't like it at first, at all, and I'm changing my mind. I think he's creating a very threatening-looking team, not gonna lie.
I think Manaphy on its own is threatening. I mean, the fact that you're going the best stat boosting move in the game is Tail Glow on Manaphy, and that alone makes it scary. And again, you pointed out Nidoking and Manaphy with Sticky Web support. That's scary because now all of a sudden you're removing those Scarfers that otherwise would be able to revenge kill. You're removing those Pokemon that are just a little bit faster, and you're taking 2 insane wall breakers, or in the case of Manaphy, set up wall breaker, and just giving them a huge advantage against your opponent.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's a very good pick. Oh, I like this one even more. Ooh. Man, ours is drafted so well.
Yeah, you like his team, and I like Tangrowth a lot. Having the Regenerator ability.
So good.
Yeah, go for it. Let's hear it. Let's hear what you have to say about Tangrowth. I love this thing.
I think, in case anybody's wondering, Tangrowth is a tier 3 pick, by the way. Very solid tier 3 pick. And Tangrowth is a Pokemon that is very underrated because it's one of the best pivots that I've ever used. In the OU tier, actually, this Pokemon can wear an Assault Vest, and with the exceptional coverage that it has, like, this thing can learn Earthquake, Knockoff, Rock Slide. It can deal a lot of damage to a lot of Pokemon that think they can counter it and scare it away as they come in. So it's a phenomenal pivot with that regenerative ability. It has insane bulk, and even though I think Assault Vest is easily the best set, and you may see it coming, it doesn't matter if you see it coming. Like, it's gonna wall you, and it's gonna be a pain. It's gonna be a big pain. So I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I like the fact you mentioned the Assault Vest set, which is, I think, the most common set for this thing, to kind of make up for its lack of special defense. And it's got such good, move pool. But the fact that it does have the ability to run things like Power Whip or Leaf Storm, so it could run both physically offensive, or especially, or both. It does get moves like Sludge Bomb. Hidden Power obviously is nice coverage. I believe it might even get Earthquake, which is scary knockoff as well. We're gonna see Sceptile MC and the Arcaniners are gonna pick up Gastrodon, a Pokemon I'm not very familiar with, but it's still an amazing Pokemon.
I honestly don't think this is that great of a pick. I'm never going to question anything from George, because George, in my opinion, is one of the best players in this format. But Gastrodon is, I'm not sure about it. Like, it doesn't set up rocks, and that's very big. Like, the fact that it can't set up rocks, like, it can be a good wall, but it's also easy to prepare for, so it's not going to be walling everything. And it doesn't have that much of offensive pressure either. It's a good Pokemon, and I really like it. But I don't think it's what George needed, but then again, that's why George is George, and I'm me, so he knows.
I think what he gets here, though, is he gets something that can absorb those Water-type moves with its Storm Drain ability, which is nice for things like Scizor. You need something that's going to absorb those Scalds, because Scizor does not want to get burned. It also removes that weakness from Nidoqueen, which otherwise could be a problem. I don't necessarily know if I necessarily agree with Gastrodon, but we're seeing a lot of bulk out of the Arcaniners here, with Goodra, Gastro, Nidoqueen rocking a good amount of bulk, Golfatel, and obviously Scizor having just general bulk and all together. I kind of agree with you here. The fact that it doesn't get rocks scares me. But we're going to see, wow, so I don't know if Old Man Tup was thinking Tyranitar to go with his Excadrill, but we're going to see Tyranitar get picked here to go on Fizz's team. And
very interesting pick. That is a tier 1 pick. That goes
nicely with Heliolisk, because it does get the Sandveil ability, which makes it immune to those the Sandstorm.
It's actually it's a very interesting pick. In case anybody's wondering, with the free slots, Fizz has picked a tier 2 in Garchomp and a tier 1 in Tyranitar, meaning he can only afford like a tier 5 and a tier 4, I believe. Or
Yeah,
something
tier
like
5
that.
and a tier 4.
Yeah,
He's
and
got
he's-
100 points left for 2 picks.
He has officially drafted his 2 tier 1s, which are Starmie and Tyranitar, and I'm very impressed by this pick. I did not see it coming, honestly, but Tyranitar, even though it has a glaring 4 times weakness to fighting, I think
It's covered nicely by Starmie and Togekiss.
Exactly, and on top of that, this thing can do a lot of things. Its coverage options are ridiculous, or straight up ridiculous. Like you can either slap a choice specs on this thing if you feel like.
Tyrannoboa, where you run the I believe Ice Beam, and I think it gets even fire coverage.
It gets fire blast.
Pursuit trapping.
So those guys with the Lottie twins are not going to be too happy.
Oh
about
man, I think Hayden might have just stolen the show in round 5 here. This pick is phenomenal. Tornadus T coming through as the last pick of round 5. The Sacramento Sea Kings and the newcomer Hayden going to pick up this monster. Now you know Tornadus T pretty well. What do you think about it?
Tornadus Therian is a Pokemon that I actually, before, in the previous season, we had this at rank at S tier 2, and I pushed very hard for this Pokemon to be ranked tier 1, because I think it would be absolutely ridiculous for that Pokemon to be tier 2. It is so good, it's fast, it's bulky, it can be an Assault Vest user, it can be Life Orb, it has access to Taunt, and Fast Taunt is a wonderful thing. I think that is a phenomenal pick by Hayden. I think it's one of the best picks this round, easily. I really like it.
I've got the summary slide here. We put everything together for round 5. Instead of talking about who you think got the best pick, who do you think messed up this round? Who do you think took something that they might could have waited for potentially, or didn't really fit the synergy?
I think the most questionable pick, in my opinion. Remember, guys, this is my opinion. Is Drapion. I don't think it's something that was needed to be picked so early, and I don't think it's something that fits Nip's team all that well. It's not a bad Pokemon. It's just I'm talking about synergy here, and I'm talking about also it being picked so early. But that's my opinion. I think Drapion.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I'm going to kind of jump on Mulvone here. We talked a lot about the Loudrits having so much speed with Weavile, Azelf, Mega Manectric, and so on. Adding Noivern to the team doesn't really fit for me. I think, obviously, adding a lot of speed is great, but when is Mulvone going to jump into some Pokemon that could take some hits? Because he's kind of lacking that right now. He's got a bit frail team. And Hyper Offense is great, but in this format, you know what your opponent's throwing right at you, so they can properly prepare for that and say, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what Mulvone does over the next couple rounds to try to patch up some of the, the lack of defensive presence that we don't see from him that we see in other teams so far.
And I just want to say very swiftly that I am very, very, very hyped for my next pick. And I hope I don't get sniped. And I hope you guys are hyped too. It's gonna be epic if I get it.
So I believe we're doing 11 total rounds here, guys, throughout the draft of the GBA draft. We're about halfway through, jumping into round 6 here pretty soon. And we're waiting for some of the picks to come in so we can kind of keep on track here. But round 6 is about to start. Hayden is gonna kick things back off here with the wheel pick on round 6, and I believe we're ready to rock for round 6. So we'll see what Hayden's gonna grab here. And I think if Nick and Fizz, we have a couple people who want to join in. We can add to the call here as well to kind of give their insights. A couple of the picks coming up. We've got Fizzy Stardust. I believe Superblaw is also available, so we'll have them in here as well. So feel free to say hi, guys, as we jump into round 6. And Hayden with his wheel pick, he is going to go with Mega Sableye, the MVP from Season 4. And I know a lot about Mega Sableye, but I'll let someone else talk about him. If Fizz or Nick or anyone wants to talk about Nick actually knows a lot about Sableye. What are you thinking, Nick?
Absolutely. I think Mega Sableye was an amazing pick here. As of yet, he had no hazard control. It gives that to him, and it pairs well with the rest of his team. And now he has just an amazing core.
That core is crazy.
With Clefable and Slowbro. It's one of the better cores in the league right now. And I think for somebody who hasn't had a lot of draft experience, going with something he's familiar with a lot of Pokemon that were around for many generations that he has been around for, I think he's right in his comfort zone, and I think he has an amazing core. Just so bulky.
It's really good. Really
Mega
good.
Sableye won MVP last season, only picking up, I think, maybe 7 or 8 kills. And just its presence alone, I had it on my team, and its presence alone, I think, makes the difference. Just the fact that I think Hazards only got set up on me maybe twice last season as a result of just having this thing on my team. People are just so scared to Will-O-Wisp to fire off anything. I mean, it's slow, but the fact that it does get Prankster turn 1 when you Mega Evolve, its Magic Bounce ability activates a phenomenal lead, and I think it complements that really well. And now we're starting to see some of the Mega picks coming in here. Fizzy Stardust grabbing Mega Char Y. Dual Weather,
just come
Fizzy.
in and say, I killed the draft already. The draft is over.
Fizzy Stardust has just ended the
Season
draft.
5
Go ahead.
He drafted the best Pursuit Trapper with Charizard Y. Get out of here. Man. Why? Why you do this? Oh man, that is scary. Not gonna lie, that is terrifying.
Very scary. We've got dual weather here, and again, Heliolisk. Now that Heliolisk in round 3, I think it was, makes all the sense in the world. Being able to benefit with Solar Power ability, to benefit with Char Y, with the Sandveil ability to benefit with Tyranitar. I'm liking your team, Fizz.
I dare someone to play Rain. I dare someone. Please do it.
Who's drafted Polytoad? It's not me.
Yeah.
Oh man, just get it yourself, dude.
If I could afford it, I would have done it. Yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
That's scary. Mega Charizard Y is one of the scariest megas in the draft. Unfortunately, hindered a little bit by its Stealth Route weakness, but Fizz was smart enough to pick up one of the best Rapid Spinners and one of the best defoggers in the game, Starmie and Togekiss. So I think that weakness is no longer relevant with that. And we're going to see another Mega pick come in. Sceptile MC and the Arcaniners are grabbing Mega Lopunny. And Miguel, you know more about Lopunny than anyone else.
Oh, my baby. Oh, man. This hurts. This hurts, but I knew it was going to happen. Damn you, George. I think this pick is great. This Pokemon did really good things for me. It's actually rather predictable in what it's going to do, but it doesn't matter. It's so good at what it does. And if your core is weakened to a point, this monster can just come in and clean up everything. It's extremely fast. Its dual stabs is unresisted in the entirety of the metagame, and it's just very, very good Pokemon. With that priority fake out, you can get that Mega off for free, and
it's got a blistering 135 speed as well.
135, and that stab high jump kick is crazy.
Not to mention recovery with Drain Punch too.
Yeah, exactly. And Baton Pass, Cosmic Power. You can do a lot of funky stuff with this thing.
Substitute's got the punches as well. I believe it's Ice Punch and Thunder Punch at least.
Yeah, Elemental Punches, a lot of times it doesn't need them because, like I said, its dual stab is unresisted. It's literally unresisted. Nothing can take it. So, very, very solid pick. Very solid pick by George.
I dig it. I think we're going to start to see a lot of these megas go. But we got a mascot snipe here. The Borussia Don fan, Lars, is going to... shots are fired. He's going to pick up...
shots fired here.
He's going to pick... Yeah, let's see. Hashtag shots fired in the chat right now. We got Regirock getting picked as a Tier 4 Pokemon. I don't know if I like this pick coming into Tier 4 this early in the draft, round 6.
It's actually this is the only pick that I don't like from Lars right now. It's the only pick that
I disagree. I disagree with both of you.
All right, go ahead. What do you got, Nick?
I think Regirock he's proven in the league. I think it has so much utility in hazard setting and as well as status, and it has the right bulk. It has really strong Rock Stab. Rock Stab is something that's really important. I think that people undervalue in the league, and I think it's actually probably the right time for it to go.
I agree with Nick, actually. Regirock is really strong. Actually, rock types in general are kind of really strong in league type of formats.
It does share a lot of weaknesses with a lot of his core, though. I don't know. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, that may be the one thing is that his team doesn't support it as well as it should be, but the Pokemon itself is probably around 6 value.
Yeah, and just to clarify, guys, we're joining the call. Obviously, it's myself, Mega Mogwai. We've also got Nick, Superblaw, and we have Fizzy Stardust as well. So we're joined by a couple other coaches. And here we go, a big dragon from Nick. This is all you, Superblaw. What do you got for us, man? Tyrantrum.
2 words, head smash.
Oh, I know all about it.
So strong. I just wanted, actually the main reason for taking it was that I wanted a fire check to protect Skarmory. I don't want to use Manaphy to take too many hits because of its value as an offensive threat. So I wanted a fire check, and I wanted something that can just come in and immediately it's a threat to whatever wants to take a hit because nothing really wants to take a hit from a Tyrantrum.
It doesn't.
I like how you started off with very, very big bulk. And then you took a 180, and you're going for power now. You're going for wall breaking and for speed. I dig it. I dig it.
Well, you got
and Tyrantrum with Sticky Web is very spooky.
Oh my god! Not to mention the Dragon Dancing ability. Choice Scarf Tyrantrum. It's got good coverage across the board as well. and that head smash with, I believe, the rock head is its ability, its new ability.
Yes.
That's just scary. I mean, it's killing. There's no switch-ins unless it's a resisted hit. Nothing's taking that. Nothing.
Plus, might I add, it's a Pokemon with a beard.
And we like
Very
beards
fun.
here, so we're gonna take that. It's
Yeah.
the king of. It's king of the. Oh, we're talking about.
Oh, he got it. He got it. Again,
Oh,
not
man.
surprised by this pick at all. Gubs loves Snorlax. Unfortunately, he likes to talk about how he should learn to slack off. Thank God it doesn't.
Oh my god.
And I like this pick. It gives him a lot of well-needed bulk, and it actually synergizes extremely well with Gliscor. So I like it. I like it a lot.
I think Snorlax adds a lot. Again, not having slack off, kind of annoying, but it does have rest and sleep talk. It's got enough bulk to sponge hits to be able to wake up from that rest. Obviously, the Curse Slack set is very popular because it's got such good natural special bulk. You could boost up that defense, and it obviously doesn't need its speed stat. The 30% paralysis chance is really nice as well. It's got decent coverage, too. You're looking at moves like Earthquake and Crunch that can hit Pokemon, if Body Slam doesn't cover it. Earthquake and Crunch most likely will, so it's got pretty good coverage across the board, and I really like Snorlax.
I'm about to get my pick.
Your pick's coming up. I think this is a good round for Snorlax.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to see the return of a long-lost captain. He was banished to the Ubers lands, and he's going to come back and represent the best team in the GBA, and I'm very excited to announce this pick. It's going to pop up any minute now.
But did you trade your pick to
Oh
me?
my god.
Oh, my long-lost captain, Torrent, not Protean. Torrent Greninja, my Scarf Tongue is here. Yes, I got him.
So just to clarify for anyone who's confused, the GBA has special tiering structure. So Pokemon like Greninja are allowed to be drafted, and it's taken now, but we do have a rule, no protein Greninja. So you're going to have to run Torrent Greninja, but we all know how amazing this Pokemon is, even with Torrent. Having the ability to set up entry hazards like Spikes and Toxic Spikes, not to mention insane coverage. What do you think you're going to do with this most of the time, Miguel?
I know a lot of people will be thinking, oh, it doesn't have Protean. I've run some calcs. This thing it still hits really hard. Has one of the best coverage, the best move pools in the game, in my opinion. And it is extremely fast. I needed some good speed for my team. I had some bulk, I had some power, but I didn't have some proper speed. I think this Pokemon fits my team really well. I have experience using it. Maybe with Protean, it doesn't matter. It's dual stabs. Still hit very hard. And the rest of the coverage still hits hard anyways. You slap an Expert Belt, a Life Orb, you can Scarf it, you can do a lot of different things. I love this Pokemon. It was one of the main reasons I was so successful in the D-League, and I'm very, very excited to have it back. I'm very, very pumped.
And there's my big pick, and I was
oh.
excited for this one. I've been holding out, hoping it wasn't going to get sniped, and we're talking about what I think is going to be one of the biggest offensive threats in the GBA this season. And again, that Fairy Dragon Steel Core is here now, and I have Salamence, and I love Salamence. I don't know how it wasn't drafted by now. This thing is insane. Moxie, Scarf, Dragon Dance could be specially offensive with moves like Hydro Pump and obviously Fire Blast. It could be defensive as well, rocking things like Intimidate. Not to mention it does get Wish and Defog, which are pretty viable options.
I just want to say that I'm very glad I drafted Mamoswine now.
Yeah, I mean, you have the perfect check for it. But
this thing is very scary. Very, very good abilities, and also a lot of people don't realize that this Pokemon can be a very good defensive cleric too. It learns Wish. It can pass off wishes. It can also defog. It has the ability to Intimidate. It has a very good defensive typing, so it can also be defensive too. I think it's one of the best tier 2 picks, honestly. And I'm surprised it wasn't picked earlier.
I am too. Just to point out as well, because I did grab Keldeo, Sylveon, and Victini as tier 1 picks, I am not allowed to grab a tier 1 Mega, so I have to drop down. We're going to see John here pick up what I think is probably one of his most critical picks now that I'm seeing it. Just looking at his team really quickly, I think grabbing Chandelure was amazing to counterpart with Mega Scizor.
Yeah, I think this Pokemon can be very devastating. We all know it has a very quite ridiculous special attack stat, and it can be Scarf. Yeah, it's crazy. It can be a Scarfer. It can be a Calm Mind setup sweeper. It can do a lot of different things. Obviously, we know Flash Fire is a thing, so now Scizor is going to feel a lot more comfortable.
And the other thing too that I really like about John is John's a very smart player, guys. By the way. don't be surprised if he doesn't bring Flash Fire Chandelure and instead he brings Infiltrator, and people just don't click those fire moves because they're scared. Because if Scarf Shandy comes in and it gets a Flash Fire boost coming off that 145 special attack, you are not taking a hit unless you are immune or resisting. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think it fits his team really well, and he's going to put a lot of offensive pressure with it because, like, he can even slap choice specs on it, and nothing will switch into it.
Yeah, this thing's scary. I like it. I like it. It also gives him a nice spin blocker as well, which is always nice to have. Ghost types, you're going to start to see those go as well, I think. Wow, that's funny. Speaking of ghost types and spin blockers, you're going to see one of the better value tier 5 picks. I think the first tier 5 pick we've seen, Miss Magius, which I think is an amazing pick by Shady Penguin.
Yeah, I think it's really good. It's one of the best tier 5 Pokemon in my opinion because of its speed. Its coverage options are really good. This thing even learns Power Gem. So I like it a lot. I think it's a very solid pick. It does give Shady a little bit more speed. Like, that's the only thing that I see Shady lacking right now is speed because he has a monstrous core and a very nice roster, priority, hazard control. And I think this Pokemon really fits well. I think a Ghost type is very important in this format. Because it spin blocks and it does a lot of different things, and it does have a very fast Destiny Bomb too. So I like
those types are important too, mainly because Shady's in my division and I have Tyranitar.
It's funny. Fizz giving the commentary, happy that he's going to get some pursuit kills with his Tyranitar. I think dipping into tier 5 now, you're going to really start to see people start to dip because some of those value Pokemon in tier 5, like Miltank, like Miss Magius, like Pokemon like maybe even Quagsire, something like that. Those Pokemon are going to start to go because now you see a lot of good stuff still on the board, especially in the higher tiers. But you're going to start to see a lot of those value picks go. And here we see Molvone with some more speed, but a little bit of especially offensive presence here with Typhlosion.
I wanted to emphasize real quick, King Wooly asked if Talonflame is banned. It is not banned. It is tier 1, just so he knows. We did not ban Talonflame. There's no need to ban Talonflame. Anyways, Typhlosion. Yeah, wow. Very... more offense.
Yeah, I don't know if I see Typhlosion. Again, I'm starting to try to wrap around Molvone's team here. It gives him a fire immunity, but it wasn't something he necessarily needed. Maybe he just grabbed it now because he didn't want to take the hits himself. I don't know. I'm not...
Typhlosion was tier 4, right?
I think it was tier 4, yeah. So, I don't know, because if it was tier 3, it would have fallen into tier 3. So I think it was tier 4.
Typhlosion is tier 4.
Okay.
And might I just say, I think this is a weird pick. I think this probably would have been an undrafted Mon.
Yeah, I agree with
you could have
this.
waited
Scarf
a long
Eruption
time
is
I
I
think it's what Dan is like. He's mentioned it numerous times. Like, I think Molvone needs some bulk desperately.
Exactly. Not to bring up my team from last season, but last season I was able to make it to the championship, my fastest mod being 110 base speed, and I just focused on bulk, and Molvone's going the opposite approach, and that doesn't mean it's not going to work for him. It's just a little bit weird to see him halfway through the draft not grabbing bulk yet, and here we see, but almost the MVP from last season, one of the hardest hitting megas, and Gym Leader Geo's team is scary. He's going to pick up Mega Pinsir.
Man, his draft is starting to remind me from Hank the Pidgey's draft, which was one of the best drafts last season in my opinion, and he has a lot of there's a lot of power there. Like Mega Pinsir provides a lot of offensive presence that can be backed up by his very solid defensive core. So I think that's as good as a pick as he could have gotten for a Mega, honestly. And Mega Pinsir has proven to be one of the MVPs again and again and again and again in the
This
GBA,
thing's scary.
So.
And he's got that defog support with Latias, which we talk about a lot, which Mega Pinsir desperately needs, taking 50% after it Mega Evolves from Stealth Rocks. So we see Latias being that great support for him. I'd like to see Geo pick up a Rapid Spinner, just to take a little pressure off of Latias to do that later on. Or maybe
not that many good spinners left, though.
We're really in the bare minimum. You're looking at things like Sand Slash and stuff now. I mean, you're really down to the minimum, but I like Pinsir, and I think... For the fact that we're in round 6, Pinsir getting taken, that's pretty phenomenal because this Mon it could be a first rounder in all honesty. It really could.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's so good, and this is probably the best pick he could have made.
Yeah, he got it like really late too. Like I'm impressed. It lasted this long, but at the same time, it is a Mega. But I think Geo's drafting really well, like so much better than last season. It's crazy.
This is Steve's first pick that I don't enjoy.
See, I like Kecleon, though. I think Tier 5, I don't like Kecleon in the 6th round, in all honesty, but I like Kecleon. Protein, good coverage, good, decent special bulk, but why don't you like it?
I just took a bite of something.
Sorry.
I think Kecleon is actually really good. I think it hits deceptively hard. Like, you don't expect it to hit that hard with a life orb, and it has a very monstrous special defense stat as well, and multiple priority options that, with the protein ability, unlike his buddy Greninja, who could not have it, unfortunately.
I just don't see it in the 6th round. That's my issue with this pick.
It's very versatile. I just have never been a big fan of Kecleon. I've never used it in Gen 6, so maybe that's the difference. Maybe it's got something that...
Protean really changes things for it. But
I'm sure it does.
I do like that it gets Stealth Rocks,
It does get
though,
Stealth Rocks, too. Yeah, that's what I was
which takes some of that off of Heatran, because right now his only rocker is Heatran. So I do like that it gets Stealth Rocks. And here we're going to see, I think, an amazing pick, actually. Whimsicott, in my opinion, is one of the better Tier 3 Mons. Fairy typing, Grass typing, priority with Prankster. I like Whimsicott. What do you guys think?
Excellent speed stat. Excellent speed stat. Enabling it to outspeed base 115s, which is huge. So I like this pick a lot. Very good typing, and definitely a lot of different options. And this thing hits a lot harder than you expect it to hit. Like, you look at its stats, and you never expect it to be offensive, but you slap a life orb on this thing.
Yeah, Giga Drain, Moonblast.
Yeah, it hits really hard. It hits really hard.
Yeah, I mean, because you got Prankster, so it's just like, why would I even bother attacking with it? But in this league, you bother doing anything that your Pokemon can do, because your opponent just doesn't know, and they have to prepare for it.
Yeah, I like this pick. Yeah, I like this pick a lot.
I think the best part about this pick, best part about this pick is that it was a hard snipe on the next guy on Crimson Sea.
Oh, Crimson was thinking Whimsicott. Is that what the intel is in the chat right now?
Absolutely.
We got, I think we got Crimson coming up next, who's put a team together around Infernape. He's got Latios as his first pick. We're starting to see Crimson really breaking through with the draft this season after a less than desirable draft last season. He's going to pick up an amazing grass type in its own right. Do I like it more than Whimsicott? I don't know, but it's Roserade.
I think it's a lot better, honestly. I think this Pokemon is insanely good. Nick actually has a lot of experience using it in the format, and I'm pretty sure he agrees with me. This thing is amazing in the GBA. The Technician, Hidden Power, and the 125 base special attack. I use this Pokemon a lot in OU, actually. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Don't worry, Miguel. I will agree with you. Roserade is great. It was on my radar for my next round pick, but I knew it probably wouldn't make it to me. It's crazy strong. It's got versatility. It's bulky. It's got setup moves. It's got sleep, spikes, it's got everything.
Natural Cure too, like it can absorb status.
This thing is insane. This Pokemon, I think this is one of my favorite picks of this round. Honestly,
it is a league.
The only reason I didn't have it on my radar is because I already chose Ferrothorn and I didn't want another fire weakness. But this thing is amazing. I love it.
In Tier 3, it's a steal. It really should be above Tier 3.
Yeah. So coming in to round out round 6, we have Old Man Tup, who's going to be on the wheel pick again. He's going to be making the last pick of round 6 here coming up, and he's actually going to, I think he sniped someone with this one coming up. He's going to pick Ambipom as his first free pick, and I believe Ambipom fell into either Tier 3 or Tier 4. Maybe one of you guys know.
I think it's Tier 4. Yes,
it is Tier 4. I'm confirming that. If I may interject, I've known Tup for many years. And this is a Pokemon that he's very comfortable with. He's used many times in standard battles. He knows Ambipom inside and out and knows exactly everything that it can do.
Yeah, I think Ambipom is good in this format because of its high speed. I know a lot of people in RU don't like this mon. They don't really think it's as good. But I do think it's a case of a Pokemon that's better in the League format. And like I said, it's blistering speed with its very good coverage. Like this thing learns Gunk Shot, which is very
Gunk Shot, Fake Out, U-turn.
Yeah. It's Fake Out. It's really hard, and it can gain you momentum. It's a very good dedicated lead. I'm a fan of it. I think it's a decent pick, and it provides Tup. It provides its roster with some very nice natural speed, which is something that he lacked up until now. So I like the pick. But looking at these, there's a lot of very strong picks this round. But I'm a big fan of the Roserade pick. I think that pick is just great, and Mega Pinsir too, and Mega Charizard Y. Mega Charizard Y.
Thank you.
Much to my dismay, it's very good, especially paired with T-Tar. That's very scary.
Yeah, a lot of good picks coming out of round 6. We're about halfway through the draft, guys, and we're going to jump into round 7 here pretty shortly with Old Man Tup on that wheel pick. Do you guys want to take a quick 2-minute intermission here? Just take a quick 2-minute break so we can all kind of get up and stretch?
Sure.
Everyone cool with
Sure,
that?
I
All
will
right, so we're
finish
gonna,
my chocolate croissant.
we're gonna take a 2-minute break here, guys. The stream will continue, so definitely don't go anywhere. But feel free to discuss in the chat what your favorite picks are so far. And we're gonna be back in about 2 minutes with the continuation of the draft. We'll kick off the second half of the draft, round 7 through 11, coming up here shortly. But I'm gonna get out of here for just about 2 minutes, and I'll see you guys shortly.
All right. Later.
Yeah, I just. All right, guys, we are back here for the GBA Season 5 live draft. We just finished up round 6, took a quick intermission there, so thank you guys for your patience. But we're going to kick things back off here. Our last pick overall was Ambipom from Old Man Top, but he does have the wheel pick, and he's going to be picking here again. I think we're ready to jump right into round 7
Let's go.
as we're continuing. So I think everyone's ready to rock. So let's keep it rolling here. So round 7 is going to kick off. I think we have our pick, and it looks like he is going to go with Thunderous Incarnate.
Wow.
All the way in the 7th round.
That's
steal.
crazy. That's
I
crazy.
was mad that no one picked this until now. Like
This thing is.
I
this
was
thing-
super angry.
Like I know Govs really likes Thunderous Therian, and I know he's gonna use it well, but I personally think this version of it is superior, even in this format. It's that speed boost is very important, and the Prankster T-Wave and the Defiant, such two amazing abilities. This Pokemon is so good. It's so good, so good.
Yeah, I really like it. It's got a good speed stat. Again, that Volt switching is really, really, really important to have for momentum purposes. And I like Old Man's Tup. It's a little unorthodox, I think, and it's definitely not the kind of Mons that I would pick, aside from maybe Jellicent, but I do think Tup has a plan here, and his mantra right now is
Yeah, a very solid core.
worst to first, right? So he's going to go from the worst team last season to first place. That's his plan. So we'll see what happens with Old Man Tup coming through as round 7 progresses.
He's picking a lot of stuff that he's familiar with, and now he's just kind of filling in the holes of things he needed. He's picking up speed with Ambipom with Thunderous. Great Volt turn opportunity there.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think it's exactly what he needed. And
Crimson Seabat is going to pick up that Steel-type Pokemon, which I actually really, really like, and I think it's a great value pick
I think
out
it's
of out of tier 4.
Yeah, this Pokemon is really I like it a lot. I think it excels in this format, and I think it's something that Crimson actually, quite needed. I think it's more bulk because he has a lot of offensive presence. He does have Suicune and Crocodile who could be potentially defensive, but he needed some really valuable bulk, and I think Registeel is phenomenal. Access to T-Wave, Stealth Rocks. Like, it's not the most versatile mon out there, but it's very good at what it's going to do. So I like it a lot.
It's very passive. It can play on both sides of the defensive wall, and it's got good status moves. It's got rocks. It's a plug and play.
Yeah.
When you need it, it's there.
I like its
Well,
seismic
thank you,
too.
gentlemen.
I do like seismic toss as well, and this is one of the few things that can really sponge hits from big dragon types. I think that's one of the keys here. It really works nicely with Latios. I like Registeel. I like it now too. I like it in round 7. I think it's a good time to grab it.
Yeah, very good. All right, let's see what Nips got.
Nips has been putting together a very interesting team, grabbing Mega Slowbro first
I think
overall.
it's the most interesting draft. Oh, wow.
So we pick up the Eviolite user Gligar, which I believe falls into our tier 4.
Tier 4,
yeah.
Tier 4, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so Gligar,
I think.
A great defogger, Eviolite user, a little susceptible to knockoff and Ice-type moves, but still a pretty viable Pokemon, especially late in the draft where there's not many spinners or defoggers left. Still haven't seen things like Skuntank go, but he's going to go with Gligar to give him a little bit more bulk. What do you think?
I like this because I think it synergizes extremely well with Mega Slowbro, and it's going to be a pain to deal with. And it's a Pokemon that, generates... obviously, it's not as good as Gliscor, but it does do what it does very well. It's very good. It actually does... it's a very good defogger. That's something Gliscor doesn't tend to do. And a very good pivot as well, because it does tend to run U-turn. I like it a lot. I think it fits his team well. And definitely better than the Drapion pick, in my opinion. And I like this pick. I think it's
a lot of people are saying that he's weak to knockoff here, and I somewhat agree, obviously, with Gligar and Chansey relying on that Eviolite, but Mega Slowbro doesn't care about knockoff. I'm just going to say that now. It does not care about knockoff.
That's true. Nothing at all. All right. So we got Magnitude up now.
Yeah, one of my favorite drafts so far. And there it is. There's the defogger.
There it is. This thing. I actually was looking into this Pokemon. I think it's really, really underrated in this format. It excels at Pursuit trapping, and I love the Sucker Punch Pursuit combo, and I love the typing. I love the Dark Poison typing, only weak to ground, which Steve has covered with Road and Wash, and he'll probably draft more immunities later on. Who knows? But I like this Pokemon a lot. I like it. What about you? What do you think, Fizz?
Aftermath is really cool.
Oh yeah,
that's what I think. Aftermath is cool. It's got a lot of cool moves it can do. It could even plop down Memento. It can explode. Yeah. It can set up weathers, which may or may not be viable at all. But I mean, it's Steve. It's Steve, so you'd never know.
I like it.
Ever know.
Again, with the draft pool being limited now at this point with Rapid Spinners and Defoggers, Skuntank probably towards the top end of that list of Pokemon that are still available as being one of the few Pokemon that's not weak to rocks that can defog, and I think that speaks a lot to itself.
Also, yeah, I forgot about that actually. It's a good defogger too. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's one of the few that can defog without being weak to stealth rocks, and I think it's really good. And we're gonna see.
Oh god,
a hated Pokemon here.
You gotta stop.
And I just definitely on my radar. I think I just got sniped.
You gotta stop, Gio. This is way too much bulk. Oh god.
Yeah. I actually dared Nick to draft Blissey, and I'm very sad that I got picked up here. I wanted Nick to get it.
Oh, Blissey's scary. To compare it up with Skarmory and Cresselia, are you mad?
That wasn't even fair.
Yeah, I am.
Blissey packs one of the best presences from a specially defensive perspective. Works really nicely with the rest of his team. I'm curious to see whether he's going to draft something. He has a lot of coverages for that fighting type weakness that Blissey sports, and I like Blissey kind of over Chansey in some ways because it doesn't fear knockoff like Chansey does. So I think it's a great steal for round 7.
Yeah. I love how it's gym leader Gio and he's drafting the fattest roster ever. Yeah. Come on, Gio.
He's got an insane amount of bulk, and I think Gio's got a really cool team here. I really, really like it, and I think there's a lot of potential coming up. I'm curious to see what our next pick is here, as
got,
Mulvone's going to come through, and we're going to see whether he's going to continue to draft this power, or he's going to start to shift his focus towards bulk, and he's going to pick up Gallade, which I believe he had last season as well.
Yeah, I think he did it because he was successful against Hank the Pidgey in one battle in which he swept him completely with a sub bulk upset.
Right?
Yeah, but I don't think this is what he needs because Gallade, while it's slower, great, awesome, you got a slower Pokemon, it's not bulky. It's actually very frail on the physical side.
It's not exactly.
It's like this thing. I think this thing even had trouble taking a close combat, for example, which is resist. But it's so physically frail that I don't think this is what Mulvone needs personally.
I do just want to emphasize, last season coming out of the draft, Mulvone is ranked towards the bottom 3 people in the league in terms of where his draft stood, and then he finished and made it to the playoffs. So Mulvone knows what he's doing, right? So while he only has 3 slots left to fill in that defensive presence, which is a bit interesting, he's shown in the past that he knows how to play the game, and I'm going to be curious to see how his team plays out over the course of the season. Not having any bulk at all, which to me is
he may be going completely hyper offensive, which is something that has worked for him in the past. So I'm not saying his draft is bad. I'm just saying his draft is very, very different from what I would do. So, but at the same time, we're all different players here. We're all different kind of players. So I'm not saying that his draft is worse. I'm just saying that it's very interesting how he has no bulk whatsoever. So that's.
I'll say it's bad. It's bad.
I got to shift the focus here. I don't know how Alakazam was undrafted to this point, but Shady Penguin and the New York Yankees are going to pick up Alakazam, one of the best offensive Pokemon in the game, in the fact that it doesn't have to worry.
Two.
Yeah, it doesn't have to worry about Stealth Rocks because of its ability, so you can run it Sash, and it's so fast. It gives Shady that speed that he's been lacking, and it gives him a really hard-hitting, especially offensive threat.
I think I'm very impressed by Shady's draft. I think this Pokemon fits his team perfectly. I think this Pokemon is one of the best Tier 2 options. And I'm surprised he didn't pick this before Zygarde, personally. But he got them both, so it doesn't matter. And,
yeah.
I like it a lot. I think it's just really good for him.
Really surprised that Alakazam has been sitting here this long. I can't emphasize enough.
It's
a good Pokemon.
It's even better in this format.
Yeah, the fact that you can run its Focus Sash is kind of like an emergency button, right? Something goes wrong, you can send an Alakazam, you know its Sash is intact, and you know you're getting 2 hits off on something. And that is very valuable as an emergency button, like I said, especially in this format if you don't have a really reliable check. We're going to see some of those lower tier Monstarts get picked as John and the New Orleans Pelipers are going to pick up a very offensive Tier 5 pick, which is Sawk here. Mascot Snap.
I think Sawk, it was definitely on my radar. I think Sawk is one of, if not the best Tier 5 Pokemon. I think Sawk is just amazing. Its ability, sturdy, paired with its Choice Band, can make it a very devastating lead. And it was definitely on my radar, as a fighting type as it is. I like it, I can't say I got sniped because I do have another option, which I prefer, but it's definitely an amazing pick. I think it's, like I said, the best Tier 5 in my opinion.
It's also got Mold Breaker, it's got good speed,
exactly,
it's strong,
yeah.
It's got decent bulk for what it is.
Very high attack stat. High attack stat.
Yeah, exactly, and it's going to be good. It's got knockoff
like Sawk,
also.
I do like Sawk. I think, especially jumping into Tier 5 now, is going to be important because you're going to see a lot of those Tier 5 Pokemon start to get picked now as we start to tail towards the end of the draft. Tier 5 is equivalent or somewhat equivalent to an NU pick, but I believe I'm coming up.
You're coming up. What are you going to get?
No, one more pick next.
You're up now.
So I had the MVP last season on my team, Mega Sableye, and I'm gonna go here and say that we have definitely a Pokemon in the running for defensive MVP this season, and I am very excited to announce my pick and my Mega pick of Mega Aggron.
Wow!
I have a little experience with Mega Aggron.
Did not see this coming.
Mega Aggron is neat. That's the best way to describe it. It's just neat. It's really hard to kill. It's strong, and it's got a bunch of different viable movesets it can really run.
Everything from Avalanche to Heavy Slam, it's got pretty good coverage.
It has auto-automized too, so you can go for a setup sweeper. It's also incredibly bulky and it has exceptional coverage too. I love running Avalanche on it, for example.
Exactly, because you know it's going to be slow.
Exactly. Avalanche just destroys, for example, Landorus and Dragonite, and their EQs don't really hurt you that much back. So it's a really cool Pokemon. I definitely like this pick. I did not expect you to make this pick, honestly, Dan.
One of the things I want to point out is the wish help that I have with Sylveon Mega Aggron, Salamence Mega Aggron.
is a phenomenal core. Like, I've used it a lot in the past in OU, but yeah, I like it a lot. My pick is coming, baby.
Oh man,
it's coming, and it's actually
Power.
alongside Ninja, one of my favorite Pokemon. My 2 favorite Pokemon from Generation 6, and he's mine. I got that Wall Breaker coming in. Let's see him.
it's Dragalge, man.
I'm
and
too impatient.
there it is. It's
Dragalge.
there, man. I got it in front of me. Dragalge came through.
I'm lagging a little bit. That's why I didn't see it. There we go, Dragalge. I picked the Dragalge because I love its typing. It has a unique typing. I love its power boosted by adaptability. Its dual stabs is very, very menacing. I love the fact that it learns Toxic Spikes, and I have a lot of experience using this Pokemon, and I love it. I love it. I've said multiple times how much I like Dragalge, and seeing it at tier 3 and getting Greninja, I think I had good speed. I wanted a little bit of bulk, and I think it synergizes extremely well with Ferrothorn too, which is also a very good thing. So I'm pumped. I got
Adaptability is the key word of this draft right here for this Pokemon. Draco Meteor getting double stab is insane. Like, doubling the power of a move like Draco, or even Sludge Bomb. That's scary.
And I also got options to Hazard Stack now. I got Dragalge, Ferrothorn. The plan is coming along. I'm happy I got this bad boy. I was worried this thing was going to get taken.
Wow. A Pokemon I did not expect to be taken, especially at this point in the draft. Gubbs is going to draft for the Arizona Deoxys his Mega pick, which is Mega Alakazam, boasting the highest special attack stat in the draft pool that's available, as far as I remember. Impressive speed. What do you guys think about Mega Alakazam?
I think it's phenomenal. I think the only reason I didn't have my eyes on Mega Alakazam is because I don't like relying on Focus Blast, which it does need in a lot of different scenarios, but this Pokemon is devastating. It is extremely fast, it is extremely powerful, and if you do not have enough priority on your team, this thing can literally clean you up just like that.
It's got a nice beard, too.
It's a bearded Pokemon for one, so Gubbs gets extra style points.
Yeah.
And I think that he's got a good strategy with Focus Blast. It's called Don't Miss.
I like it.
So if he just sticks to that game plan, I mean, it's going to clean up for him really well.
Yeah, just don't miss. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Good coverage, though. I believe it gets Dazzling Gleam as well. Shadow Ball, Focus Blast, or Focus Miss.
And we got a Pokemon that outspeeds every single member of Movone's team, which is pretty funny.
After it Mega Evolves.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. A
Hashtag
pick I
bearded
never saw coming, and I'm glad we have Nick on the phone to talk about this one. Mega Audino. Now, before we let Nick talk about this, though, Mega Audino is a lower-ranked Mega, so that's actually going to give Nick some extra points here for the rest of his draft, so he's going to get extra points towards his free category. So, Nick, what were you thinking with Mega Audino?
Before Nick talks, I just think it was a brilliant pick. It's the best pick of his draft. Go ahead.
All right, so I have to say, Mega Audino was actually the plan from the start. And the whole plan was to get 3 really bulky Pokemon that I can use my frail attackers to switch into. Mega Audino provides that. It gets Regenerator before it Megas, so if I don't want to stay in, I can switch out and get some health back if I need to. It's a Cleric, it can knock off, it can Calm Mind Sweep, and also it gives me more points that I can spend to get a higher tier Mon. And since I felt like since I won in Season 2, I had a chance to take more chances and try something different, and Audino is a lot of fun, so I wanted to try it out.
Yeah, I think a lot of those points are really good, and I just want to emphasize the fact that you're getting an extra 60 points now to get thrown onto that 400 points that you have for your free slot, which can be really, really versatile, just like I used with mine with grabbing Mega Aggron, giving me 40 extra points. But we're going to see Slowbro's lesser brother here, Slow King, come through for Lars, and I know, Miguel, you love Lars' team so far. Yeah. I like this pick.
I think this pick
Regenerator Core.
Amazing. That Regenerator Core is insane. I think Slowbro, it fits his team so well. I'm not a fan of the Regirock pick still, but this pick I am a huge fan of. I think Slowking is very, very good in this format. It has exceptional coverage, Fire Blast, Ice Beam. It learns Power Gem, dude. This thing can do a lot of different things. And alongside Tangrowth, that's going to be one ugly, ugly, ugly core to deal with. So I think it's a phenomenal pick.
I agree 100%. I think the fact that Tangrowth and Slowking both having the ability to just be incredibly impressive from that Regenerator core. Not to mention, if he picks up a nice Trick Roomer or another Trick Roomer to go with Slowking, maybe like a P2 or something like that, I see a lot of potential there with a Azumarill and even Landorus Eye without speed investment or something like that. It's a little out there, but could work.
I'd like to point out that he's very Bolt Beam weak, and maybe that's a little 4th Jenny in me. But Bolt Beam weak is no good.
Yeah, Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, two phenomenal attacking types going together, providing pretty much perfect coverage, if I'm not mistaken. We got the next pick coming in here for the Arcaniners, grabbing one of the few defoggers left, a nice tier 4 Eviolite user in Togetic. I like Togetic a lot, and I like it on this team. It takes some of the defog pressure off a Scissor, which I like too. What do you guys think about that?
I think like I said, I respect George a lot as a player. I think he's one of the best in this format, but I'm not the biggest fan of his draft because I think he does have Mega Lopunny. Barring that, he's having some serious issues with speed. I think his team is very, very slow, and I'm not a fan of this pick, honestly. And neither was I a fan of the Gastrodon pick. I'm a fan of the Mega Lopunny. I think the Nidoqueen pick is phenomenal, and Gothitelle, but I don't think this is what he needed. But then again, I'm me, and he's him. He's George. So basically, English.
I mean, he's got that Steel Fairy Dragon Core.
It's
a weird one, but he's got it.
True. I mean, and fairies are running scarce, so I understand. Like there's not that many. So I'm not the biggest fan, but it's a good pick.
Wow. The Pokemon I hate the most in this draft. The Pokemon I hate the most in this draft just got picked, Fizz.
Fizz, why you do this? You take Heliolisk and I take the...
First of all, I didn't know that there was a history with Dual Blade. This pick was a product of my front office, and they really sold me on it, mainly because we were running out of Steel types to pick, and I actually really needed a Steel type. And I also don't have a lot of priority. I mean, Togekiss has some priority, which I pointed out later. But Dual Blade, it's great. It really fits well in my team. And I feel like it's going to be an integral part.
Outstanding synergy with the likes of T-Tar, for example. I think it's really good, and I can definitely share my thought with this. I've used this Pokemon, and it literally won me the championship. So this thing could be a very powerful sweeper late game. They're dead. I'm sorry,
guys. I'm having flashbacks. It took me a while to recover, guys. I still haven't recovered.
He's the nightmares, right?
Oh, man.
I'm looking forward to sweeping everyone with it.
Oh, this thing is very powerful. I don't want to talk about it anymore. The next pick is here. Thank you. One of our last Rapid Spinners available, and a decent one. Low HP stat, but pretty interesting. Hayden and the Sacramento Sea Kings on the wheel pick are going to grab Hitmonlee.
Hitmonlee is awesome. Not only does it spin, but it's very strong. It's got a very good attack stat. It's got priority and Sucker Punch. I mean, 120 attack stat in close combat. It's got good speed at 87. It's got okay special bulk, and it spins. I think it's a really good fighting Pokemon.
I agree. I think Hitmonlee can do a lot of things. It has access to stab priority, which is very important.
Yeah, it has Mach Punch as well.
And also learns knockoff, which Hitmonchan does not.
I can't.
So that's very.
What do you mean?
That's a very.
I just want to say real quick, thank you. Yeah, thank you to Ed as well for subscribing to the stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. We got the round 7 summary here after Hayden. Hayden's going to be on the wheel pick, so he'll be up here soon. And I want to thank everyone for coming out to the stream. We're going to close out the last few rounds here. We got round 8, 9, 10, 11 coming up, so the last 4 rounds. And thank you guys all for coming out to the stream and supporting. And I do ask that if you're watching this stream, we will be posting the stream again live on the, or not live, but we will be posting the stream on the GBA YouTube channel, hopefully by tomorrow. And if you're watching this stream and you enjoy Pokemon, I ask that you hit the follow button as well, as it supports me. This is my personal channel that we're using for the stream today. So thank you for all the support. I really do appreciate it, guys. And I hope you guys are enjoying, and feel free to please use the commands in the chat. I'll throw them in the chat real quick so everyone can see them. We have commands for every single team. If you want to go follow everyone on Twitter, you just use, it's like !Meryl, !Mankeys, !Loudreds, etc. to get all the teams, so you can feel free to follow everyone on Twitter and support your favorite team in the GBA coming up for the Season 5 of the GBA, which is going to be the best season that we've ever had. I'm really, as a player and everything else, I'm so excited for the GBA Season 5, guys, and I think everyone else will.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, we had an epic battle, man. That was dope. I want to ask you guys something. Like, what is your favorite and your least favorite pick this round?
So I'll say my favorite pick is Mega Aggron, but I'm not gonna do that because it's
wait, without counting each other.
I gotta say, so I really like the Slow King for Lars. Going with Tangrowth, I think the synergy there was really, really nice. And kind of the worst pick, I want to say, I'm not feeling the Gallade from Mulvone. I don't want to bash on Mulvone. I'm a big fan of his and a friend of his, but I'm not feeling the Gallade or the Noivern pick. Some of those are a little bit wonky to me. I'm just not seeing it come to fruition yet.
My favorite, aside from Dual Blade, is honestly it's Mega Audino. When Nick picked it, I was effing blown away because his team is so bulky and it fits in so well with the rest of his team. I've straight up told Nick that if we ever meet in the season, which I don't think we do, but I legit said I will scoop to you if I play your team. Because I don't want to. It doesn't seem fun at all. My least favorite pick is anything that relies on a Eviolite.
So
Togekick, Gligar.
Okay.
Your
pick also relies on Eviolite.
Nah, no, it doesn't. It can use it, but it doesn't rely on it.
Bashing his own pick.
I was like, what?
I think my favorite pick is a tie between Shady's Alakazam and Tufts Thunderous Eye. I think Shady has somewhat been prone to certain sweepers in his history of playing the game, and Alakazam just kind of puts a stop to that. So, like, if he ends up, making a mistake or something, or if, something just doesn't go the way he planned, Alakazam is just like a safety net. And it's a big one, too, so.
Yeah, and it gives him the speed that he's needed very much so, as we've seen his draft lacks a little bit of speed. It gives him exactly what he needs, and you said it gives him that emergency button, as I mentioned before as well, that if something goes wrong, this thing can come in here. It's got that Focus Sash, it's immune to those Stealth Rocks, and it could give 2 hits pretty much before it's dead.
Yeah, I agree. Me personally, I have to agree with Dan. I think Gallade is my least favorite one. And when it comes to my most favorite, it's probably a tie between Lars and Shady Penguin. I think those two, Alakazam and Slowking, are phenomenal, especially this late in the draft, honestly. Alakazam is just amazing that it lasted this long.
Yeah, I agree.
I like Registeel.
Crimson likes the Registeel pick. He likes his own pick. I think we're actually joined by Nips as well. I don't know if Nips is on the call. Are you here, Drew? Maybe?
I'm here. What's up, man?
Hey,
no,
just wanted to just introducing you, man. So let's see some hype in the chat for Nips, who's got a pretty interesting team. Picking up Gligar as his last pick. We're gonna get back to Nips's pick in a little bit here. We got to kind of go back through the order with Hayden getting the wheel pick, and I think we're actually pretty much set to go for round 8 to kick off here. So don't be afraid to show your hype in the chat, as round 8's gonna kick off. Hayden's pick just came through, and he is gonna go for one of my favorite Pokemon, Porygon 2, the Hulk with Mega Sableye
That
Slowbro.
fits so well on his team.
Oh my God, Hayden
so well.
is a phenomenal battler, and you can see his team here. What do you guys think about the Porygon 2 pick? Nips, what do you think about that pick?
Oh, man. Porygon 2 is a beautiful, beautiful Pokemon. First of all, it doesn't die no matter what you use on it. It has reliable recovery. It gets the classic Gen 4 Bolt Beam. I mean, this thing is a duck, and it's a monster ready to take your freaking life.
Yeah, I agree. It fits his team so well with Mega Sableye and Slowbro. It's disgusting.
That's scary, dude. And Clefable, too. Like, he's got the perfect walls around it to take
it's
those
like, how are you going to
knockoffs.
take this man's core down? Like, how are you
Sableye and Clefable both eat knockoffs. Hitmonlee can take them. Breloom can take the knockoffs. I mean, just the amount of synergy I'm seeing with Hayden's team, I'm actually really impressed how it's coming together.
Same here.
I'd look to see him pick up a really fast Pokemon pretty soon, though, as he lacks a little bit of that outside of the, Endure, Hitmonlee, and maybe Tornadus, which has a lot of speed. But I'm curious to see whether he's going to try to grab one more thing over that base 105 speed marker to kind of round things out, so he doesn't have to rely on, like, Scarfed Arm too often. But I love the bulk, and it's definitely right up my alley. And speaking of bulk, Fizzy Stardust is going to grab an amazing Tier 5 pickup, probably one of the ones that a lot of people had on their draft list in terms of Tier 5 picks, Weezing.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I had another fighting and ground resist, because ground was getting a little bit dicey. So Weezing is a level levitator. He's one of the best Tier 5 Pokemon. It was nice to pick him up now. and just make sure I got him. He's got great coverage. He's got incredible moves. I've always been a big fan of Weezing, and I'm glad that he's an Atlanta Hawlucha.
He's one of the best tier 5s, in my opinion, easily. This thing has incredible bulk. Probably the best ability it could have, being a poison type.
Absolutely.
And my Mega Altaria does not like this thing, so screw that.
This thing is insane, guys. Weezing has insane bulk. The ability to Will-O-Wisp.
Spice too. I love it. Yeah. Very good.
Amazing value pick out of tier 5. As we're gonna start, like I said, start to see people jump into tier 5 as now you think things like Weezing have been taken. I'm waiting for Miltank to go pretty soon too, because that's another one of those tier 5 picks that I value really highly. I kind of just spoiled my pick, hopefully, but we'll see what happens if I can get to it. Coming up.
Someone's gonna snipe you.
Yeah, right. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! You gotta be kidding me! I swear I didn't know that was the next pick. I swear. He had the pick in before I said that, but oh my god, the Arcaniners just picked Miltank.
I love Miltank.
It actually provides him with some speed, actually.
Miltank has 100 base speed, which a lot of people don't know.
Okay, no, you have to make a low bunny. Okay, that's almost as fast as Pokemon. That's crazy.
It hits harder than a lot of people think too. I mean, it's not crazy strong, but I mean, it can catch you off guard. You could run like an offensive tank version, and it could do work.
I can see the chat is really enjoying.
I'm laughing right now because of what just happened. I shouldn't have spoken. I spoke too soon, guys.
The chat is enjoying your misery right now.
Don't forget, I don't know if anyone mentioned Miltank being a Stealth Rock setter. Very nice. Yeah. Taking that away from Nidoqueen, which is really nice. And again, just his bulk in general, the fact that it's got Scrappy, it's also got Thick Fat, kind of helping out that Scissor.
It's annoying. It's
good Pokemon, and in my opinion,
it's also
definitely
got Milk Drink.
Yeah, top
and Heal Bell.
It drinks its own milk. And
that's a little weird.
Healthier.
It gets Milk Drink, Stealth Rocks, Heal Bell. It's a great Pokemon. It's amazing.
We're gonna see here coming up pretty soon. Oh wow, that's a pick I never expected.
Wow.
So Miguel, you've loved Scissor's draft this entire time. Yeah. How do you feel about him grabbing Mega Absol? Mega, I didn't anticipate seeing getting drafted.
Yeah. I think this Mega's a sleeper. I think this Mega's incredibly fast. It has very good coverage and a usable special attack stat, even though it's mainly a physical attacker, but it gets access to things like Fire Blast, Ice Beam. I've actually used this Pokemon in standard play, and I've been very, very impressed. It does die to, anything. You just flick it, and it passes away. But I think it fits Large Team really well. He has a lot of bulk to back it up. It provides us with even more speed, which is something that he was, he does have Crobat, but he doesn't have the most speed in the vast majority of his roster. So I like this Pokemon a lot.
It gets Volt Beam and Sucker Punch, which is...
Yeah, it's that priority. Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. I like that you brought up its special stat, too. Fire Blast.
Yeah, I mean it's got a good special move pool and a good special stat.
Uninvested Fire Blast Okra's Mega Scizor.
The only thing is, it's just frail. It's just frail, and that's the problem. But maybe that Regenerator Core can absorb those hits for him, and that'll make this thing a little bit more useful. Very interesting pick. But Nick is going to come through here with another interesting pick as well. No, I don't like Tornadus Eye as much as I like Tornadus T, but maybe you can explain your thought process here going for Tornadus Eye, which has a little bit of interesting movesets like Bulk Up, Acrobatics, that kind of stuff.
Well, the main reason, first of all, it's actually stronger than Tornadus T on both offensive and, especially offensive and physically offensive stats, which a lot of people don't know. So I needed a little bit more power, so I went with that. It's fast, it's faster, it's 111, and at this point, base 110s really gave me problems, so I can speed creep that a little bit. It gives me another U-turner, as well as a rain setter, too. So now I can pair that with Manaphy. We can fire on Skarmory, and as well as just spam Hurricane in the rain if I want to.
I think
as well.
Oh, sorry.
As well as it can run physically offensive and use Defiant to absorb defog and stuff. So
that's really good.
I think it fit really well, and it was probably one of the better tier 3s that were left that I could get with the cleared points that I got from Aldino. So.
I think this Pokemon is a sleeper. Yeah, I think this Pokemon is a sleeper. I think it's going to do a lot of work. It's very fast, it's very strong, and it's definitely going to put in the work this season for sure.
So Gubbs is going to pick up a really interesting Mon here, one of the few spin blockers left, as I mentioned earlier, and a really good spike setter, good lead Pokemon, Frostlass. I'm actually really curious to hear what you guys have to say about Frostlass, because I think it's a forgotten Mon, and we're going to see him pick it up here. I believe it was ranked tier 3?
No, I think it's actually tier 4.
That's a pretty good steal then.
Yeah,
It is tier
yeah.
4.
I think, regardless, I think this is a kind of a weird pick for Gup's team because I don't know what it provides for him, but at the same time, it does give him a ghost type. Ice type is a phenomenal, offensive typing, and on the top of that, this thing is pretty fast. It's very fast. So, yeah, I can see the logic behind this pick. I think it's a good pick.
I could tell you exactly what it does for his team. I think from Gubs' perspective is that it's
Hyper offense?
First of all, Frostless is a really good stall breaker. It can rip walls apart with taunt, and then it can stack spikes, and then Ghost is a very good offensive typing as well as Ice. But I think this pick was more towards his division. It does a lot of work within his division to the other 3 teams. So I think that was probably more of the way he was going to try to, counter pick to give him an edge over, the other 3 teams that he has to play twice.
That is something to mention. I know Miguel is really excited to announce this pick here, but we did know about our divisions ahead of time before we jumped into the draft. So that's something that's kind of playing in the back of a lot of coaches' minds. Like, okay, you know what? I got to play Old Man Tup, 2 times this season. I might want to make sure I have a check for Excadrill, things like that kind of stuff. So just keep that in mind. I don't know if the divisions have been officially announced, but I'll let Miguel talk about Embor because he's really excited about the pick.
He's chomping at the bit, as they say.
I got that wall breaker now, boy. I don't care about no walls. This thing is a monster. I've been running some calcs, and oh my god, there's no switching to this thing. I'm so hyped I got this. I needed a fire type. Not wall charge. Choice banded wall charge.
Yeah, wild charge, but
this thing is amazing. It has access to Sucker Punch, a ridiculous attack stat, and it can be physically defensive too. Like, it has multiple stats. It's just the kind of Pokemon that I like, and it fits my team so well. I'm so happy I got this beast. This thing is going to destroy lives, I'm telling you, man.
I do like the Reckless ability. I really do. I'm excited for this pick here, as I'm going to come up here, and I pick up a Pokemon that I've been looking at for a long time, and I think an amazing value pick for Tier 4 in terms of a defensive Pokemon, as I'm trying to build the defensive core here. Uxie, which boasts 130 defenses across the board, and I'll let you guys talk about it a little bit. And I'm curious what you guys think about me grabbing Uxie for this team. And you can be honest with me.
I think Uxie is one of the best Tier 4 picks. I think it's there's no OHKOing it. Very few things can actually OHKO this thing, and it's a very good rock setter. It's actually a very scary Calm Mind sweeper. It has a very good move pool, incredible defenses, and the levitate ability can come in handy as well. I think it's for this late in the draft. I'm quite impressed that it lasted this long because I repeat, I think this thing is very good.
I think it takes a lot of pressure off your other Pokemon.
Yeah,
since it does get rocks, you don't have to necessarily make aggron set rocks. Fortress can do spikes now. It U-turns. It's very, very bulky. It's hard to take down. It can probably switch into most things and live a hit. And Levitate's just amazing. And it's, fighting resist and fighting Pokemon are so good in League formats, so it's a nice pickup.
Wow. This pick here, I'm still amazed that it's sitting here. Sorry if I cut anyone off.
Yeah.
John and the New Orleans Pelipers are going to pick Reuniclus, which I think is an amazing, amazing pickup. Just insane bulk, abilities set up on your opponent, really good abilities with Magikarp and both Regenerator as well. I like Reuniclus, and I like its ability to set up Trick Room solo. But what do you guys think about Reuniclus? I'm surprised it just got picked now.
The only reason I didn't draft this thing is because I already have Mew. That's it. This Pokemon is amazing. It's a very threatening sweeper, very powerful wall breaker, very good stall breaker too because of Magikarp and Calm Mind, and the fact that it learns Side Shock, so it does beat other Calm Minders like Lefable or Suicune, for example. It's very, very good. In this format, Kobo Berry is a very common thing, so you may want to think twice about knocking off. I even saw this thing used to counter a Weavile. It had like a Kobo Berry and Drain Punch, which I think is hilarious. So
I used this thing in Season 3, and it was amazing. It exceeded my expectations by far. It even has Overcoat, which is maybe overlooked, but in this format, it can be used very effectively.
Yeah, especially if you know your opponent's going to Rock Spore or something like that. Here we go with Shady Penguin picking up one of his favorite Mons, and I think one of the highest sought-after Tier 5 Pokemon because of its typing alone. Granville, I'm actually surprised it stayed this long in the draft because Fairies again,
and amazing ability.
Intimidate, right? And it also can run Quick Feet as well. This thing's got an incredibly high attack stat. Lacks a little bit of the bulk on the special side because it doesn't benefit from that Intimidate, but this thing is amazing.
Yeah, I think it's like, considering the fact that, Fairies last very little, I think, for example, if I was George, I would have drafted this instead of Togetic, but then again, he wouldn't have to, Togetic doesn't have the fog, so but I think this Pokemon is very good. It was definitely on my radar for a while, but then, when I went with Mega Altaria, I had no need for a Fairy, but very good pick. Very good coverage, very good attack stat. People forget about this. This thing hits very hard. It has 120 attacks, so I like it.
It's impressive, yeah, and again, it's got decent coverage too. Heal Bell. Let's not forget about Heal Bell too. It gives him a nice little
Heal Bell. It's got a good attack stat, good offensive coverage. I mean, you could really change it up. A lot of people are going to expect this thing to be defensive because it's got good status moves, Roar, Heal Bell, stuff like that. And you could switch it up and go offensive with it and hit like a truck.
Oof. So here we start to see some of the bulk. Malvone just sent in his pick, and he's going to go with Dusk Noir. Really interesting pick here. I'm a big fan of Dusclops over Dusk Noir, but Dusk Noir coming through with a lot of bulk, doesn't need that Eviolite. And do you guys start to see, Fizz, do you start to see that Malvone's team is getting the bulk it needs, or do you think still needs a lot more?
I am a big fan of Dusk Noir. I've always have been. It provides a little bit of bulk. It has a very low HP stat. Which hinders it quite a bit from being like a dedicated wall. And it only gets Pain Split, right? So it doesn't heal on its own very well. So it does help a little bit, but it's a strong Pokemon with good coverage moves, and it can tank through a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and stat priority too. I don't necessarily like this pick because I don't like. I would rather have picked Dusclops if I was Malvone, because I do believe Dusknoir is more useful, but it's not what he needed. He needs more bulk, and Dusclops would have provided him with more bulk. I'm not entirely sold on this pick personally, and I'm not entirely sold on this draft, but. Like I said, he may be taking the hyper offense route. There's nothing wrong with that.
I will point out one more thing that Dusknoir provides really quick before we jump into the next pick is Will-O-Wisp, which will help his whole team overall get a little bit more bulky with that burn.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Speaking of Will-O-Wisp users and ghost types, really, really good pick here, I think, Geo's team. Picking up more bulk. I'm waiting for him. I mean, he's got the offensive with Mega Pinsir. Latias can obviously dish out. Entei. Spiritomb comes in for Geo's team, and I'm really liking his team. I don't know if Geo's here to talk a little bit. If he is, feel free to jump in.
I just got sniped, man, but whatever.
I don't think Geo's here. He's probably...
That's the
he is
theme
here.
for today, I guess. Snipe on Miguel all day. I actually
why do you hate me, Geo?
I'm not doing it on purpose, man. I really wanted Granbull, but that last second...
You just got sniped. So Geo is back from the gym, and he is taking names here with his impressive bulk and really good offensive pressure. I think
an excellent pursuit trapper as well. This thing is fantastic.
Exactly. Not to mention it could be a setup sweeper if you don't have the right things to handle it. This thing sets up on you, and it can put in a lot of work.
The typing provides a lot of opportunities for team building, both defensively and offensively. It's a good check to a lot of Pokemon that give some of my bulkier Pokemon issues also. So.
And Steve is going to make a very interesting pick here in a Pokemon that I think is often undervalued, especially in a draft format. I think this thing is a good pick, and I really like it. He's going to pick Dig-a-Dig, Trio.
Can I jump in real quick? And this is the first time really in the draft that I truly felt like I was sniped a little bit. I think Dugtrio is amazing in League format, and I can't believe it took me until Season 5 to really... I looked at it and went, wow, this would be great. Maybe it was just because the team I was drafted, it has excellent speed, it can trap stuff and just deal with the threats to your team quickly and efficiently. It's a very scary Pokemon.
It's scary. It's a very scary mon, for sure, without a doubt. It's terrifying.
It's strong, it's fast as priority. I mean, Stab, Earthquake is great.
You don't want this trapping your fire type or something and just eliminate.
You have to play completely differently against Steve's team, knowing that he has this Dugtrio, especially if he brings it. You can't let a Pokemon like, for me, Jolteon, I can't just be... I have to be very careful with Volt Switching.
Air balloon.
The whole plan.
Air balloon Dragalge, am I right?
Changes the whole plan, right? So Dugtrio adds a very interesting dynamic to Steve's team, and I just continue to love Steve's draft. I think he is coming back with a vengeance this season, and we see Nips, actually. I think he might have just jumped in the call, and he's going to pick up a really good Pokemon, in my opinion. I love Diggersby in the draft format. I don't think we've seen it really before. I personally love it. Nips, if you're here, tell us about Diggersby.
It's terrifying.
Diggersby is a beautiful, beautiful little rabbit. I mean, huge power is like a huge ability to begin with. It just puts in the work. The move pool, like you told me when I first drafted this bad boy, you told me that the move pool is so diverse. You get so much coverage. Soaring Speed, that's a little low, but you get priority on him. You get Quick Attack, Choice Banded Up, Choice Scarf even if you want to get that speed boost going. He's a pretty solid Pokemon. I like him.
U-turn. He gets knockoff, wild charge, the elemental punches, earthquake, obviously, stab return. You have a ghost immunity as well.
Priority.
I think you guys are missing the biggest sell of Diggersby is that he has a built-in meme.
Diggersby, though?
Yeah. Diggersby, though, man.
So I like that, though. I don't know if I necessarily like it alongside Gligar, a little funky there, but I do like Diggersby, and I think you're going to see Diggersby do a lot more than I think people expect it to do, just because it's got such a versatile move pool, and this thing hits harder than Azumarill. It's got a higher attack stat than Azumarill.
And again, really good synergy with Mega Slowbro again. Like, I like what Nips is doing here, drafting a lot of good synergy with that. Ooh, wow.
Yeah, we're going to come through with one of what I think is one of the better picks. I believe in Tier 4, one of the best Assault Vest users, and we want to talk about dynamic move pools, Pokemon that have a big, vast move pool. This is the one right here. Crimson, tell me about Electros.
So, Electros is one of those Pokemon. It's in my opinion, I like Rotom-Wash. I wanted that early on. I had other things in mind, and when that was gone, I didn't really want Rotom Heat. I'm not a really big fan of any of the Rotoms, but an electric type with the Levitate ability, keeping in mind that people might bring Mold Breaker or Gravity or Smackdown, even if that applies to Levitate, it's incredible because it has no weakness. It doesn't. And then you get coverage moves. You can run it physically offensive. You can run it specially offensive, knockoff, Giga Drain, Volt Switch, Super Fang, Flamethrower. I mean, it's an absolutely incredible mon.
I apologize for
No
the storm,
weaknesses.
lightning.
Yeah, it's got no weaknesses unless you're facing Mold Breaker, Excadrill. But again, Giga Drain, Drain Punch, Knockoff, Volt Switch.
Excellent move pool.
I mean,
Excellent
it's just
move
insane.
pool.
This thing is scary, and it's
like
bulky.
it's like Wheezy. Like you give a Pokemon the greatest ability it could ask for. You know, Levitate. Like
There it is. Been waiting for this one for a while. Oh, wait, this is regular Kyurem, not Kyurem Black, right? Never mind, I stand corrected. We got Kyurem coming in from Old Man Sup to round out round 8 here. Now, I don't know much about Kyurem. Maybe you guys do, but it's not as good as its Kyurem Black counterback, right?
Yeah, but it's very underrated. It's extremely powerful. It actually has equal offenses, unlike its counterparts. 130 on both sides, which is very scary. A Stab Ice Beam is a monstrous thing, especially from a Pokemon that also has access to Earth Power. I think this Pokemon is it's a very good pick, very underrated. And it's going to be very overlooked, but it's going to put a lot of work. And I believe Nick has a lot of experience with it.
Kyurem is great, man.
Absolutely. It's so good. It destroys things that, like, if you don't resist it, you're in trouble because it's so powerful. And it gets Roost, and it's pretty quick, too.
Yeah, and I think the main selling point about it in a draft like this is that it is actually a Tier 3 Pokemon, which is insane. So Tup really got excellent value for a killer wall breaker. It's just such a good sweeping Pokemon.
Nips, aside from yourself, if you're here, who do you think got the best pick out of round 8 coming in towards the home stretch here as we have 11 rounds total? What are you thinking?
In general, or just this round?
Just for this round, who do you think got the best pick, and then who do you think had the not so good pick that you think they could have either waited on or doesn't really fit with what they're working with, or you just don't like it?
I think the best pick this round. I might be a little biased with this one, but I love Porygon too. But then it's close second with Tornadus Eye. Like, I love both of those Pokemon so much. What I don't like. Mostly just because of I love Dugtrio. I hate Steve for taking that. That was really gonna be my pick besides Diggersby. So I'm gonna say Dugtrio just out of pure spite.
Nice.
What about you, Miguel? Best pick in round 8. What do you think?
I think this is a little bit hard. There's some very good picks this round, but I think personally, I think Porygon 2 was key for Hayden. It was key for Hayden. It was key
with
for
Mega
score.
Sableye. We saw last season this guy named A-Drive. He was able to put together a pretty nice run with Mega Sableye and Chansey. I actually think Mega Sableye, Slowbro, Porygon 2. I like Hayden's team more than I liked the St. Louis Rampardos last season. In all honesty,
Like the thing with Porygon 2, unlike Chansey, Chansey can have some trick up his sleeves. You know, it can counter and stuff like that. I think I like Porygon 2 more for. I think it's consistent. I think it has a lot of utility. I like it a lot. I think it fits really well.
Let's not forget about the fact that it does get the ability Trace, which I think is really cool. Coming in on things like Vaporeon, tracing their water absorb, and then just absorb. That's cool to me. That's really cool.
Or on Heatran.
Yeah, exactly. Another example. Porygon 2
There's a solid
with Trace.
switch in for Jean's Chandelure as well. I mean, it resists. It can copy Flash Fire.
Nice.
And it's immune to Shadow Ball. So I mean, that's a killer.
Sweet.
That's
That's awesome.
and HP fighting is going to do nothing to Porygon.
That's probably a 7-hit KO or something like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this round, I don't think a single team missed. I think every single pick was an excellent pick for their team.
I agree. I think we actually just got our picks in for round 9, some of them coming through here. So I think we could jump right into round 9. Old Man's up on the wheel. Just picked Kiram. I'm curious to see who he's going to jump into next with his team here. And it looks like he is going to go and grab Golbat here, actually. Wow. He's going to pick up Golbat, so he gets that reliable defogger to kind of
famous trade.
The famous trade. Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of people are going to be like, why did you get Golbat and not Evolve it? I think we've heard that before. But Golbat is a viable mon on its own, especially in this format, being a nice fighting resist. What do you guys think about Golbat, especially going in round 9?
It takes pressure off Excadrill. I'm a big fan of teams who are getting more than one hazard removal. Because it opens up a little bit for Excadrill. It doesn't have to use the Move Spot on Rapid Spin. Or, conversely, he could bring both Rapid Spin and Defog and really, clear the way for things like Kyurem, Thunderous Eye, and Arcanine, who are all Rocks weak, and really kind of put offensive pressure by removing all those hazards.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the poison flying typing. And at the same time, I think a Pokemon like Golbat is going to synergize really, really well with Pokemon like Excadrill, for example, defensively. I'm a big fan of this pick. I like it a lot.
I'm a big fan of anything that quad resists fighting.
Yeah, especially since fighting types can really run through teams. Golbat with that Eviolite is incredibly bulky, and it has Brave Bird. It dishes out decently offensive Pokemon, and Crimson just
there it is.
That I wanted.
There it is.
But it's got Super Fang. So Crimson, Dusclops, great pick. Tell us a little bit about Dusclops.
Dusclops, we were talking earlier in, I believe it was last round, how we're running out of reliable spin blockers, and Dusknoir actually was on my radar for a while. I'm not too big a fan of Eviolite-dependent Mons as far as bulk goes, because in my opinion, once you get rid of that Eviolite, it kind of takes off the intimidating presence that it does have, but something like Dusclops, it does get priority with Shadow Sneak. Pain Split, Will-O-Wisp, Hex, it's a good spin blocker. It's bulky. I really like it. I think it matches up well with a lot of my other picks.
And it's not entirely dependent on Eviolite. I mean, it does provide a lot for it, but its defenses are still crazy strong.
Oh, yeah. It does have 130 base defense and special defense. I mean, but throw an Eviolite on there and then
it's crazy.
So
I mean, it's a really good Pokemon.
It's stupid crazy.
You can do a lot with it. It's gonna work wonders for your team.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think this is one of those Pokemon that we didn't see last season at all, but I remember having discussions with Pokemon about how this thing could just beat a team by itself if you're not ready for it. It sounds funny because it's offensively not very scary, but it's just so bulky. And a very interesting pick here from Nips. I don't know if I follow this one, Nips. Rapidash. Maybe you can explain your logic.
Alright, with Rapidash, first of all, I needed a fire attack on my team because I have not a single Pokemon that can use a fire move, basically, besides Diggersby. And the speed stat is pretty good for a draft format. The ability is Flash Fire, and he gets a lot of coverage. I was torn between Rapidash and another Pokemon, but it's basically a speed battle, even though Rapidash, I believe, is literally a point slower than the other thing I wanted. I don't want to reveal what I wanted, but Rapidash's coverage is just so wide. Like, it gets Low Kick, it gets Wild Charge, Flare Blitz, gets Morning Step of Recovery. What happened?
Megahorn, Morning Sun,
Yeah.
Will-O-Wisp. It could be a defensive as well. Gets Flash Fire. So I see that. And Tier 5 is limited in some ways. There's actually a few Pokemon that are normally in the NU tier that we've bumped up to Tier 4 as well, so keep that in mind. But very interesting pick. I never anticipated Rapidash being drafted, though.
Fire types are really good in League format, and it's a Tier 5, so it fills that slot while still being a Fire type, and it's a unicorn on fire.
Speaking of Fire types... Wait till Rapidash gets that Mega Evolution where it's a thing with wings. I can't remember what's
Pegasus.
Pegasus, thank you. We got Harry Potter. You're a wizard now. Delphox coming in with Steve, picking up the Psychic Fire type Delphox. Nice speed stat, good special attack. A little knockoff weak, but what do you guys think about Delphox?
I think this pick is phenomenal. This thing has exceptional coverage. Not until I got into like the RU tier and started laddering a bit there did I realize how good this thing was, and then I thought, wow, this thing would be even better in the draft format. If I had not gotten Embor, I would have gotten this thing because it was in one of my plans. Like its coverage, Fire Blast, Dazzling Gleam, Grass Knot, Psychic, Psyshock. There's so many different attacks this thing can go for. Will-O-Wisp. I love this Pokemon. I think it's extremely good in this format. And it's actually pretty fast, too, which is something Steve needed a bit. Some speed on his team. I like it a lot.
Now, we did just mention, real quick, because I'm actually curious to get your guys' opinions. We talked about Fire types being really good in this format, and I've seen similar trends, right? Mons like Entei, Victini, Darmanitan, those kind of Pokemon just happen to be very high on the kill counts. Charizard, Y, and X, for example. Why do you guys think that those Fire types are so good in the draft format?
I think it's because the Fire types, a lot of Fire types out there have really good coverage options besides their own typing. And Fire type is the typing that takes down Steel types, which is very big. You need that on your team. You need to be able to handle Steel types. So that's why I think they're very good. We got Manectric here, by the way.
Yeah, so regular Mega Manectric obviously was drafted in the first round by Molvone, but Gym Leader Geo and the Giantes are going to pick up regular Manectric, which does benefit from that Lightning Rod ability. Very interesting, good speed stat as well. What do you guys think, Nick, what do you think about Manectric coming through here, especially in round 9?
I think it's great. I think it provides speed, a little bit of power. The Volt Switch is just you can't stress how big Volt Turn is in the game in general, standard or league, whatever you're playing. It's just so big, and he gets really good coverage too. Surprisingly, really good. It gets Overheat, which is a really surprising. You wouldn't expect it to, but it does. Flamethrower as well if you don't want to miss, but. I think it's great. I think it was probably the best electric type left on the board at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Fast electric types, time and time again, they're proven, and that one has great coverage, and it was left on the board, and he was lucky enough to grab it.
Electric and Fire is just great.
So here we got Molvone coming through. We've talked a lot about Molvone and the need for Bulk having this hyper-offensive team, picking one of my favorite low-tier Pokemon, but I don't know if I like this on his team. What do you guys think about Zangoose? Very hard hitter. Not quite as fast as you would like, though. I think it hits that 90 speed, if I'm not mistaken. What do you guys think about Zangoose?
Very strong. Very strong. I don't know why he needs more offensive presence, but hey, hyper offense, baby. Let's go.
Yeah,
it's gonna
that's
be
true.
I think a lot of people are gonna really. It's gonna be very interesting how Molvone matches up against teams like Geo, for example, who are more defensive, or Hayden, for example. So I'm definitely looking forward to those kind of games because I'm looking at his team and he definitely has to go hyper offense. There's no doubt about it. He can't go balance with this roster.
It's an interesting pick. He's really weak to fighting, aside from Dust Noir.
And Landers.
Anything that he has that resists fighting doesn't really resist fighting. You know what I mean? Azelf and all stuff like that. It's
all fighting types can learn Ice Punch pretty much. So
So we got one of the biggest bulky Pokemon and actually one of my favorite ground types coming in, I believe, in Tier 4, so it's a pretty good value pick. I think this is amazing Mon, especially in this format. Rhyperior, which sports an incredibly high attack stat, really good natural bulk, a good ability that kind of counteracts its weaknesses, especially to water and grass. What do you guys think about Rhyperior, especially for Shady's team, which is a very balanced team, lacking a little bit on the speed still? What do you guys think about Rhyperior?
I think it's really good. I think Rhyperior is a Pokemon that can actually go offensive too, and you don't need to invest anything into its attack for it to hit like a nuke. It's really powerful. Solid Rock is really good because it's going to enable it to actually live a lot of hits that would otherwise stick it out. And on top of that, it can go especially defensive. And surprisingly, as long as it's not water or grass, it's going to live some hits that you wouldn't expect it to live. And I think it's a really good pick. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I really like rock types in the league format. Rhyperior is just every bit as good as Regirock, I think. It sets up rocks. It misses on some status stuff, but it's more of a tank type, and it will hit everything really hard. It's got great coverage. Rock and ground stab is unreal, and then it has access to Mega Horn, or a lot of actually other good coverage type moves that will come in handy in the league format.
Yeah. I love this pick here.
We got
tier 5 pick. He
Lantern
picked up
here.
Salk. I love this pick. I'm excited for my pick to come in too here. But we got Lantern here, and I think Lantern, first of all, the best Manectric check in the game, or in this format, pretty much anyway. I like Lantern, but how do you guys like it on John's team?
I think it fits. Well, John he lacked. If you look at it, he lacked something that it's kind of unthinkable of somebody to lack. That is a bulky water
Bulky
type.
water,
He did not have a bulky water type. Lantern is quite the definition of a bulky water type, and I love the fact that it has two potential immunities. So it's gonna definitely play some mind games. And I think this Pokemon is really gonna do work. And I like this pick. I'm a fan of it.
It makes him a little ground weak.
That's true.
Yeah, I see that. I definitely see
it
that.
becomes kind
Hydreigion's
of
got
necessary
Levitate,
on
but-
his team. I mean, he's probably going to run
Swat, boys!
Raikou and Lantern every week, along with Chandelure. So ground becomes a bit of a hassle for him. But I love Lantern. It's such a good Pokemon. The two immunities, it's so bulky. Super high HP stat, toxic, Volt Turn, stuff like that.
We got an MVP.
I had to pick this Pokemon. So just to clarify, because of the way my point structure went out, me grabbing some higher tier Pokemon, I'm forced to pick 3 tier 5 Pokemon to round out my draft. So to kick that off, I'm grabbing a nice ground type Pokemon in Golurk, aka Cyborg, which I've used in a previous season. I love Cyborg, and I love the fact that I have enough supporting cast around him to not have to run Stealth Rocks on Cyborg, and I think that makes him even more valuable than I've had in the past with previous seasons. But let me get your guys' thoughts on me grabbing Cyborg or Golurk on this team.
I really think Golurk is a phenomenal pick, especially for tier 5. It's definitely one of the top Pokemon there. It is very powerful, and it's decently bulky too, and I love the typing as well. I think it's a very good pick.
It's really good typing for the GBA also. It's a ghost type, so it spin blocks. It sets rocks, stab, ground moves, and it's got the Iron Fist. It's got No Guard. I don't know if No Guard actually comes into play with this thing at all, but it's cool.
It does with Dynamic Punch, yeah. You're
Yeah,
confusing it
there
100%
you go.
of the
You can
time.
just Dynamic Punch everything.
Stone Edge as well, both getting a nice bow. Wow, Miguel
Shout out
just
to my boy Frank.
picked an amazing tier. Why is this thing tier 5? That's a mistake. I'm gonna be honest. Let's.
I'm gonna call him Frank Toad. He'll understand that. And this is Seismitoad. I believe is easily one of the best tier 5s. Easily, this Pokemon. I've used this Pokemon several times in OU. It's extremely good. It is quad weak to grass, but that's the only weakness it has. And if you look at my team, I got Dragalge, I got Mega Altaria, I got
Ferrothorn, Zapdos.
I'm fine with that, you know. Seismitoad is going to set up rocks. That's why I talked about Gastrodon before. That's the difference between Gastrodon and this. This guy can set up rocks. While he does not have reliable recovery, I can also surprise people with a Swift Swim Rain Dance Sweeper right off the bat. I like this Pokemon. I think it's one of the best Pokemon in that tier, and I'm really happy I got it. I think he's going to put in the work. I needed a bulky water type, because Greninja is not a bulky water type, so that's why
It
I
is
picked
not. And also, two things about Seismitoad. A, it looks really cool. B, in the trading card game, it's like one of the best
It's like the
cards in
best
world.
card, right?
Yeah, it's crazy good. So obviously that will translate into the GBA very well.
I like it. And actually, we have a really interesting pick here, and I definitely think worthy of being drafted. Cradilly, a nice water-absorbing Pokemon. It's got Storm Drain, so it sucks that up. A little bit of a fighting weakness, but you can see that I think Gubbs has a nice check to all those fighting types, especially with Frostlass and so on and so forth. What do you guys think about him picking Cradilly as his tier 5 Pokemon?
Well, I think it's a very. I did not see this.
We're speechless.
I did not see this coming at all. At all. I didn't even think this Pokemon was going to get drafted. It's not a bad Pokemon. Like, it's very bulky. It gives him another Stealth Rocker, which alleviates Gliscor a little bit in that regard. Because a lot of times you don't want Gliscor being your rocker. You want him. He has a lot of trouble, having. He has 4. He's a clear example of a Pokemon with a 4 move slot syndrome. I like Cradily for his team. It also gives him a nice water immunity, which is pretty nice. And it's pretty bulky. I like it. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I can see his thought process, and I'm definitely surprised.
I just want to mention that its eyes are actually those little circles on the side where the black is, not the part on the top. I didn't realize that until the other day. Armaldo has a similar thing going on where you think their eyes are somewhere else than they're not, but the eye is actually that yellow circle, if anyone really cares. Anyway, we're going to move on to Nick's next pick here, picking up his Tier 5 Pokemon, which is Sneasel, Weavile's counterpart. If you guys don't know, Weavile led the GBA last season in kills. Sneasel is his little baby brother here. Nick, why did you go Sneasel, and what's your thoughts there? It's really fast, we know that.
Let me interrupt.
Yeah,
Nick
it is
quickly.
really fast.
That's right. That's why you picked it.
Nick, tell us about Sneasel.
All right, anyway. It's really fast. I needed a little bit more speed. But the thing is, I needed a ghost check, something that could come in with a really fast knockoff. And even though Sneasel is the pre-evolution, it still hits 95 base attack. And with a stab knockoff or Icicle Crash or Ice Shard and a Life Orb or a Band, it can kill a lot of things. I've done extensive calcs before I considered drafting even any of the Pokemon, and Sneasel picks up a lot of KOs that you wouldn't expect it to. So it's definitely there to answer a lot of threats that can hurt my team. So I think it'll be surprisingly good.
I stab
It's
is really good.
fast and stab knockoff.
It's still really fast, like 115.
115, yeah, that's really fast, especially in this format.
Yeah,
115, anything over that 101 part is really good. Speaking of fast, this thing is scary, and how it's still sitting here. I just want to clarify really quickly, while Smogon does have a rule where you cannot baton pass speed boost and other stat boosts, we do not have that in the GBA, so Swords Dance, speed boost, Scolipede, baton pass is a viable strategy. We see Lars and the Barasha Donphan picking up Scolipede here. How do you guys think it gels with the rest of his team?
I think it fits in really well. I think he can have a lot of uses for this Pokemon. One day it can just go hyper offense and use it as a hazard stacking lead. Other days, I'm a very big fan of Scolipede. I'm a very big fan of the 3 attacks Life Orb Baton Pass set, because Baton Pass acts like a better U-turn because you're actually giving a bunch of speed to whatever's coming in, and something it's something that walls Scolipede while you bring in something else. And imagine if successfully baton passing a speed boost to Landers Incarnate. That is terrifying.
Oh yeah,
or even a Azumarill too.
Or even
yeah, you give one boost to Azumarill. You got Choice Scarf, essentially Choice Banded, whatever you want to run with Azumarill.
This thing has very good coverage. This thing there's Earthquake, Rock
Not to
Slide.
mention its defensive prowess, being a spike setter too, having the ability to stack spikes, protect, speed boost. I mean, this thing can do a lot of things, and it's a very good pick.
I know Fizz likes it because it quad resist fighting too.
That's another one. Speaking
Yeah,
of fighting
and it also
resist,
gets Steamroller.
yeah, which is cool, right? Flinch chance. We got another fighting immunity here, actually. Regular Rotom. I didn't anticipate seeing this drafted, but from a Tier 5 perspective, it does a lot of things, right? Dual status with Will-O-Wisp and Thunder Wave, Volt Switching, and a spin blocking Pokemon. What do you guys think about Rotom, regular Rotom coming into the draft pool?
I'm not too impressed by this pick. I like it. I mean, Rotom can put in the work. I think it's extremely frail, though, and it's not that fast. It gives him a ghost type and it gives him an electric type, and it's definitely a very decent Scarfer.
It's less frail than you think, actually.
Really?
With its typing, even it's actually pretty good. It's got 3 immunities and 5 resists.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
got access to Volt Turn. It's 91 base speed, so it gets a creep on base 90s. Its defenses are 77 base, but its HP is very low, so it does have that. But it's got it can set up screens. It can go Toxic. It can go Will-O-Wisp. You can just straight up attack. You could Scarf it. Volt Switch Scarf.
Yeah, Trick Scarf is nice too. I like that.
Yeah, it's got a lot of cool stuff that it can do.
Any other type that has Levitate is good. So
I just want to shout out real quick to my friend Benito for 12 months of sub hype. Thank you, Benito.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome.
That's a year of this man supporting my channel. Thank you, man.
That's incredible.
He's gonna regret that.
No, Fizzy Stardust coming through with one of my favorite Pokemon, especially in the Tier 3. I love Chestnut. Not everyone might agree with me because of its flying weakness, but I like Chestnut. What do you got? Fizzy, tell us about Chestnut since you picked it.
Wait, I got to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I used this Pokemon in Season 4. My boy Kellum, Fire Emblem reference right there. And I like this Pokemon a lot. It does have a quad weakness to flying, but I got some nice use out of Cobra Berry last season, and this thing really put in the work. It actually walled both Geo and Magnitude at one point, and it's a very, very, it does have a lot of weaknesses. It also has a lot of key resistances. Being able to resist the Edge Quake combination is very important.
It's huge.
And this thing can also be a Salac Berry belly drum set, which is also very scary, too. I like it a lot.
Its ability
it's got
bulletproof.
great typing. I love the typing. I always loved Breloom's typing, but I always hated how frail it was. And I really needed a fighting type. I'm going to ignore Torterra right now and just say it fit on my team very, very well. I was super tempted to go Venusaur, which is also a tier 3 because it fit in the Sun team dynamic, but I really needed a fighting type. It filled the role, and it can do so many things. I'm very happy with Chestnut. Torterra is cool, too.
So Hayden rounding out round 9 here with his final pick. For round 9, tier 5. He's going to pick Torterra. I don't like Torterra, but I'm curious to see what Miguel has to say about Torterra. Being that 4 times ice weakness, it's kind of weird on his team. I'm not sure I dig it, but what do you guys think?
I mean, it does provide him with a second Stealth Rocker, because until this point, only Clefable was his potential Stealth Rocker, and I don't think that's optimal on a defensive team like his. So it does give him that edge, but at the same time, Torterra is, like you said, quad weak to ice. It's slow. It doesn't really provide much for him. It doesn't provide much for his defensive core. So I've been liking a lot of Hayden's draft. I think he's done really well, but I think this is I don't like this pick at all. At all.
I will defend it a little bit. I like Torterra in the sense that it's got good stats. It's strong. It can set up rocks as Leech Seed. But you could, again, roll offensive with it. It has Rock Polish and good offensive base power, as well as good offensive attacks with a Stab Ground, Stab Grass.
Yeah.
Good coverage. And it does have Synthesis, so it heals on its own as well. The thing that I see...
It's not going to be walling much, though, I don't think.
No. Its defensive typing is trash. It's freaking garbage. But his team does have a lot of things that can spread around Paralysis. It can paralyze stuff. He's got stuff like Slowbro
that's true. Good
and
point.
stuff like that. So he can slow down the opposition and start to do stuff with Torterra.
Rock Polish Torterra, let's go.
It's a thing.
I mean,
it's
like I said,
everything.
it has access to that. It can speed up, or you can slow teams down with it, and it's got great coverage. But its defensive typing is garbage.
So I think we're actually pretty much almost ready to jump into round 10 here. But I want to get real quick thoughts, guys, on what you think was the best pick overall for round 9, as there was a lot of interesting picks as we start to get towards the bare bones. We have 2 more rounds left. I can tell you my personal favorite pick was definitely the Seismitoad by you, Miguel. I think that's an amazing Pokemon.
Thanks.
Great value. Same with Scolipede. A little bit shaking my head, though, at the Zangoose and the Rapidash. I can't really support. But what are you thinking, Miguel?
I'm tied on 3, and it's going to be a little bit reciprocal here because I do think Golurk is a phenomenal pick. You clearly used it well, and you know it works. It does what it needs to do. And I also like Delphox as well a lot, and Scolipede. Those 3 picks really stand out for me, quite above the rest, honestly. And I'm sorry, Fizz, I love Chestnut too.
Nick, sounds great. I used it in Season 2 when it was bad, before it got all the cool stuff. And it put in a lot of work for me, so I'm excited to use it when it's good.
How about you, Fizz? What do you think what's your favorite?
I am really digging. Let me make sure. Yes, I think the best pick this round was Delphox, and something we didn't mention when it got picked because we kind of ran out of time. But Magician is going to be really cool in this format.
Yeah, it has really good coverage, Calm Mind as well. It's fast. I think it's exactly what Steve needed.
I actually considered picking it up as a secondary fire type for my team, just because it is so cool, and I think it's another Pokemon that can just Solar Beam stuff. And Magician is awesome. It's really a neat Pokemon. And now he doesn't have to bring in Heatran if he doesn't want to. He has a secondary fire type that gives him a little flexibility.
I like it. Yeah.
So let's jump right into round 10, as I believe
go.
Hayden's got his pick in here. He's got the wheel, so he's going to jump on that Torterra pick, and he is going to go, and we'll see here what he's going to pick here. Just give me a second. There it is. So it looks like he went with Exploud. Very interesting. This thing tears holes through teams. I'm still surprised he's lacking a little bit of speed, with Tornadus T being his fastest with 121. He doesn't have anything else that breaks that 100 barrier. But what do you guys think about Exploud?
Maybe he's just banking on T-Wave a whole bunch because this thing is it's a nuke, man.
It's terrifying. Like, it's nearly impossible to switch into. I don't like it that he picked this. Why? It's very scary. It's very definitely a lot better than his Torterra pick for sure. Outstanding pick.
I agree. So I definitely like Exploud. It's got great coverage too. Not to forget about that. Surf, things like Surf, Focus Block. I mean, this thing's got insane coverage. So,
but it doesn't even need it, which is the best part.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he just needs Broom Burst.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, it's scary. It's definitely scary.
I hope his last pick he picks up some speed though, or something. Like, he could use like a Sticky Webber or something like that. I mean, his team is hurting from speed.
Also, well, he does have a potential Rapid Spinner and Hitmonlee, but
yeah,
you can't rely too much on Save Alive for that.
Waffles!
Oh, Waffles!
Now, I call Stoutland by a different name, and it is Colin.
No, don't you
Yes,
dare.
Colin. I was the first guy to ever use Stoutland. I guarantee it. Colin the Stoutland is amazing. Firstly, he gets Intimidate, which is cool.
Oh boy.
He got a little bit of an attack boost in Gen 6, as opposed to Gen 5 when I actually used him. So that's cool. And he also has Sand Rush. So that is
with T-Tar.
It's gonna pair nicely with T-Tar.
I love that pick. I mean, I hate you for picking this, but it's a very good pick.
Were you gonna pick Stoutland?
No, but I.
No, then whatever.
But he's. I just didn't want him to get picked, honestly.
It's a very, very, very good tier 5 pick, especially because it's so valuable paired with T-Tar. It's looked at as tier 5 because it doesn't have the support in tier 5 that it otherwise would need. But in a format like this, it becomes very, very useful.
Choice Bandit.
This thing, it's got great coverage too.
I used
Wild Charge.
I used to think the semifinals as a physically defensive wall to count because it was my only response to a Mamoswine, and it would be the match. So it's amazing. It's amazing.
Wow, it's got good status moves, man. It's got T-Wave.
Yeah, T-Wave.
Yeah. So Blaziken is going to come through here from the Arcaniners, and I believe this is Blaziken. Is that correct?
Yeah, Blaziken, yes.
So this is non-speed boost Blaziken, which is not allowed in the draft. This is a tier 4 Blaziken that just has Blaze as its ability, just like we did with Greninja, not allowing for Protein Greninja. What do you guys think about Blaziken being one of the last fire types left? Does have a good offensive pressure that it can put on with both the fighting and fire type stab. How do you think that fits the Arcaniners team?
I think if Blaziken is really good, actually, it does get access to Vacuum Wave, which I think is very important. It has both of his offensive stats are usable, and not like its attack is nothing to laugh at. Like, it's very, I like it. It's not the fastest, but it has really, really strong stab options, and it even learns Brave Bird, which is crazy.
Oh man, I was hoping you would overlook that so I could say it. Do my gimmick.
Brave Bird, everything.
Yeah, it gets Brave Bird, and it's got good defensive typing. Its defenses aren't great, but it's pretty decent. Its attack and special attack are pretty dang high. 120 physical and 110 special. It's only got 80 speed, but fighting and fire is killer coverage already, and it does have a bunch of other coverage moves, and it can do a lot of things. It can even baton pass stuff to other things. It's pretty dang cool.
Yeah. I love this pick here coming in from El Scizor, Drudagon, which I think is a great dragon type that doesn't have that 4 times weakness to ice. Drudagon can set up Stealth Rocks, has the move Glare as well. Rocky Helmet with the Rough Skin is going to be doing a ton of damage to your opponent, any physical attacker that might hit it. This thing is bulky, and it can hit hard with Sheer Force too. Don't forget it's got Sheer Force.
Yeah, it learns Sucker Punch. And Gunk Shot, so like, screw fairies.
I want to point out it has Glare, which is really cool.
Exactly. Dan said
big
that,
shout out to my homie from the front office, Phil, who loves Drudagon. And he's been yelling at me to draft it for like years. And I've ignored him every year, except for this year. And I was like, hey, Phil, what about Drudagon? He's like, it doesn't work for our team. But Drudagon is amazing. It's got the sheer force. It's very strong, and it's got the spiky skin thing. It's cool. Man.
Spiky skin thing.
Sorry, we have
You
a,
know what
a
I'm talking about. What's
slight
it
issue
called?
with the layout here. Scolipede was on the last team, just to clarify. Nick's pick comes through here. He's going to pick up a Rapid Spinner, one of the last Rapid Spinners left, especially in Tier 5. Picking up Armaldo, and again, its eyes are actually the ones on the side, not the red part in the middle, if anyone cares. And again, this is Nick's last pick because he franchised Manaphy since it was undrafted. Nick, do you want to tell us about Armaldo getting that spinner on your team?
Yeah, I think it's great to have a backup hazard remover, but he can also set up hazards as well. He can, rocks. He's not exactly frail. He's got some bulk, and he's definitely an assault vest candidate. 125 base attack is really good when you're hitting with bug and rock, which are two kind of like sneakily good offensive types. And I love stab.
Too.
Yeah, and I love Stab Rock Blast. I think it's really underrated, especially for certain Sash users, a lot of them being weak to rock. And then it has Swift Swim as well, so Tornadus can provide support like that.
Ah.
And when you have a 125 attack running around with Swift Swim, it can get pretty scary. So, I like the Armaldo. I think it fits the team pretty well. And it even has some priority in Aquajet, too, if I ever need it.
Yeah.
I really like that. I like that, and one of the things I like about Armaldo is the Assault Vest Armaldo, rocking like things like knockoff and stuff. But we're gonna get Gubbs actually coming in here, starting to round out his team, picking up a very, very interesting pick here. Escavalier, one of the hardest hitting and pretty good bulky Pokemon, only being weak to fire. Nice Assault Vest user. How do you guys think this Escavalier fits in Gubbs' team? Because I know a lot of you guys like it, but I don't fully understand Gubbs' team.
I like it a lot because it actually synergizes really well with Gliscor and Tentacruel, and I think it's definitely going to do well for him because he doesn't really it is quad weak to fire, but Scavalier has the bulk to take care of power fires, and it's a very good pursuit trapper too. So I like it. I think a second bulkier steel type is something that Gubbs really needed. And I'm a big fan of this pick. I did use it in the past season, and it put out tremendous work for me. It's actually, for example, a very good Breloom counter because it is immune to Spore.
Overcoat.
And exactly. I like it a lot. I think it's a good pick. For sure.
I like Escavalier itself. I just don't know. I just don't.
You like bugs.
fully
You like
understand.
bugs.
I like bug types. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I
Gubbs'
fully
team on
understand
paper
Gubbs'
looks
team.
very strange, which I understand. It looks very strange on paper. But
I trust
That's
that Gubbs
Gubbs.
knows what he's doing.
Gubbs is strange.
Exactly.
Gubbs is strange.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Gubbs is the
Wow,
kind of
so
guy that
Miguel,
knows exactly.
you've been
He's
hiding
strange,
this
but
from
efficient.
us. America.
America! Yeah.
Tell us about Braviary. I like Braviary.
All right.
It's a defogger,
let-
a brave bird.
Yeah, let me talk a little bit about Braviary. Let me tell you a story called Defiant, which is a very, very nice thing. And on top of that, another defogger, so that alleviates a little bit of pressure from Zapdos.
Please, you're gonna brave bird everything. Let's go.
Exactly.
Next pick.
Pretty much it. There we go in the chat, America. There we go. Even though
Yeah,
it's
I
fake.
like that. I like that. I
But
like
I
Braviary. It's
I
good.
think it's very strong as a very high stack stat, and it's a very good Scarfer. I love the sub bulk up set. It's one of my favorite things ever, and it's just a Pokemon that I fit. I really want a Defiant because if I can hazard stack and have him as a Defiant user, I think it can really help me. And yeah, also screw Movo's Intimidate Core.
There it is. So I'm really excited to announce my next pick, and I think I'm surprised it's made it this long. I think it's a very, very viable pick in Tier 5, and I think it's going to add a lot to my team. I'm curious to see what you guys think here as well. I'm waiting for it to roll through here, waiting for the guys on the back end to send it through. But I like this Pokemon. Tier 5, I'm forced to Tier 5 because of the way I use my points. We're going to get Muck here. So what's up, Hayden? I like Muck, man. This thing is super bulky. It gets priority with Shadow Sneak. About 51% chance, I think, to poison with Poison Jab because of Poison Touch ability. What do you guys think about Muck in terms of just the mesh on the team here? I'm biased.
I think Monk has always been very underrated. It's actually really bulky on the special side. Poison is a phenomenal typing now, both defensively and offensively, thanks to fairies being a very important thing. And priority is nice too. I like this Pokemon. It has exceptional coverage. It's a bit slow, but I think it's a really good pick, especially for this is Tier 5, right?
Yeah. Gio wants to talk about Muck. Gio, what do you think about Muck?
Well, Muck is definitely one of the top Tier 5 picks that I've seen in the entire tiering list for him. I mean, in a format like this where Fairy is so prevalent and so dangerous to teams, they really are difficult to deal with, and Muck just handles them with aplomb. And honestly, the weakness to ground, I think you got plenty of answers to that. I just think Muck's a good pick. I think it's really solid tier 5 pick. I think it's a really solid all-around pick. People got to prepare for Muck.
You really do. The only thing that ever held Muck back in past generations has just been Poison type was never a good offensive type, and now it is.
Yeah, exactly.
An interesting pick here coming in from John, and the New Orleans Pelipers actually going to grab Virizion, the fighting grass-type Pokemon out of Tier 4. Decently high speed, has the ability to be a setup sweeper with Swords Dance, things like that. What do you guys think about Virizion? I don't have too much experience using it.
I think it's a very good addition to his team because it does provide him with a lot of some speed that he kind of really needed. His team is not the fastest if you look at it. It's a little bit. Does he have another grass type, or am I wrong?
No.
He doesn't. Oh, so it fits his team really well. I like it.
It's a good grass type. You know, it's a cheap Pokemon in Tier 4. Like I said, grass fighting has got great defensive stats. Although his physical defensive stat is not very high. His special one is, but he's going to be able to work it in pretty easily, I'm sure. Stab Giga Drain's always great, and it can set up on both sides.
Defensive version of Chestnut.
Yeah,
I like his speed. I do like Virizion's speed. It's
very good move pool too.
Yeah, great move pool. It's got synthesis which is great. It has quick attack, so there's your priority.
Wow. Speaking of priority and speaking of Pokemon that have a lot of speed, Shady really starts to switch that draft around with his last pick, picking up a really fast Pokemon here, regular Sharpedo, which does benefit from that speed boost. I believe it only sits at that 95 speed tier, though, which gives Shady still a little bit of lack of speed, I think. But what do you guys think about Sharpedo overall in the format and then on Shady's team?
I think it fits his team really well. It's exactly like I took a similar route. Like I took Seismitoad as a bulky water type, Ignorant Ninja as my offensive, and he's kind of like it's very good. Like I think he kind of needed a Pokemon like this that could really clean up. I like his bulky offense draft basically. I like the fact that he can wear you down with his walls and then bring in something like Sharpedo or Alakazam and just clean up house. So I definitely really like this pick. It has very good coverage and the ability to go mixed with moves like Ice Beam. You can also use Poison Jab, etc.
Poison Jab, yeah. It's really nice.
I like it a lot. I like it. It's a very good pick.
I like
it's
Poison
super
Jab.
versatile. As an offensive Pokemon, it's great. Like you said, Speed Boost is just killer. It fits so well on his team, as Miguel pointed out, that he has all these really bulky Pokemon that will wear teams down, and he can come in with Alakazam, Sharpedo, and just sweep it up.
So we actually have Mulvone, finally! There's the bulk.
Yay,
I'm surprised Umbreon's sat here this entire draft. It's a very, very bulky mon. Mulvone's going to wrap up his draft because he did franchise Weavile. That's why he has done one round early. His last pick in the final roster he's rocking is rocking this Umbreon here. Do you think he has enough bulk, and do you think his team is diverse enough, Fizz, to make a playoff run this season?
Oh, man. I don't know if I feel Umbreon for him at all. I really dislike it. I like the things that it can do, but I do not like it for him and his team that he's made. Like I said before, his fighting weakness is massive, and I don't know if he can rely on Dusknoir that much in Landorus T to really take care of it.
Mitigate that, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, when you have two defensive Pokemon, three defensive Pokemon, Empoleon, Umbreon, Dusknoir, two of them just get bodied by fighting. Yeah. Things like Mach Punch or Weavile hates. I mean, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, I think it's like, for example, he could have drafted Dusclops because Dusclops and Umbreon form a very nice core. Dusknoir is easier to wear down. It's more offensive. So I don't think it's I mean it's a good pick, but I don't think it fits his team as well. As we got a
one of my favorite tier 5s. Very, very good value pick. This thing is impressive. Rocking, I think, the second highest attack stat of non-evolved Pokemon that can rock an Eviolite. It's Rhydon, a great ground type. I don't know how I like it with a Powdon, but it's kind of dual purpose.
I mean, I'm sure Gio has. I'm sure Gio has his like reasons.
Yeah, Gio, you here, Gio?
Yeah, I'm here. So Rhydon, I know that in this format it's really dangerous to go with Eviolite users, but I was looking at my team and I was not feeling my matchup against flying types, especially the Staraptor, for example. So Rhydon can come in. I've looked at some of the calcs, even getting close combated by banded, things like that. He can really take those nicely with the Eviolite. He's got incredible attack. I mean, people like really don't even think about it because he's not fully evolved, but that 130 attacks, that's really going to put like hurt on people. And I remember I've seen him in other draft leagues. He's been using really well, and I think he's a great tier 5 pickup.
Yeah, not to mention its ability to set up on both the offensive end and the speed end. He can rock sword stance, I believe, and rock polish. Very interesting. We have I love this pick here from Steve. Curious to see if you guys agree. I think Sigalith is kind of like a baby Alakazam in some ways because of its magic guard ability. What do you guys think about Sigalith? It's got a weird speed tier, but I really like it just in general, and I think it fits Steve's team.
Sigalith is definitely one of the best lower tier picks, available. I'm very impressed with Steve's draft, to be honest. I think even though it adds a second knockoff weakness, he does have his responses for that. Though he does have actually can Keldor and such, but I like this Pokemon a lot. It's you can run a focus. Like I said, that's a very good analogy. Like that baby Alakazam. It has really, really good coverage, and I like it a lot.
The thing with Steve's team, the storyline will not be how great his draft is. It will be if Steve is his own worst enemy this season. Yeah. Because his draft is great, and it's not like he had bad Pokemon in the past. It's always been that he's been his own worst enemy somehow, and I know that he's good at this game. We'll see if he really, really puts it into effect this season. I think he's got a strong team to do it, stuff he's familiar with, stuff he knows, and stuff that kind of can be autopiloted.
Wow.
I like this.
So Nips is going to come through here and pick up Scrafty as his last tier 3 mon with one free spot to go. Scrafty, shout out to Callum here. Scrafty is really impressive. Being able to Dragon Dance, got Moxie, very unique Pokemon. What do you guys think about Scrafty? If Nips is here, maybe you could talk about it. I don't know if Nips is still here.
I'm here. I'm ready to talk about Scrafty. I love Scrafty. All of his abilities are really freaking good.
Yeah.
Also, he gives me another dark resistance, which I kind of need on my team. More importantly, I chose this guy solely because I have nothing for fighting other than low kick, rapid dash. So you know what? I need a fighting type. Time Sword resist dark. He may be Time Sword weak to fairy, but he's pretty fat defensive all around and can't sleep on Dragon.
You got Gengar for fairies anyway, so
yeah, and Drapion as well. But Scrafty, I just needed a fighting type. Intimidate if I want to make him a wall. If I really want to get cheeky, I could go Shed Skin. If I really get even cheekier, I go Shed Skin Lumberry. Get you good twice, but obviously that's not gonna happen. But Scrafty, beautiful.
I really like this Pokemon synergy with Gengar specifically. I think the two pair up really well together. I'm a fan.
I dig Scrafty too. I think you brought up a good set with Shed Skin. I think that's really cool.
I love bulk up Scrafty. I think it's my favorite set.
Crimson's coming through here, picking one of the last fairies left. I think he might have regretted waiting this long to grab his fairy type with I think only really Aromatisse, Mr. Mime, Mawile, and maybe one or two others left on the board. He's going to pick up Mawile. I don't know if Crimson's still here to talk about Mawile, but Crimson, if you're here, were you regretting not grabbing a fairy earlier?
I really wanted Whimsicott. I really did. And then after Whimsicott, I said, you know what? I like a physical fairy. I really like Granbull. So shout out to the neighborly duo for completely just assassinating me in this draft. But after looking into Mawile, I like Mawile. It's got great abilities. It's got some really good coverage moves. It gets access to Intimidate. It gets access to Sheer Force. Like Play Rough, Iron Head, Priority, and Sucker Punch. I think it's going to be a good pickup. I think it adds to a little bit of a weakness on my team, but I definitely think it's one of the better fairy pickups, in my opinion.
It's interesting. It does have Sheer Force, Intimidate as well if you want to run a defensive. Also takes some Stealth Rock pressure off of either Crocodile or Infernape, so I do like that. But unfortunately, I'm not a big fan of that ground weakness that Mawile does have. And of course, just to emphasize, this is regular Mawile. As Old Man Tup's going to come in here to round out round 10 with Archeops, a Pokemon I actually know from last season. I like Archeops in the draft format. I like Archeops in general, and I think it's a good pick for Tier 5 because of its incredibly high 140 attack stat. It's got a usable special attack stat. I think it's 110 or 115, and it's 110 base speed, which gives Tup some speed that he otherwise didn't have. How do you guys feel about Archeops, especially on Tup's team?
I think Archeops is good in a vacuum. It's good on its own. I don't like it for his team at all. I just don't think it fits.
I think so too. He already has like Golbat and Thundurus. I don't know. I mean, I like Archeops, but I'm not sure if it would have been my.
It's a great Tier 5 pick. It would have been a great Tier 5 pick on most teams, but with the team that Tup drafted so far, I'm a little confused about Archeops. I mean, we'll see if he can use it effectively in and maybe he knows and sees something that we don't. But I don't know.
It could have been a situation where he grabbed it to kind of cover some of his divisional weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's going to round out round 10, and we are heading into the last round, guys. And the exciting part about round 11 coming through is there's still people like Tup and Crimson and so on who've actually not picked their Mega Pokemon yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things like that play out. 4 of our teams are done drafting because of them franchising Pokemon earlier before. And let's get some last hype here for this final round coming out before we recap the entire draft. If you guys want to tweet out the stream, !tweet in the chat. And of course, if you're new and you haven't been to my stream before, I'd really appreciate it if you would give it a follow. I do stream Pokemon daily. I'm going to plug myself here, but and of course, guys, you can check out all of the GBA players' channels and Twitter handles by going into using the commands in the chat. I'll post them all for you right now. So you just do the !point and the command of any of the teams, for example, !Sea Kings, and you can actually check out every team and their Twitter handles. And of course, we'll be announcing all the other stuff coming very soon. I believe we're going to be kicking off the first week of battles starting in about a week or so, if I'm not mistaken. Does anyone here know exactly when we're starting? Is it this Sunday coming up, or is it the following Sunday?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest.
I think we might
to
take
my knowledge, I believe it was advertised that we're kicking off battles on November 8th, but if that's not the case, then we'll upload a video saying, hey guys, instead of November 8th, November 15th is when Week 1 battles start off.
Correct. So we'll get that all sorted out very soon. Just really quickly, so we can get things kind of moving along here. We'll get Crimson and we'll get Miguel on this one. What do you guys think? Best pick in round 10 and worst pick? Miguel, go.
All right. I think in this round, honestly, the best pick, it's difficult. I think I would have to go with the combination of Exploud and Sigilyph and Sharpedo. I like those 3 picks. I'll go with Sharpedo.
Colin, Stoutland, baby.
Oh yeah, true. Oh,
I do like Stoutland. I do like Stoutland.
That was really good. That was really good. Yeah. Okay. So, never mind. Stoutland. I have to go with Waffles. You heard that, Fizz? Waffles.
All right, Crimson.
I'm gonna make you say Colin by the end of the season.
What kind of name is that? Oh.
Crimson, I know you want to give your thoughts here. What do you think is the best pick and the worst pick? Let's hear what your thoughts are, Crimson.
The best pick of this round, I would have to say, I'm surprised Umbreon went this long. I'm surprised, and I don't want to say it's the worst pick overall. I think at this point, drafting something bulky, you might as well have just went up with a straight hyper offense team. At this point in the draft, you should have just picked up some sort of late game sweeper that was buried down in tier 5. So that's my thoughts on Umbreon. It's a great mon. I think as far as the team synergy goes, I think it definitely could have went to a better team. I do think one of the better mons drafted would definitely have to be Stoutland. I'm a big fan of Stoutland. I think the synergy with the T-Tar is definitely going to pay off. And I just like Miguel's reaction to it being drafted personally.
Oh, thank you.
Cool. So there's a lot of Pokemon still available heading into round 11. Some Pokemon like Bisharp haven't been drafted yet. I don't think we saw Dragonite drafted yet. Some really powerful Megas, including some of the lower tier Megas like Mega Blastoise, like Mega Pidgeot, which I'm actually a big fan of. Mega Charizard X, and so on. Tup has to pick. We have 2 Mega picks coming up back to back here with Old Man Tup about to pick his Mega. I think we're actually ready to rock.
The last 2 Mega picks as well.
Yeah, so we're ready to rock here to get these last couple Megas. I want to see some hype in this chat right now, guys. For GBA Season 5, guaranteed to be absolutely amazing. We have some of the best battlers in the competitive scene for the counter team format that are going to be competing in this upcoming season, and I think it's going to be excellent competition. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think we saw a lot of really cool drafted teams. So let's get right into it here. I got the pick coming through, and it looks like Mega T-Tar is going to be the Mega Evolution pick for Old Man Tup, and he is going to benefit from that Sand Rush Excadrill. I don't know if I like Mega T-Tar, but I get where Tup is going. Yeah. What do you think about this, Miguel, going with Mega T-Tar to kind of bounce with that Excadrill?
I really like this pick. I think Mega Tyranitar is very, very underrated. Even in the draft format, when you can just slap a fighting move on anything, this thing's so bulky. It's so bulky that unless it's stab and high base power, you're not OHKOing this thing. And it's very threatening. The Dragon Dance set is very scary. And pair it with Excadrill, yeah, I like it. I dig it a lot. I think it's the best Mega option.
He has a lot of stuff to take fighting moves. I knew that he was going to draft Mega Tyranitar. In fact, when I drafted Tyranitar, he came to me and said, how could you? So I knew that he was going to be sitting on Mega Tyranitar the whole draft, and I knew no one else would draft it except for him. So he did the right thing by waiting until the last round to get his Tier 1 Mega Tyranitar, which has a crazy high base stats in everything.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's bulky.
It's
so
very
strong.
scary, and you can never forget it's a rock type in the sand. So good.
Oh,
Wow.
there it is.
Crimson
There
Seabat
it
has just come through with
it is.
what
I
I'm
was
surprised. I'm surprised this thing it wasn't drafted until this point. Mega Charizard X is one of the most threatening megas in this format. Crimson, tell us about Mega Charizard X.
Okay. I love me some Mega Charizard X. I love me some Tough Claw. You're a fan of Tough Claws, you already know. But Tough Claws is definitely great. The coverage moves this thing gets, the ability to set up and sweep. The base stats alone on this thing are absolutely disgusting. 130 base attack, still keeps that base 100 speed overall. And to be honest, looking at some other of my division in my conference, Mega Scizor was drafted. Mega Venusaur was drafted. Charizard Y was drafted. You know what? I'm going to have some fun with Charizard X this season. It's definitely going to be a good counter to some of my other teams that I'm going up against this season.
I think you will. It fits your team well, and this is the second year in a row that Mega Charizard was the Mr. Irrelevant of Mega Pokemon.
And that's what I'm hoping to prove wrong. I'm hoping to prove wrong. Cooper likes to say very much that it is Mr. Irrelevant Mega. However, I want Mr. Charizard X here to put in some work.
Say hello to the Pokemon until it kills the entire metagame,
Wow.
pretty much.
I love this pick by Nips. This is actually on my radar for my last Tier 5 because it's the best Sticky Webber in Tier 5 with only really Kricketune left. Kricketune, Masquerain, this guy, and Galvantula. I mean, this thing is amazing. Nips, if you're here, tell us about Leavanny and how you think it's going to work with your team.
But before anything,
love
I'd like
this
to drink Fizz's tears right now. I can see him suffering.
Fizz wanted this thing, and so did I.
This is the only thing that truly got sniped from me. The rest of my draft went perfect.
So far, you don't know. You don't know, man. You could get sniped again, man. So just be careful.
The
there,
front
Fizz.
office is going nuts right now. Oh my god, Leavanny. I was banked. The whole thing was just. Oh, I gotta get this Pokemon.
Nips, tell us about Leavanny.
Ivani is a beautiful, beautiful Pokemon. A lot of people forget. I mean, none of us really did, but people forget that Sticky Web exists on this Pokemon. Also, its coverage is pretty good. I mean, you get Leaf Blade, you get Knockoff, you get Bug Bite. You can go special if you want, but it's not the best option. And I love Ivani, man. It's a great Pokemon.
I think you're underselling Leavanny. It has Heal Bell. Also,
yeah, that could be a cleric as well.
And it would have fit on my team especially because Chlorophyll and Overcoat.
So
we'll talk trades, okay?
Just to clarify, if anyone is confused here, Mega Gardevoir was a franchise pick, so we're going to showcase those franchise picks here at the end. So we already knew that Steve picked Mega Gardevoir to start the draft, so this is not his pick right now. This thing would have gone a lot earlier. Last season, Steve had Mega Gardevoir, and only playing through, I believe, 8 out of the 10 games, Mega Gardevoir still ranked at the very top of the kill ranking for Steve's team. So now we see Steve's team in full here. What do you guys think about his entire team? Because we already knew he had Mega Gardevoir.
I love it. A
I
little bit
amazing.
knockoff weak, but I love it.
Like I said before, his team can just go on autopilot. I mean, he does not need to predict at all. He hits Hyper Voice. That's a good idea. He hits Fire Blast. That's a good idea. Haxorus hit Outrage. That's
so
pretty
scary.
good.
Yeah,
I mean,
scary.
No matter what you do on this team, you can't. There's no bad options really. You can bring the same 6 Pokemon every week and be fine.
His entire team is really good, but people have said it before. They'll say it again. They'll even say it this season based off the record. You're not playing Steve's team. You're playing Steve.
Exactly.
That's what people are going to come into the season looking for. Are we battling this fearsome 11 Mons or are we battling Steve?
I think Steve's out for blood this season. He'll make playoffs. I'm
So
calling
it. I got to get Gym Leader
Bold
Geo in
prediction.
here, picking up a Pokemon that he had last season, and a really unique Pokemon in Tier 5. Geo, tell us about Ditto, which can do a lot of things.
Remix.
Remix, thank you, Miguel. Ditto, I think, is consistently undervalued, and I get crap for, pardon my language, I get stuff for Ditto every single time. I got it last season. I'll probably get it again this season, I'm assuming. But Ditto, people don't understand. There's a lot of AAA threats in the league format that can't beat themselves. So Ditto just switches in on those Mon and they can't kill themselves. So it forces a lot of switches. It's a tier 4 pick that can value itself like a tier 1 pick. You know, it's great revenge killer. It can be additional hazard removal options if you switch it in on a fellow hazard remover. And those typically are defensive. I think there's a lot of value to it. I'm excited to have Remix back.
I like Ditto, I do. And one thing that people might not realize is it does transform immediately once you send it in because of its hidden ability, and it does copy stat boost. So if you're in a situation where your opponent is starting to set up on you and you need something as an emergency button, you can send Ditto in with a choice scarf. For example, against like Mega Altaria.
Or against
Mega
Charizard
Altaria,
X.
or Charizard,
Yeah.
right? They dragon dance themselves up. You send in Ditto, Ditto's able to copy those stat changes, have a choice scarf to outspeed, and then it actually would kill back in this case with like a pixelate return or something on the Altaria. Mulvone's here again. We already knew he had Weavile. Just to clarify from the franchising, some people were a little confused about franchising. Basically, the franchise rules state that a team is able to keep a Pokemon that they had last season, just one Pokemon, for an extra salary bump. So a Pokemon like Weavile normally costs 180 points to draft. Mulvone kept Weavile from last season, so that way it couldn't get drafted by anyone else. It goes as his last pick overall, and it cost him an extra 40 points to have this Pokemon. So he lost 40 points out of his draft free point total. So Landorus, Typhlosion, Gallade, and Dusknoir only equal up to 360 points as opposed to 400 like every other team. So we've talked a lot about Mulvone's team here in terms of him having a ton of offensive pressure, lacking the defense. Really, really quick before we get to the next pick, Gio, you want to tell me what your thoughts are of Mulvone's team?
Mulvone started off just out the gate so fast. Every single pick blazing fast, and the Umbreon pick seemed a little out of place. He's got a lot of weaknesses in little things, like he'll draft a Pokemon with type coverage to try and cover another weakness, and then he'll just give himself, it's not a real answer. Like the low defense on Gallade, he's not a true switch into fighting types. You know what I mean? So I like his team. He's always proven people wrong. So let's see what he can do this season.
Correct. And we got Shady Penguin here again, another franchise Pokemon with Milotic, taking it from last season, taking on the extra 40 points for the free draft. And I understand some people don't fully understand the draft, the points. The points only come into play for the free picks. We have 400 points to spend on 4 picks at the end, and we have a special tiering system. So we already knew about Shady having Milotic. Obviously, this is just wrapping up his full team here. So we see his Milotic here, and I think we're probably going to go to the next pick here in a second. I personally think that... Yeah, John Pokemon is coming up next. I think Shady has an amazing team here. A little lacking on the speed, as we talked about, though, only really having Alakazam.
That's the only weakness I see, though. Yeah, I agree.
I don't think he needs it. He doesn't really need it.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of bulk, but we're going to see John actually pick up a really interesting pick here. I like Golem, and I'm glad I wasn't sniped because my pick's next. I'm really excited that I made it. But Golem's coming through here with an impressive 130 base attack stat, decent bulk, but that huge weakness to grass and water. How do you guys think Golem fits on John's team as his final pick?
It's a little bit strange for me because he has a Dawn fan, which pretty much does a lot of similar things, except that it's not a rock type. But at the same time, Geo did something similar. He had Hippowdon, he drafted Rhydon. So Golem can be extremely offensive and has access to a powerful priority in Sucker Punch, which is something Dawn fan doesn't have. He has Ice Shard, which is not stab. So I think this Pokemon, it does have sturdy, it can run a weakness policy, and it can do a lot of nasty things. I like the pick. I think it's interesting.
It's a solid lead. Like I said before, I think rock types are really good.
Weakness policy, focus slash weakness policy, or sturdy weakness policy, I mean.
Yeah, I mean...
I do want to make a point with his team, though. He did leave 40 remaining points on the field, and I did the same thing last season. A lot of people questioned it, but John obviously is more skilled, and he's been doing this a lot longer than I have, so I'm curious to see how he's going to end up using those remaining points, if he does pick up any free agents afterwards with those remaining points or not.
That's a good point. He has a lot of options open.
Very excited to announce my final pick, rounding out the St. Louis Rampardos roster for Season 5 and hoping to make another championship run this season. Quagsire. Don't know how it's still on the board, to be honest. This Pokemon can be functionable in any tier, including tier OU for Smogon format. I like Quagsire because of its water absorbability, unaware, decent typing, only being weak to grass, which I think I cover really well throughout the rest of my team. Miguel, what do you think about Quagsire? Not as by itself, but how it fits in the mold of the full team.
I think it fits really well. It definitely has very good synergy with a lot of Pokemon. And the fact that it has two very different abilities is also going to really confuse the opponent, because you can be, normally you will be expecting the Unaware set, but then all of a sudden it's Water Absorb, and you got a Pokemon that can switch into any Scald, which is literally the best move in the game. So I like it a lot. It reminds me a lot of my dear Toad, Seismitoad. So I dig it.
It's kind of like Seismitoad, a little bit different though.
Yeah.
The Unaware is nice though. What do you think, Fizz? About
It can
Quagsire?
phase too. It has Yawn
Yawn is nice.
and Recover and just everything that everyone knows what Quagsire does, man. It's a good, solid Pokemon. It was a great last pick. Surprised it didn't get picked before that.
I love this pick, Miguel. Miguel picking it one of my favorite personal Pokemon. I had it last season. Only
Halloween,
used it once.
baby!
I love Gourgeist, and in this format, you can actually use any size Gourgeist if you want. So tell us, Miguel, what your thoughts were grabbing Gourgeist.
Well, first of all, Mr. H595246, Scald is the best move of the game. All right.
Next to Brave Bird.
Next to Knockoff.
Why did I pick Gourgeist? A lot of people may be confused, but Gourgeist is actually a Pokemon that really fits well in my team. Even though I have a Ferrothorn, it really does work for me. I love the fact that I can use any of the sizes, so I can really adjust it to what I need that week. It has stat priority. It really counters a lot of top-tier threats, and at the same time, it has access to Will-O-Wisp, and it provides me with a damn Ghost type, which is what I needed. If I want a Hazard stack, I need a Ghost type, right? I don't know. I like it a lot. It has really good coverage. It actually learns Fire Blast, which is pretty cool.
You're not going to use Fire Blast on this thing.
I'm going to use it.
Do it, I dare you.
Let's see. I'm going to choice banded Ferrothorn one week. I'm going to do a lot of things.
Greninja on Miguel's team here is actually Torrent Greninja, just to clarify.
Not protein.
So it is not protein. But we got the next coming in. Wow, we thought it might get undrafted, but here it is. Talonflame is going to round out Gub's lineup, giving him insane priority. Probably, I said Staraptor was the best Brave Birder. I kind of like Talonflame a lot, but that Stealth Rock weakness is definitely scary. But what do you guys think about Talonflame on a team that only, unless I'm missing something, only has one Defogger and Gliscor?
It has a spinner in Tentacruel.
Sorry, Tentacruel. My bad. I missed that.
And I believe Thunderous T could probably...
No, Thunders does not learn Defense.
Well, that's a shame. Anyways, Talonflame is the best because of Brave Bird's priority. It's so crazy strong. It's got Will-O-Wisp. You can bulk it up and just sweep teams.
It's very scary.
It's too good. And Gubs had played his draft amazing, where he knew that teams couldn't afford it, and he got to wait on it and sit on it and draft all his lower tier mons first, and then just pick this thing up. And his team is very strong and very scary.
But very, very offensive, but unlike Movone, he has some bulk, some very nice bulk to back it up. I'm a fan of Gub's draft, and I know that he's going to do well because Gubs has drafted a lot of Pokemon that he enjoys using on a frequent basis. He really likes using Gliscor. He loves using Tentacruel. I know that. He loves his Snorlax, and he really likes Mega Alakazam. So I know Gubs is going to do well with his team. It's a very nice-looking team. I like it.
Now, we got Nick coming through here with his final pick. Obviously, he was franchise Manaphy, which somehow was not drafted in Season 4 of the GBA, so he was able to franchise it since he's an expansion team coming back to the GBA after, I believe, winning in Season 2, if I'm not mistaken. I personally love Nick's team. I think it's very well-rounded. He's got a ton of bulk, and I think he has a lot of logic behind his team. I'm curious to see how Mega Audino performs, but Nick, maybe you can, if you're still, I think Nick actually left, never mind.
He left.
Maybe Gio, if you're here, you can give us your thoughts on Nick's team as a whole.
Yeah, Nick, the Manaphy franchise pick was, I think, probably one of the best franchise picks. I think Melodic was great for Shady's team. I think Manaphy's such power. And then looking at the next things he did immediately, we're trying to shore up Manaphy having just a field day. He's got incredible bulk in Cresselia and Skarmory. Galvantula is there to make everyone, just to threaten force us to all really think twice about the hazard removal options we have. Mega Audino, I want to see what he can do with it. We've seen it in different leagues, partner leagues and stuff like that, and I'm excited to see what he thinks he can do with it. I think it's a good team.
So Lars is going to come through here with the Barusha Donphan L Scissor. He's going to grab one of the last rapid spinners on the board here, the NU Pokemon Sandslash. Very interesting because it does actually have the ability, because of the rest of his team, to not have to run Stealth Rocks. He's got the Magic Bouncer and Mega Absol, so kind of interesting to see Sandslash here. Do you think that Sandslash was his best Tier 5 pick, looking at his team as a whole, Miguel?
I don't think. as you can see in my draft, I have not drafted a rapid spinner. While having a rapid spinner is good, I don't think it's a necessity if you have the fog. It really isn't. It just, I was looking at the spinners available, and I was like, am I gonna have to draft Blastoise? I don't know.
Blastoise
It's just
is great.
I don't like Blastoise. I don't know. I don't like this pick. Lars' draft is still one of my favorites, but I'm not a fan of this pick personally.
I'll buy this pick. I think Sandslash is a good spinner. He has Scolipede, and Sandslash is not to be ignored on the offensive end at all, especially if it has speed behind it.
Yeah, Knockoff is nice. It's got Earthquake, obviously, for stab. It's an interesting Pokemon, and I do believe it has... forget Sandslash. I'm going to talk about this Pokemon because this is a good Pokemon. Crawdon coming through here as we start to wrap up. Fizz, tell me a little bit about Crawdon, and then tell me how you think it fits into our, Sceptile's team.
I love Crawdon, and I think it's great here. Crawdon actually... I had a plan A and a plan B, and this was on plan A, but plan A got just trash as soon as Victini was picked. I was going to go back-to-back Victini Crawdon because I think it's that strong, and having a nuke like this, like Crawdon, is crazy good, and he's got a lot of good Pokemon to support it. Just being able to just click the knockoff button, it can set up with Swords Dance, Dragon Dance, and it has adaptability. It's crazy good. And Aqua Jet, right?
Yeah, I think really the only thing George is lacking with this draft is speed. And
he does have Mega Lopunny.
Yeah, he does have Mega Lopunny, but that's it.
He's got a lot of speed control.
And
right?
Miltank.
He's got speed control with things that can use Thunder Wave and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus Gothitelle. So it's kind of. I mean, Gothitelle's not fast, but it can trap some of the faster Pokemon if he needs to.
And Togetic learns Thunder Wave too.
Togetic,
I like
Miltank and Rotom all get Thunder Wave. Hello.
I love this pick, Fizz. I love Aggron. I grabbed Mega Aggron. This thing is scary with Head Smash. So tell us why you decided to go Aggron, because this thing's actually kind of a beast.
After the front office panicked, and we went through so many picks, Caracosta was in the back of our mind for a very, very long time because it had the stab priority, it could smash, it was a rock type, and then I was like, rock type. And then I looked at Aggron, who is a rock and steel type, and if you put this thing in the sand, it is hard to kill. All I really have to worry about is ground and fighting, which I have covered quite well with Weezing, Togekiss, things like Charizard and Dual Blade, and it's going to be crazy good. I can just head smash things with a stab. Great. I can Choice Bandit. I can Rock Polish, and it's going to be amazing. I think it fits pretty well. It's not as good as Levani would have been on my team, but I will take Aggron. Aggron is great. Aggron is good.
Cooper would be proud.
That's my main goal, is to make Cooper proud.
And with the final pick in the Season 5 draft, and don't go anywhere just yet, guys, because we're going to be recapping the full team rosters here shortly. But the final pick in the Season 5 draft, rounding out the Sacramento Sea Kings and our newest team, I think the only person who hasn't been associated with the GBA in the past through the D-League or something, is going to be Hayden. And I love Hayden's team. Lacking a little bit of speed, but he's going to pick up one of the last rapid spinners left, which is, of course, Claydol here. It's better than Hitmonchan. So, Fizz, what do you think about Claydol? And then give me your thoughts about Hayden's team really quick before we jump to our final
Let me
thoughts.
tell you, I love Claydol, actually. I think it's very undervalued in the league.
I hate it.
That's fine. You don't have to like it, but I'll tell you that it's good. I understand it's got
It's Earth Power.
crazy amount of weaknesses. It's got a lot of weaknesses. It's knockoff weak. It can bear Pursuit Trapped, but it spins. It's got good offensive moves. It's got good defensive moves. It can set up rocks. It's very bulky. It's got Recover. I think it's just super undervalued. It's a great Pokemon to kind of shore up his draft.
I just have a hard time justifying getting Claydol and wasting that pick when you could grab something faster in the tier 5, because you have Mega Sableye. No one's going to set up hazards on you anyway. Like, that's kind of my thought process, and I know from experience, I think, like I said, rocks were set up on me maybe twice or 3 times through the course of, 12 games. That's not a lot to worry about, especially with a team that's not very rock weak. So I don't know how much I like Claydol. I like it, kind of, but it's so weak, and it's set up
I can agree
harder.
with that, but again, like, he had to pick a tier 5 in this spot, and unfortunately kind of backed himself into a corner where there's not a lot of great tier 5s left that can really help out his team. So, I mean, I think he did the best he could.
I just really dislike this Pokemon because, like I said, the fact that your stab Earth Power does not kill a Bisharp is very sad. It's just very, very sad. Its offenses are terrible, and it's just way too passive. I do not like this Pokemon in the slightest. But
Sure.
I do love the rest of his draft, except for Torterra. But I like this draft overall. I don't like this thing.
It's got Toxic, it's got Stealth Rocks, it spins, it has Explosion. You could Trick Room with it.
Yeah,
he has a
Explosion.
very
It's like
slow
throwing a
team,
pebble at
so
something.
Trick Room is gonna be great. It's gonna be something to actually fear. It's got Magic Coat, which is a cool move as well.
So very interesting. So we're going to wrap up round 11 here.
And Levitate.
And a lot of Pokemon, yes, Levitate too. A lot of Pokemon were not drafted. And the reason for that is we have our special tier structure that pushes us to draft things from different tiers that we set up ourselves to basically ensure diversity within the draft. So Pokemon like Serperior, Terrakion, Bisharp, Dragonite, some of those Pokemon were actually
Pure
not drafted.
Black, right?
And you're not going to see them, but they are free agents and they are eligible to be picked up as free agents as long as teams maintain their point structure. Before we jump into our final draft here, as it's just getting finalized real quick with every team and what we're looking at here, I want to thank everyone for coming out to the stream. This is my personal stream, so if you guys could show your love by following the stream, that would be absolutely epic. And please go show your support to every member in the GBA. I want to give a big shout out to Ezek for putting together all the slides. This guy's an absolute monster for doing a ton of work on the fly, and we had a pretty seamless stream here, so I'm very happy about that. And I want to thank all the guys who have joined me on this call to do this awesome stream together and give you guys a really cool live draft for the GBA. You guys ready to jump into the final team analysis here? Are you guys ready for this?
Let's go for it.
Let's go.
Yeah,
All right,
let's talk about how my team's the best. Right?
I want to forget you, Fizz. I want to see what your favorite teams are in the chat, guys. Feel free to go crazy in the chat representing your favorite team. If you're a fan of Crimson Seabad Show, if you're a fan of the Real Maril, I want to see it in the chat. Let's take a look at the final draft for GBA Season 5. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. All the teams are right up in front of you.
That looks
every
nice.
Pokemon they have. Big shout out to Ezek again.
Pretty. That is pretty.
So aside from your
freaking
own
cute.
teams, guys, Gio, why don't you tell me, who do you think, just from quick glance, I'll go around the horn here. Gio, who do you think has the best team on paper aside from yourself?
Aside from myself, it's such a hard call because you look at the teams, and when you're trying to say best, it's hard to say whether or not that means that they've got 8 Pokemon that single-handedly do everything. Some teams have very strong overall concept, and some have incredibly strong on some end and weak other end. So I really like Hayden's team, except that I think he has a couple of throwaway picks. I don't like the Torterra pick. I really don't. But I think the rest of his team is such power. But I think probably Shady right now, I think has my number one team of the draft, looking at it now.
Miguel, tell me, who do you think has the best draft? Who got the best draft, the best bang for their buck? Overall, aside from yourself, obviously, so we're not picking each other.
I'm gonna stick through from the beginning. I think the draft that I've been impressed with the most it has to be Lars. I think the Borussia Dom fans have I really like his draft. I like his mega choice. I like his speed. I like his priority. I like the regenerator core. I love the Scolipede. I hate the Sandslash. You can go away, Sandslash. I don't like you, but I like the rest of the team. I love the Drotagon too. I really like his team.
Crimson, you want to weigh in here, Crimson?
Yeah, sure. I'll never give any sort of praise or credit to anybody in my division because my team is better than theirs, obviously. But I'm a really big fan of Fizz's team personally. I really like some of the
Fizz's team
synergy
is also
and some of
very
his mods.
powerful. Yeah.
I think the opportunity to bring dual weather is very intimidating because that's something in the back of your mind you do have to plan for.
Definitely. I think his mic's
Is
cutting
that
out a little
which
bit.
one will he bring? Will he be crazy enough to bring both of them into one match? He has some very offensive Pokemon. He's got some. Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you, Crimson. Unfortunately, your mic was cutting in and out a little bit there. But we'll go to Fizzy Stardust here. Aside from you, Fizz, and I think you have a phenomenal team, who do you think has the best team overall for the Season 5 draft going into the season?
Oh man, I am not shy to say that the team I'm actually most jealous of, the team that has the most Pokemon that I like to use, as I like to say, the fizziest team that this season has drafted is Steve's team. Heatran is my favorite Pokemon. Rotom Wash is killer. I adore Shaman so much, and I think Haxorus is a super good pick as a tier 3 Pokemon. It's insane. Dugtrio's great. I didn't like Sunkink at first, but he sold me on it, and he has Mega Gardevoir, and I adore his team so much. If I could trade every one of my picks for every one of his picks, I'd consider it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That's not very big assessment.
Lars, are you still on the call?
He's dead.
Be dead.
All right, so Lars isn't here. So I would say, looking over the entire draft, there's a lot of really standout teams, and I think one of the coolest things about the GBA draft that I'm very proud of, that we've worked very hard on, is to ensure that there's a lot of balance across the teams. So while you may have a team or two that might stand out in your mind, I think every team is viable in itself. Some of the standout teams to me, though, are Steve's team. I really like his team. I think Mega Gardevoir rips holes through teams. He's got the right typing to counter, to help each other out. Haxorus is scary on its own right. Don't sleep on Geo's team. Latias paired with Mega Scizor, that is scary. Not to mention that defensive core with Hippowdon, Vaporeon, Amoonguss. I mean, Entei by itself is very scary. And I got to show some love to Shady Penguin as well. I love Shady's team. I think he's got the right amount of bulk, lacking a little bit on the speed end of things, but don't be surprised if Zygarde ends up being a little bit of a sleeper, kind of moving forward as the season progresses. I love Hayden's team. It's right up my alley. It's basically what I would have envisioned for my draft, but unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, I had to make some adjustments to how things went. But do you guys have any final words here?
The other team that I really quick, I want to praise is Nick's team. I think is on paper it looks like garbage, right? It looks straight just awful, but like all these Pokemon put together are going to be really good. His team's going to be really tough to play, really annoying to play. I will say a prayer for everybody in his division to get through 2 games with him through the season and not just quit.
Not time out, too.
Yeah. I would honestly just give him the 0-3 forfeit. Like, just fine. You take the win.
I'll pass on that one, but...
Yeah.
But I think that's good. I want to thank again one more time. I want to thank Ezek for helping us out with all the graphics. Yeah. Shout out to Steve for starting the league, obviously. The league, John Pokemon putting a lot of work. Big shout outs to Cooper as well. Cooper Kishiro, former coach last season, putting a lot of work behind the scenes. I really want to thank everyone for supporting the GBA behind the scenes. Seriously, a lot of guys made this happen, and I think we did a great job of putting everything together without really any issues. Again, shout outs to my co-hosts here, Gym Leader Geo, Mega Mogwai, Miguel, Crimson Seabat as well, helping out with the Twitter, going crazy with all the picks. The Borussia Don fan, Lars, Fizzy Stardust. We had Super Blah in here as well. Big shout out to everyone who hung out with us, tweeted out the stream, showed your support in the chat. I'm looking forward to a phenomenal Season 5, guys, coming up. I think it's going to be absolutely amazing. And again, thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with us. If you are new to my stream, I'd appreciate if you hit that follow button, as it helps me out a lot. I don't want to be cheesy here, but it does help out the channel. And I think we're pretty much good to go, guys. Predictions, real quick, though. Who is your championship teams? Gym Leader Geo, who's your 2 championship teams? Don't worry about divisions. Just 2 teams.
We can't choose ourselves.
You can choose yourself. Choose yourself. You and who are you facing in the finals?
Who am I facing in the finals? Oh man, I think Shady's going to go farther this year. I love his draft. Looking at it right now, I think he's got a lot of answers, a lot of options. He's got good bulk. He's workable speed, and he's got great momentum grabbing tools in a lot of his Pokemon. I think he's going to do well this season. He did well last season. I'm looking forward to big things from him. I actually get to play him this season, so I'm scared for that. But
might find him in the finals. Miguel, who do you think you're facing in the championship this season?
How about a rematch from season 4?
I like that. That's my pick too. Rematch. St. Louis Rampardos and the Real Marill in the finals. Let's see that. Fizzy Stardust, who are you playing in the championship this season if you make it that far?
I am making it that far. And I think, gosh, it's so hard to say because so many people drafted really well. I think that, oh boy. I think it's either going to be me and Nick or Steve.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And Crimson Seabad, who are you playing in the finals? You're going to bounce back from the horrendous Season 4 and have a championship run this season. Who are you playing in the finals, Crimson?
From the horrendous Season 4 comeback, I definitely see myself playing Hayden at least once or twice in the playoffs, if not all the way in the finals. He's got a very intimidating team, very bulky, very powerful.
Over under, last question before we wrap things up here. Do you think anyone, there's 12 matches in the regular season, do you think anyone in the league gets 9 wins out of the 12 matches? Like 9 or more wins. Do you think anyone is going to get 9 or more wins?
Not at all.
Yes.
Viz thinks he's going to get it. I personally don't think anyone's going to get 9 wins. I think the competition is that much higher than it was last season. No disrespect to anyone from last season. I just think people are more aware of how to draft, and it's a very specific format. I'm super excited.
So well.
I know the teams are phenomenal, guys. So again, please do me the favor of going and checking out everyone's channel. By checking them out in the Twitch description, or obviously if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, the GBA does have a YouTube channel. We do have a website. Every one of the teams would love your support, guys. Whether you're a fan or not, it's great to support the entire league, and I think we're pretty much good here, guys. Thank you again for joining me on the call, all my lovely, lovely friends in the GBA, and I want to thank all the people for coming and hanging out on the stream. That's going to be it for us, guys. GBA Season 5 is going to be kicking off very, very soon with these all-star teams, and that's it, guys. My name is Dan. I'm the coach of your St. Louis Rampardos, and we're going to get the heck out of here.